Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, everybody. All right, today is the day. We are going to get caught up here. The court is on break, actually, at the moment. So we are going to carry on with Jen McCabe on direct. They actually finished with direct a lot sooner than I expected. Didn't get into the cell phone stuff or anything like that, which is interesting. We'll talk about that decision. And then they jump into cross. And as per usual, as of yesterday anyway, we've got a very different Jen McCabe on the stand today than we had on the at the first trial. So we will see how everything goes. Shout out to Angel, shout out to James, Carla, Candace. Hope you guys are all doing well. And let's just jump right on in. I think they have some morning housekeeping here that they start with. So yeah.
Commonwealth versus Reed. Counsel had asked to see you before the jury came over, Your Honor.
Hi. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
So what is it you wanted to see me about, Mr. Brennan? I was handed clips 12A and 16.
I think it's 12 and 12A that you should have.
Oh, okay.
You have 12 from yesterday. You have 12 from yesterday, 12A is in addition. This is regarding the evidentiary issue of Jen McCabe's phone call to John O'Keefe when she was giving directions and she identified the location by pointing out Bella's mom's house.
Okay.
I believe that those two clips will have statements of the defendant, which will establish the predicate for allowing in that statement by Ms. McCabe, and then I expect to play those clips after Ms. McCabe's testimony concludes.
Stupid.
What do you say, Mr. Jackson?
That does not appear to be the hearsay aspect. I understand Mr. Brennan's argument about the relevance in this case of what Ms. Reed said at her statements. That's obviously this was an admission of component defendant's statement. That does not do anything to cure the hearsay that was being asked or requested by this witness to address the statements that was sought yesterday. There's a hearsay. If you want to get clips in and do so, I don't object to that as long as they were in context and if they pass the relevancy test. But
So Ms. McCabe testified, my notes for whatever it's worth said, at the end of the day, one of the things she testified to was the defendant on the morning when they were driving over to Fairview saying, could John be cheating on her? Could he be with Bella's mom?
Yes.
So that's in evidence. You want more than that? What do you expect the testimony to be?
I expect if allowed to testify, Mrs. McCabe would testify that she had a phone call with John O'Keefe before John O'Keefe and the defendant arrived at Fairview. And John O'Keefe and the defendant were lost. And in giving directions, she offered to John O'Keefe, which was heard by the defendant, the house is near Bella's mom's house. That is evidence of motive.
All right, just that she said, yeah.
Motive? Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm going to pull up another feed since the subtitles, they don't seem to have closed captioning on here.
That she had a phone call with John O'Keefe before John O'Keefe and the defendant arrived at Fairview. And John O'Keefe and the defendant were lost. And in giving directions, she offered to John O'Keefe, which was heard by the defendant, the house is near Bella's mom's house. That is evidence of motive.
All right, just that she said, yeah, I'm going to allow that.
What?
Yesterday, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought Mr. Brandon was trying to get in the nature of the relationship between Bella and John, which would be hearsay. I have no problem with this offer proof.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than yesterday.
Okay.
All right. And I understand the loop you'll make eventually, but this is all you intend to get through Ms. McCabe now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because I don't think from what I heard, she knows of that relationship at that time.
Okay.
So I don't think I should ask that.
Okay.
Just that she was giving directions. And
Yep, that's fine. That's fine. And then those clips can come in.
Great. Fantastic. Thank you.
All right. So we'll bring the jurors over.
The only thing I would ask is to not be played with Mr. Cable on the stand.
Agreed.
Okay.
All right. Let's bring the jurors over. Do you need me to take a recess? Okay. Why not? Yes. Yes. You are.
Okay, perfect timing for us to jump over to the other feed here. Okay. Give me a sec. Okay. So there's the housekeeping that we just watched. Okay.
I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any?
Why are they not
centered? This case? Everyone said yes or affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. Could we have Ms. McCabe back, please?
Here she comes.
Ms. Kate, I'll remind you, you're still under oath.
morning,
Okay,
Ms. McCabe.
there she have her cross. No cross today, guys. Like necklace, I mean.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Before you take us back to Fairview Road, I want to ask you a couple of questions about John's house at Meadows. Are you familiar with his house?
Yes.
Have you seen the front of his house before?
Yes, I have.
Are you familiar with his driveway?
Yes.
Are you familiar with whether there's any surveillance system at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, I'm showing you what has been previously marked as Exhibit 6. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's John O'Keefe's house.
Can we provide Exhibit 6 to the jury, please? On that screen, is that Mr. O'Keefe's home?
Okay.
Yes.
We're going to go ahead. He's just putting his exhibits in. Okay.
Yes.
I want to show you Exhibit 10. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the driveway at John O'Keefe's.
See a car to the left?
Yes.
Do you know whose car that is?
Yes, that's Miss Reed's.
Is that where you left it the night before? Those early morning hours when you drove to Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
I want to show you it's been marked as Exhibit 11. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, Miss Reed's vehicle.
Is that the vehicle that Ms. Reed showed you?
Whoa, really grainy. Weird.
Yes, it is.
Why? Why is it like that? Tell me why.
You mentioned earlier in the night, you spoke to John O'Keefe when you called him or he called you about directions to Fairview Road.
Yes.
And you also shared that you had a phone conversation offering directions.
Yes, I did.
Did you tell John that the house at Fairview was near Bella's mom's house?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Just a form, Mr. Brennan.
Bleeding.
What did you tell John as far as directions to Fairview? How did you mark it for him?
I told him to go back past Bella's house, the Bella Street, and then
Oh.
follow down to the end.
Now I want you to take us back where we were yesterday when we left off. You had brought us to Fairview Road. You had found John.
Yes.
You shared with us that you were trying chest compressions. Before the chest compressions, did you make a phone call?
I called 911.
Okay, I bet they're going to play the call because the jury's not heard that yet.
I'd like to move to introduce a copy of that 911 call.
Do you have something physically to? Thank you.
Ms. McLaughlin does.
Thank you.
With,
Thank you.
with the court's permission, I'd like to play Exhibit 45.
Yes.
No, this is for what we wanted. Yes, I'm Jen McCabe, third section. Third section is what we can't ask the day and after the snow.
You can't hold on, you can't stop. You can't stop, okay?
Yeah, I did.
Sorry, we should be listening to this like normal humans. Okay.
I will. We're the budget. I will keep going to turn.
911, what's your emergency?
I need someone to come immediately to Stern Fort Davis Road, Camden, Mass.
What's going on?
There's a guy unresponsive in Retrial.
Is it South 34?
Yes, Stern Fort.
Guy.
Yes, I just pulled up and found it.
Okay, 34.
I don't know that I remember that from last time.
You can't Mass, yes.
911 is under order for emergency. Hello?
Yes, I'm sorry, can you come to 34?
Do y'all remember if that specific one was played last time? I remember the one where you can hear it. I mean, I guess it was. I don't remember the part about the guy, but what I was thinking was if that part wasn't played before, that could be why Breenan spent so much time, well, among other reasons, trying to really make it seem like her and John are buddy-buddy, right? So that she can then explain this. Right.
34 Fairview?
Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow.
Okay.
Oh, now it's a man. Interesting.
What else?
He's gonna get here, okay?
Okay. What's going on? Is he face down?
We just flipped him over.
Okay.
Okay, we flipped him over. We flipped him over. So that's important because I know there was talk about the fact that he was face down, right? When they found him. And he got flipped over. So that she says they flipped him over.
He's unbroken, he has short feet.
Okay, how old is he?
John is 46 years old.
46. How long has he been outside?
I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and it could have been a couple of hours. Is he Jerry? Is he? I don't know.
What did she just say about a couple of hours? Hold on.
46 years old.
46. How long has he been outside?
I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and it could have been a couple of hours. Is he Jerry? Is he?
He got out of the car and something the last couple of hours. Interesting. I don't remember all this from last time, but I guess it was played.
I don't know if he women. There are two women trying to use party and they're hysterical.
Okay, can you just try asking? I know it's tough, but we have to get the fire department going. They just gotta know.
Okay. Is he breathing? It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to test it?
Yes, he's got to do CPR. No, I guess he's gone.
Okay, they don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay. All right, we have the fire department and the police department on the way. If everyone's finding CPR, then I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys upset?
I'm afraid I'll find him. I know, I'm on the phone with the Andrews. I know, honey, I know. So, Carrie, you gotta get off of me. Carrie, you gotta get off of him.
I don't remember
You know,
this.
if there's any alcohol or drugs involved?
Y'all?
He's been out.
I feel like I'm hearing a lot of things for the first time. I don't know that they played this one. I know they played the one where it's like you can hear the 911 call, but it's like through a voicemail or something. But this is interesting. I just wanted to point a couple things out here.
Is he breathing? It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to test it?
Yes, he's got to do CPR. No, I guess he's gone.
Okay, they don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay.
Okay, so right there, she's saying she doesn't feel comfortable doing CPR because she thinks he's passed away.
Fire department and the police department on the way. If everyone's finding CPR, then I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys upset?
I'm afraid I'll find him. I know, I'm on the phone with the Andrews. I know, honey, I know. So, Carrie, you gotta get off of me.
Carrie, you've got to get off him, honey.
Carrie, you gotta get off of him.
Karen, you got to get off him.
You know if there's any alcohol or drugs involved?
He's been out. He's been out.
They've been on drinking.
Yes, I'm talking hours about maybe, and I think he's, I don't know how long he's been in the snow.
Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe in his head out?
Yes, possibly, I think he's
Huh.
bleeding in the face.
Okay, bleeding from the face? All right.
Yeah.
Now, I think the pool of blood, if there is any.
Something's coming out of the nose, and one of the women is doing CPR.
Okay, one of them is doing CPR?
Yes, they're both working on him.
All right, if she wants CPR, and just let me, just give us a call back if he becomes responsive, all right? But we're on the way.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. McCabe, describe your mental state when you were speaking to 911.
I guess the best way to describe it was I was in shock. My heart was racing. I was trying to be as helpful as I could and get the information to the most important information out as quick as I could to the 911 operators. But also the scene there with Karen and Kerry was a bit chaotic between the two of them. So I was just trying my best to be as calm as I could, to get help there as fast as I could, and to answer their questions the best that I could.
Before you told the 911 operator John O'Keefe's name and his age, you said there's a man in the snow. Do you know why you chose those words?
Well, she said there's a guy.
I think I just wanted to get out the most specific details. So a man in the snow versus, John O'Keefe and into a story. I
Well, you could have just said my friend, right? Isn't this your close friend?
think I just was,
Or I think I feel like a normal person would say my friend John, right? That would be like my friend John is in the snow.
get the details to them as fast as possible to get help there to him as fast as possible.
When you told the 911 operator that Your friend John O'Keefe was the person lying in the snow. How did you know his age?
We used to joke because he was a couple months older than me. So I would, say, oh, well, you're older than me. It was a silly little thing between friends.
When you called the 911 operator, had Kerry and the defendant already been around or near John?
Yes.
Do you know if they had begun trying CPR before you called 911?
I'm not sure if they had, because Karen had straddled him and was lifted her shirt, was warming him up. And then Kerry was yelling at her to get off. And I think when Kerry got the blankets and was trying to put him under John, I think as she started to move him and wipe him, blood started to come out. And then Karen was afraid that he was going to choke on his blood and wanted to move him on his side. But then Kerry was yelling at her, we can't move him. And this was kind of all going on while I was talking to 911.
You described what you saw and you said at some point he was bleeding from the face area. Was that before or after he was moved?
After.
Before he was moved, did you see any active bleeding?
No.
Okay, I think the reason he asked that question is to try to explain why there's not that much blood in the snow. And actually, was it James? James had been asking about this, the amount of blood in the snow. So, But if they found him face down and then turned him over and the back of his head is then on the ground, that doesn't really make any sense, does it? Like, I can understand it explaining the lack of blood on the snow, the fact that he was face down and the wound is on the back of his head, potentially, right? But the thing about he wasn't bleeding until they rolled him over and then he started bleeding. And plus, how would you see if it's bleeding if how would you see if it's bleeding if he's on his back then? You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't, you rolled him over, so then the back of his head is in the snow, and then you see it started bleeding. I don't know. I mean, he's not asking where it was bleeding from. I guess it could have been other places, like the cuts on his face or his arm. But he's not. Let me back this up. Interesting.
We can't move him. And this was kind of all going on while I was talking to 911.
You described what you saw and you said at some point he was bleeding from the face area. Was that before or after he was moved?
After.
Okay, from the face area. Okay.
Before he was moved, did you see any active bleeding?
No.
Okay, from the face area. Okay. Well, that answers that question.
After you call 911, what do you do next?
I guess that doesn't explain the lack of blood in the snow, because that wasn't that. The most blood would have come from the back of the head. Anyway.
I think I called my sister and she didn't answer. And then I think I called her as I was walking over to John and she didn't answer. And then I immediately got down on the ground and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over.
How long did you try to help John for?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
How long were you and the defendant and Ms. Roberts there before someone else arrived?
Police officer was the first to arrive. In the moments, it seemed like a long time, but I think it was fairly quick that they arrived.
Any point during the time when you tried to help Mr. O'Keefe and the first police officer arrived, at any point did you see any signs of life from Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
When the police officer first arrived, do you remember what happened next?
I remember it was very chaotic, but there was talk about a spotlight. And I remember, I think I got up and ran to kind of wave the, to get the police officer's attention so we could see where we were.
And then what happened?
The police officer, I'm not sure specific. I do remember him asking about John. I think he said, is he a drug user? He was just asking some basic questions.
And what's the environment? What's going on around you?
Karen's just running around crazy, like just yelling, screaming, kind of like a ping pong.
What are you trying to do?
I was just trying to talk to the officer. I guess I just went into this like type of mode of, all right, I have to just talk to him, get the information out, figure out like how we can best help John and like what happened to him and try to save him ultimately.
And what happens next?
More officers begin to come,
Highlights are just whack. I'm sorry. We'll talk about these on a break.
fire and EMT. So the scene becomes active with a lot of different presence. John, I think they lift John onto a board at one point. The officers are asking us questions. Karen's kind of coming over, talking to the questions, and then kind of just running away. And then she just runs back over. She's doing a lot of screaming, a lot of repetitive, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Kerry, I think, Kerry's off kind of making phone calls, I believe, to John's family.
Do you know what time the first responders lifted John from the ground and put him on that bed?
I don't know what time, but it was
Okay, that's the only question.
Okay.
You heard your 911 call. Do you know the time of that 911 call?
not off the top of my head, no.
At some point, did you
Sorry.
talk to a number of different people at the scene?
Yes.
And who were you talking to?
The first officer was Officer Sarif. I know I spoke with him. I spoke with an Officer Lank, an Officer Good. There were other officers. I don't remember their names. There were EMTs. I don't remember their names either.
You have lived in this area for a long time?
Yes.
Active in the community?
Yes.
Did you know Sergeant Good from before that night?
I knew of him. I didn't know him personally.
Did you know Detective Lank?
Yes, I knew him.
How did you know him?
We were friendly.
Do children ever associate with each other?
Not until recently.
Oh boy.
After you had a chance to speak to some of the officers, did you move around at all yourself?
Yes, I kind of, the officers would talk to us here and then a little bit over to the side. I tried to comfort Miss Reed. At one point, Miss Reed was very upset, and one of the officers thought it would be best if maybe she went and just sat in one of the cruisers for a little bit because she was just doing a lot of screaming and yelling, and I think they were just trying to, get work on John and make the scene a little less chaotic. So I went into the back of the car with her, and Kerry Roberts came over, and then we all were just sat in the back of the. Karen and I kind of were scrunched and sitting in the back, and Kerry was at the door of the cruiser.
Why did you get in the car with the defendant?
She was crying. She asked me to get in. We held hands. We prayed. She did have blood on her hands, and she said, could I have gotten my period? Who's going to take care of the kids? She just kind of was all over the place. And then at one point, we saw
One thing I will say about that,
the ambulance.
One thing I will say about that is we did not learn in the first trial that she actually did have her period. And so that statement actually, not that I didn't find it weird anyway, because I can see how if you're in shock and you have blood on your hands, it's like I can totally understand how it's like, how did I get the blood on my hands? Maybe I got my period. But especially now we know she was, I guess, anticipating that it was that time of the month. And that anyway, connecting that.
And at that point, Miss Reed started yelling to Miss Roberts, go check on him. Are they working on him? Is he dead? Is he dead? And at that point, myself and Miss Reed got out of the car, and she started yelling and pulling on me to Google hypothermia and Google how long it takes for somebody, to die in the cold.
When the defendant first asked you to Google an inquiry about hypothermia, were you still inside the police cruiser or were you outside?
Outside.
What was the weather? I know it's an obvious question, but how cold was it?
It was very cold, windy. The snow was blowing. As I stated, I have multiple sclerosis. So when I'm out in either extremely hot or cold temperatures, I lose the feeling and sensation in my fingers, which obviously made the Googling very hard for me to do because of my, motor skills.
So when you were outside of the car with the defendant and she had asked you to do a search regarding hypothermia, did you try to do that?
Yes, I did.
Do you know the exact time from your memory? Not from reading or learning, but from your memory. Do you remember the exact time you did that?
No.
Was it after the police came that morning?
Yes.
Had you ever attempted to search about hypothermia anytime before that moment, that morning?
No.
Or
I just
that
want to
day?
reiterate,
No.
now that we're hearing the sequence of events, how that search that Karen asked her to do doesn't seem suspicious at all, right? Given that they just found him in the snow and they're trying to save his life, and now they're in the back of this cop car, and it's like they're trying to keep her away from him. It's like, what else can you possibly do? Doing that search makes complete sense, right? Because it's like, the way I would interpret that is she's hoping that it's not been long enough, right? That the answer would say that it's, 12 hours or who knows what, right? Of course she would have been completely frantic. We know she was frantic, and it maybe not thinking rationally, but that I can understand like how you might ask that question, wanting some hope, right? Wanting an answer that would give you some hope. So
No.
Was this the first time that morning after the defendant asked you to search that you searched that phrase?
Yes, it was.
And did you complete your search and get a result?
So I don't know what came up, because I think as I entered it, I think I misspelled things. And so then I think
You think you misspelled things, really? I mean, you just testified about your hands not working. That's a little bit different than a misspelling. But also, we know that you know, and I think the jury even knows that she knows she misspelled things, right? Anyway,
I tried a second search. And
ugh,
again, I don't think I even paid attention.
y'all, this is just so rehearsed, and it's a bit much.
So I think, I don't know what came up because I think as I entered it, I think I misspelled things. And so then I think I tried a second search. And again, I don't think I even paid attention to what came up because we were already on to the next thing. Karen was already moving and screaming about, the next thing to Kerry. Are they working on him? Is he dead?
Did the defendant move somewhere from the point when she first asked you to try to Google about hypothermia to something else?
She was next to me and then I think she took off. Like she kept kind of running off.
What did you do?
Hi, Fender.
I believe as they were I think I stood there, I believe as they were putting John into the ambulance, I went back kind of to the original spot where we had been talking to the police. And at that point, a new officer might have come because I remember talking to multiple officers there.
At some point, did you go back towards the area of Ms.
I
Margaret's
will
car?
say, as far as the ways she can look the least worst, this color is a good color for her. Just,
Yes, that's where I'm referring to. Sorry.
it kind of diminishes the severity of her sunken eyes.
Point. At some point, were you with the defendant when she spoke to an officer and a first responder?
Yes.
Do you remember if the first responder was a man or a woman?
I remember there was a woman right next to us. Yes.
Do you remember if that was before or after the defendant asked you to search about hypothermia?
I'd be guessing if I then don't.
Don't guess.
Mhm.
When the defendant was speaking to the first responder, the woman, were you there?
Yes.
Did you hear or do you remember the defendant saying?
Oh, I'm
to the
sure.
first responder?
Yep.
Yes.
What did she say?
Guarantee you.
She told the first responder, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
The other thing she did differently, look at her hair. Hair is different. So it had more like curl to it yesterday so that those layers in the front were like framing her jaw because we talked about that. And she made it straighter and it definitely looks, let me move this. Oh my God, this dude. Okay. Like it definitely looks, if this will move. Yeah, it definitely looks less bad. Like this is better. This is better. Yeah, I mean it's better than yesterday. There's definitely less to make fun of, I guess you could say.
Just wonder.
I wonder if there were. I mean, I'm sure that there were plenty of people talking about the necklace and the shirt, but I wonder if there were other people that also commented on the way that those face framing pieces were curled was not good. And anyway, yeah.
I was like startled, kind of like, what are you saying? What are you talking about?
Did you say anything to the defendant?
I think after the second or third time she was saying it, I was like, Karen, like, what are you saying?
Why were you trying to interrupt her?
Because I thought she was just talking crazy. And I'm saying, why is she saying she hit him?
Were you trying to look out for her?
Yeah.
Sustain.
Yeah.
I'll strike it. You can ask it differently.
What was your motivation for trying to
Were you looking out for her or trying to frame her?
interrupt the defendant making the statements to the first responder?
Karen was hysterical, irrational, kind of.
I'll move on.
Okay, I'm going to see counsel at type of just a minute.
Okay. One thing I will note is that there's probably a lot of people who are watching this, like, because we're just a little bit behind the court. I think there's people that are watching it live. But what I will say is this, that the timing is going to work out such that we should hit cross right when they go to lunch thereabouts, I would say. So then when people are looking to watch cross again, I think that'll work out really well. And then after that, we should be, by the time we get done with lunch, we should be live with court, if I timed it correctly.
Yeah. After you made the search at the defendant's request for an inquiry regarding hypothermia, did you have a chance to speak to the officers further?
Yes.
Did they ask you to do anything or go anywhere?
Yes. Officer Lang asked me to go into my sister's house and to wake them up.
And your sister's name again?
My sister, Nicole.
And that is the house you were in the night before?
Yes.
And after you spoke to the officer, they requested you go in to speak to your sister, did you?
Yes.
Was there any directive on what you should speak to your sister about?
No.
After the officers asked you to go into the house, did you? Do
Yes, I did.
you remember what door you went through?
Well,
Yes, I went through the front door.
this is weird. So I it's funny. He's asking better questions in a sense because he's getting more information. However, this question is weird because if there was the fact that there was no directive given, right? Okay, fine. But why would he want them to be woken up? Anybody? I mean, like, why else would he want them to be woken up? The only reason that it would make sense is if he either wants them to come outside or if they want to go and search the house, right? Why else would you wake them up? If they're just going to be left out of it, why would they need to be woken up? So,
Was the door locked?
Yes.
How did you get in?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said, was it unlocked?
No, I asked if it was locked.
Oh, sorry. It was unlocked.
As you're approaching the house, were there any lights on?
No.
Was it dark?
Yes.
Any sign of any movement inside the house before you went in?
No.
Take us through walking through the front door. What happens?
So I went in the front door. I opened the door. I walked up the stairs into their hallway, and then I think I knocked on their door.
Bedroom door?
Their bedroom door. And then I opened the door. I went in and I walked over to the bed and I was like, Brian, Nicole, because
you did
I
it
was
3 times?
I was in a position where I felt like the world was going on around me. So much was happening. But I also was aware that I was just about to wake up 2 people that are sound asleep and they're going to see me standing over their bed and be startled, wondering, what am I doing here?
So what happens?
So it took a minute or 2, and then Brian woke up and he immediately was like startled and was like, Jennifer, what's going on? What are you doing? And then I believe I tried the best I could to say what was going on. I think I said, we found John.
You don't need to describe
Okay.
again, but I want to know their reaction and your interaction with your sister and Brian Albert.
They woke up startled and confused.
Did you have a conversation with them?
Yes.
How long was that conversation?
Brief. They got up, got dressed. I spoke to them.
Did
And where
what?
did you go and where did they go?
Then all 3 of us went down the stairs.
The upstairs to the downstairs?
Upstairs to downstairs.
And
Yes.
upstairs is the
Dr.
second
Bob.
level, downstairs the first level?
Yes.
As you come down the stairs, can you see the front door?
Yes.
Is there anybody in the house?
Yeah, there's just so much that's bull here. I mean, I can't. I'm like, as I'm listening to this, I'm like, oh my god, but you can't pause it for everything, right? But like, there's a lot to comment on in this. Even though she's doing a lot better, it's like I feel like we're getting more information, and the more information is like things that I'm thinking about.
I saw Officer Lank.
In the house?
Yes.
Do
Agreed.
you know if he had been invited in?
I have no idea.
When you came down the stairs and saw Officer Lank, where was your sister and Brian Albert?
They were walking with me down the stairs.
Especially because she already said, oh my god, that pause, y'all. Especially because she already said that she thought he was dead, right? But she didn't say that she was going to tell them we found John dead. We found John, he's dead. It's just we found John.
Did you see whether or not the officer spoke with your sister and your brother?
He did.
Brother-in-law? I'm sorry.
He did. Yes.
Were you there during that conversation?
No.
How long was that conversation? Do you know?
Not sure.
Where did you go when the officer was speaking to your sister and your brother-in-law inside their home?
I was standing at the front doorway, and then my husband Matt had just arrived.
Your cat McCabe.
I started talking to Matt, and almost immediately, Officer Lang came, got Matt, and asked if he could talk to him outside.
At this point, I want to go back and show you some video. Have you seen video in this case before?
Yes.
I'd like to ask the court's permission to display Exhibit 4, and I'd like to walk through some of the video.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you kindly put on Exhibit 4.
It's on normal speed.
I'd like to start at 6:09:57.
Okay. At least they didn't play the whole thing like they did last time, where it's like 5 minutes of approaching the neighborhood or longer. That was so insane. Well, maybe I spoke too soon. I thought maybe it was going to be starting like when they're, yeah. Fast forward this, please. There we go. Why is it so skinny and wide? Was it like that last time? Very weird. Do y'all remember it being like that? Skinny and wide? Weird.
Ms. Gilman, if you can take us to the arrival at Fairview.
Take us there, Miss Gilman. Lead the way. Oh dear. To replace those windshield wipers. So they're not cut with mustard.
Could you stop there, please? Ms. McCabe, do you recognize this scene?
Yes.
Is that morning?
Yes.
The car directly in front of this dash cam, do you know whose vehicle that is?
Kerry Roberts.
On the left, we see somebody with a blue parka or jacket. Do you know who that is?
I believe that's me.
Can you continue to play, please?
Well, we see, I mean, dude, how could you? Okay. Hi, James. Do you go walking after midnight? I'm not sure what that's in response to, but I appreciate giving me that opportunity. By the way, James, I was commenting before you got here.
Can you stop there, please?
Blood in the snow.
Does that fairly depict your first interaction with law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you see the flagpole in that video?
Yes.
You do? Where?
And is that the area where
What?
you found John?
What are you, an owl?
Yes.
I'd like to move forward in the video if we
I'm
can.
sorry. What? How do you see? Okay, when he's playing it, but he had it stopped, and he's like, "Do you see the flagpole? Are you kidding me?"
Move forward to 6:14:45,
This is
please.
how Breenan says it, by the way. Law enforcement.
Could you stop there? Can you identify people on that video from right to left, if you can?
Can you?
I don't know the officer. That's myself. I believe behind me, that's Miss Reed.
And this is about, let me get the time correctly. 6:14:47. And do you know where John is at this point?
Are they lifting him to the left?
Could you continue?
Are
please, Ms.
they?
Gilman?
She asked. Dude.
Could you stop there? The person all the way to the left near the flagpole. Do you know who that is?
I believe Carrie Roberts.
And is that the area where John was found?
Yes.
And that's at 6:15 a.m.? If you don't know, that's okay. Do you know what Miss Roberts was doing at 6:15 a.m.?
My guess is
I
that.
don't want you to guess.
That looks
I
like a dude, though. What?
Oh, no.
Okay. Now, you're over to the right. Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please.
Yeah, that's a dude. How is that Carrie Roberts? What is happening? That is definitely a dude right there. And that's who was to the left. Oh, boy.
Is that Carrie on the left?
Yes.
Oh, the ghost. That's Carrie. Dude.
Stop, please. On the right, do you see yourself?
Yes.
And which person are you?
I'm the one next to the one with the fluorescent yellow.
Is your back to us?
Yes.
To the right in yellow. Do you know who that is?
I don't.
Continue, please. Continue.
You know, really, do y'all notice she's putting the baby blankets away? They should have asked her to not do that, right? Because, I mean, they don't know anything about what happened, right? Law enforcement and first responders. That blanket would have evidence, right? Be it like just thinking it through, right? Because that blanket, they were using that on John, so it would have blood, it could have hairs, right? You know what I mean? Like they should have been like, don't put that blanket back in your car. Like turn that shit over. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm just now thinking of that. I don't think I thought of that the first trial. I mean, first misstep right there. It's a Breenan thing. No one else says it, Bender. Now it's getting a great point, Candace. Thanks. Yeah. Oh, she's hitting an ice scraper. What? Taking the time to scrape her
Stop, please.
car.
Do you see the defendant move from the right to the left?
Right.
Yes.
Do you see the yellow jacket?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not that's the woman
Oh,
first
she does?
responder?
I believe so. Yes.
Do you know why the officer moved the defendant over from right to left?
I don't.
Okay, continue, please.
The easiest one to pick out is Karen, just because she doesn't have a hood or whatever. You can see her hair.
At that
Yeah.
part, is there a conversation between the defendant and the first responder?
Yes.
Are you listening?
Yes.
Continue. Stop. Do you see the officer that was with you in the group?
Yes,
Do you see him now turned away from the group speaking to somebody else?
I do.
Continue, please.
Dr. Bob is clarifying he's a doctor of physics, not a doctor of medicine. Dr. Bob, what did you make of that? Carrie putting the baby blanket back in her car. I think that's interesting to me.
Thank you. If you could
I
move
guess
ahead
it
to
makes sense for this
619,
case,
please.
but like, Jesus Christ. James, I can see you. Dude. I think everyone can see you because Dr. Bob just answered your question. So
Is that you, Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Is that Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Stop for a moment. Do you know at which point you went to the officer's car and sat in the back with Ms. Reed?
I believe it's right after this.
was it after midnight? After midnight. Great question from James for Dr. Bob. What, if anything, with physics can we alter about Brennan? They really need to replace those wipers. Mm-hmm. Person. What is that from, James? Am I supposed to know that? Bandit, I love you. Just saying.
Is that Ms. Roberts?
It's in
Yes.
across the Rainbow Bridge.
Stop, please.
It's from high school? What?
Was it before or after that moment that you sat with the defendant and Ms. Roberts stood outside the car and you prayed?
What is she doing?
I'm not exactly sure from
Okay.
that video.
That's fine. If we could move forward to 6:23:40, please.
She's looking over at the defense table there for a second. Can we see what we're, dude? Court. Can we see what's on the screen? There we go.
At this time, are you still with the defendant behind this car in some spot?
Yes, I am.
Is it during this time, 6:23 and 6:24, you tried to make those searches at the defendant's request?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you can move forward to 6:26:15.
Oh, is it that hot outside? Dude, it was like 40 degrees this morning. After midnight, morning will come. Oh, that's going to be stuck in my head for like ever. Huh. Oh, that's too bad, James. So you might still have to go into work, huh?
Pause, please. Ms. McCabe, did you see anybody returning to Ms. Roberts' car in that area?
Yes,
And who did you see?
I saw myself, and I'm standing
Bump it up a
outside
little
of the car
because we can't really
speaking
see
to
it.
Officer
A little
Lang.
clear
I
to
saw
me.
Carrie go up and near her car. I'm not sure if she went into it, and I saw someone walk Miss Reed into the car.
Is it around this time you have a conversation with Mr. Lang?
Yes.
And what does he tell you again around this time?
He's at this point, I think, asking me questions about what had happened. And then soon after, he asks me to go into my sister's house.
Ms. Gilman, if you can fast forward to 6:34:15, please.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. We love your nonsensical babbling, James. Makes sense here. Are you driving? Hopefully you're not the one driving.
Stop, please. You described that the house had no lights on. Is that a fair depiction of,
Yes.
the view?
Yes.
Do
Yeah,
you
I mean,
see a
it's
figure
like
walking?
oddly dark though, right? Like there's not even, it's weird, right? I mean, in most houses in a neighborhood like this, right, they're going to have like a light that they keep on, right? Like the way people do when they're asleep or on vacation, so that it doesn't look like it's a haunted house that where vampires live. I mean, you can tell, right? Like literally there's no lights. But it's odd. I mean, and I guarantee you, if you were to compare it to the other houses on the street, I guarantee you they all have like whatever, like floodlights or whatever on. You know what I mean? On the outside.
Up the driveway?
Not on this pause clip, but I did see it. Yes.
Let's play it and see if you can identify.
Yes, I can see myself walking up.
Where are you now?
It's
I'm walking up the
like
path to go up to the stairs.
doesn't that look odd, guys? Like it sticks out to me as odd. And I don't think I noticed that last year, but like it really looks odd.
Stairs into the house.
And this is at the request of Officer Lang?
Yes.
Now we should see some lights get turned on, because otherwise she would fall the fuck over in at that house, right? If it's pitch dark.
And you described first you went in and woke up
With
your
lights.
sister and brother-in-law?
You guys
Yes.
see lights?
Could we move forward to 6:39, please?
I don't see any lights yet. Okay, wait, nope, no lights yet. Wow. Great point from Fender. I don't see any lights.
Stop. And do you see something happen with the house at that point?
Yes.
And what happened?
Light went on.
I'll note 6:39:08.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
Well, wait, that's like the front. That's like, wait. That light was like the front door. Their bedroom is upstairs. If she went in and woke them up, wouldn't they turn their lights on? What is happening?
I'll note 6:39:08. Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
Huh. I hope that comes out on cross because I want to know more about that situation. Yeah, porch light.
After
Yeah,
first responders
exactly.
took John and you had gone
Porch light. So how the fuck did she see inside though? That's
to your
dumb.
sister's house, what did you do next?
Next, after
Did
Officer
she actually not go wake them up? I don't know. This is weird.
Lang spoke to my husband, Kerry Roberts. Her and I had a conversation. She was going to go pick up John's parents in Braintree. At first, I had told her I would go with her,
Thanks.
but then Officer Lang said that I needed to. One of us had to stay at Fairview to speak to the. I believe it was the state troopers that would be coming.
Did you stay at Fairview?
I did, yes.
What was your mental state at that point?
I will say this, given that these are very different questions than what we heard from Lolly, like he's asking very different questions. Again, I appreciate because we're getting different information, but that should mean we should see a very different cross, right? Because he's going to be following up on these new questions, I would imagine.
Again, I was in shock. The best way I can describe it is
Good
the
point.
feeling of I'm present and everything's going on around me, and I'm just trying to process and make sense of everything.
Did you speak to your sister about what happened?
Yes,
Did you speak to your brother-in-law about what happened?
yes.
And
How
were
the fuck did you get up the stairs in the pitch dark?
they giving you any comfort?
How
or
did you
support?
find your dude?
Yes, they were being very comforting and supportive.
They were comforting.
As you were waiting at Fairview, did anybody else come to the house?
Well, my husband, Matt, had arrived. A little while later, Julie Albert had arrived. She was
Now, if
dropping
he had a stupid phone with his flashlight, then that might have helped.
something off, and then Brian Sr. called her in.
Is Julie Albert the wife of Chris Albert?
Yes, she is.
And Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers.
Correct.
When she arrived, did you talk to her?
Yes.
Were you in a group? Were you talking to people privately?
No, we were all sitting around the kitchen table.
And why were you talking to everybody?
We were trying to figure out what had happened. They were trying to be supportive, trying to help me.
What was your move?
I think she did. Say,
I was extremely concerned. I was calling Perry, trying to get updates about John. I was worried about John, his family, about Kaylee.
yeah, but you already said you thought he was dead. You guys see what? There's a lot of problems here. Like, I know she's testifying a lot better. That's clear. But again, the more she tries to seem like a normal person and answer these questions, there's a lot of problems. I mean, I said the same thing earlier when she says from the on the 911 call, right? She says she thinks he's dead, like several times. And then it's like the whole thing where she's like, what did she say? Oh, that she told Brian and Nicole, like, oh, we found John, right? But not John's dead, or we found John dead, or whatever. And now here, like, updates on John. Something's not adding up with this, man. Tell
Were
you.
you talking to people privately?
No, we were all sitting around the kitchen table.
And why were you talking to everybody?
We were trying to figure out what had happened. They were trying to be supportive, trying to help me.
What was your move?
I was extremely concerned. I was calling Perry, trying to get updates about John. I was
Concerned about someone who's already dead, ma'am.
worried about John, his family, about Kaylee.
Being worried about the family is that makes sense, but like getting updates on John, I'm sorry.
But did you know whether John was going to live?
I had a very strong, I think deep down I knew that John was gone. But there's, until you hear it, I think there was
Okay.
that little bit
Yeah, that makes
of
sense.
hope
Brenda.
maybe.
I
Did
am
you,
John. I am
speak to
Dr. Bob.
anybody
I am staying live all day. I
but
am.
Kerry, who was not at the home that morning?
I believe I spoke, yeah, Miss Reed.
You had a conversation?
Yes, I spoke to her when she was in the ambulance.
Why is she confused? Is there a reason you ask specifically, Dr. Bob, out of curiosity? I'm going to bump it up to 1.5. So yeah, so this actually works out because we're going to be all caught up, I would think, probably after this lunch break, which they've been taking late lunches recently. But anywho, this was weird.
Of hope maybe.
Did you speak to anybody but Kerry, who was not at the home?
Okay,
that
we'll
morning?
be here.
I believe I spoke, yeah, Miss Reed.
You had a conversation?
Yes, I spoke to her when she was in the ambulance.
How else do you speak, dude?
Did you speak to her again later that day?
No, I think I texted her asking her for Carrie's number because I didn't have it.
Did you hear back?
No.
Did you ever speak to Miss Reed again?
No, I've never spoken to her again.
When you were trying to get information from Kerry and you were in Fairview, did anybody else other than the people you described arrive at Fairview?
Chris Albert, Brian Higgins showed up, and Chris Albert.
Did you know Brian Higgins?
I knew him as a friend of Brian's.
Did you see him at the waterfall that night before?
Yes, I did.
And after you arrived at Fairview that night, after leaving the waterfall, was Brian Higgins one of the people there?
Yes,
And did you talk about what had happened in front of Brian Higgins as well?
yes.
Of course you
Was
did.
there a group discussion?
I wouldn't say discussion. I would just say, like, for instance, someone would ask me a question because everybody this didn't make sense to anybody. Knew what had happened.
Oh, Lord.
And so was there a lot of questions about what you saw and heard?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier that you felt like you were in a state of shock. Did you feel like you were still in that state, or were things changing?
I wonder if she was told not to say
Little by
more.
little, as I sat there, I started things started coming back to me that had been said to me earlier.
Oh,
Did
I
something
know.
significant come back to you about what happened earlier, what you heard?
Okay.
Yes.
And what is that?
When Miss Reed stated to myself and the female, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
And did anything else over the course of that morning come back to you about that moment?
Lady was.
Throughout when I was still at Fairview or throughout the day.
Still at Fairview.
I believe that was maybe the main thing. I can't be sure what memories came back.
When you remembered the defendant's statements to the first responder, Did you decide to do something with that information?
Yes, Officer Lang had said if I, remembered anything or needed anything before the state, the state police came to give him a call.
Did you?
I did, yes.
And you knew Officer Lang?
I did, yes.
Were you comfortable calling him?
Yes, I was.
Did you tell him the information that you had remembered?
I just asked him to come back to Fairview.
Did he?
He did, yes.
When he came back, did you speak to him?
Yes, I did.
Were you with the group or were you alone?
No, I was with the group.
And did you tell him what you had remembered?
I did, yes.
How long did you stay at Fairview for?
I believe somewhere between 11:30. I'm being
I don't
approximate with my
know
times.
The thing is this, Breenan obviously is a much better attorney than Lolly, even though there's a lot of reasons that Breenan sucks in terms of his ethics and other things, but in terms of his, and of course there's also a ton of leading, but it's a low bar, right? But, what was I going to say about that? Right. That's where I was going, because he's doing a good job of making this seem normal and not nefarious, right? The group, he's using words to really minimize all this. Of course, we'll see what happens on cross. But he's doing a good job of making it seem like there was nothing nefarious going on, I would say. I do have EDB's app, Fender. Why do you ask?
Did, yes.
Yeah, the group.
How long did you stay at Fairview for?
I believe somewhere between 11:30. I'm being approximate with my times. Officer.
Right.
Proctor
Wally had
called me
that
from the state
before.
police.
Do you know how he got your number?
No.
Did you have a discussion with him?
He said he would like to come by and question me. And I'm not sure if he said at your house or if I said I need to go home because I had 4 kids at home that were still sleeping. And, I knew that I had to go home to them and eventually break this, news to them and comfort them. And I knew that was going to be a whole nother situation to deal with.
Did you speak to him on the phone before you went home or after?
A quick phone call. I'll see you at my house.
At that point, did you share any information with him?
No, not on the phone.
Did you return home?
I did, yes.
Do you remember about what time that was?
I'm going to say 11:30 or after. Approximate.
General?
General, yeah.
Okay. When you got back home, did you have a meeting or speak with Mr. Proctor?
I did, yes.
Was it a phone call or an in-person conversation?
He came into my house with Officer Buchanan.
Okay. Him and Trooper
Oh,
Buchanan.
boy.
Was there anybody else at your home?
My husband was home and my
Has the jury heard his name yet, Buchanan? I don't know that the jury's heard his name yet.
brother-in-law, Brian Albert, came over.
Did you speak to them?
Yes.
Did you tell them any additional information at that point?
The troopers or?
The troopers.
Yes. I know I had said what Karen had said to me, and then she had said I hit him. Could I have hit him? I told them how she showed up at my house. I just basically gave them the events of that morning.
At that point, did you mention anything about the defendant's broken taillight?
At that conversation, no.
Did they leave?
They did leave, yes.
At some point, did they reach out to you again or did you reach out to them?
At some point, I had another conversation with them a few hours later. I'm not sure if they called me or if I called them.
Do you know what generally the content of that conversation was?
Yes, I had remembered that Karen had told me about her taillight.
As you are processing that morning, are you trying to think and recreate the event or are you trying to put it out of your mind?
I couldn't get it out of my mind.
This is a smart strategy on his part, which is like really trying to make it seem like she's, a real human, right? That she's had this traumatic experience and she's still processing, and that's why new information is coming to her. I mean, again, he's really trying to normalize this and doing a much better job than Lolly.
While you were at home, did you receive any
I
updates
haven't
from
checked
anybody,
the app, but
Terry
I
Roberts or anybody about John?
Defender.
Yes, when I was still at the Alberts, Terry had given me word that John had passed. Then once I got home, I know different friends who were starting to hear.
Without content, were you receiving contacts, calls, text
Yes.
messages from other people?
Yes,
And were you reaching back out to other people?
some, yes.
At some point, did you go over to Meadows Road?
I mean, and
On
that's
Sunday, I did, yes.
Was Sunday the next day?
Yes, it was.
Why did you go over to Meadows?
Carrie and I went over with my daughter and her daughter
Mhm.
to see the family and to offer support and
Said
our
you-
sympathy.
You said you and Kerry. How did you get there?
Carrie picked me up.
They flew.
Prior to that evening, you and Kerry, you described, weren't friends or familiar.
Correct.
Were things changing?
Yes, rapidly.
When she picked you up, who else did she pick up with you?
My daughter, who was Kaylee's friend.
And was anybody else, or any of Miss Roberts' family in the car?
Yes, her daughter was in the car as
I
well.
guess she keeps looking at the jury.
Miss Roberts and your 2 daughters?
Yes,
You said you went to Meadows. Why
Yes.
did you go there?
to offer our condolences, sympathy, support, to be with the family. I love them.
So she actually, I mean, that I will say that was consistent. That when she said family, she looked over at the family.
Were they staying at Meadows?
They were at Meadows, yes.
When you went there that next day, can you describe the traffic and the people that were there?
Traffic.
There was a house full of family, friends, coworkers, loved ones. I mean, the car repairman, like anyone and everyone.
Did you ever see the defendant?
No.
While you're at the house, did you have a chance to speak to Miss O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
At some point that day, did you leave the house?
Yes.
Who did you leave with?
Carrie and my daughter stayed to be with Kaylee, and we left with her daughter.
Where did you go?
We were heading home, but then we ended up dropping off her daughter at her friend's house.
Now, who's her daughter?
Ca-
Don't give me a name. Carrie's
yeah.
daughter?
Carrie's daughter, yes.
Oh,
Is Carrie's daughter friends with any of the Lanks?
oh,
Yes,
that's
Carrie's daughter's good friends with Mike Lank's daughter.
When Ms. Roberts drove over to Mr. and Mrs. Lank's house, did you meet anybody?
Yes, her daughter, Carrie's daughter, went in the house,
Oh,
and Mrs. Lank came out. Her and Carrie are very good friends, so she came out to offer support
heard that.
and
We'll be here.
condolences.
Was it still cold outside?
Yes, it was freezing.
When she was offering her support, was she inside or outside of the car?
She jumped into the back seat.
During that time you spent with Officer Lank's wife, did you ever go into the house?
I have a faint memory. I think I went in and used the bathroom at one point.
When you were having a conversation with Mr. Lank's wife, were you talking about what had happened?
Yes, Carrie was just explaining the morning, the phone calls, the scene, things like that.
Were you trying to get any type of inside information or push the investigation in any particular direction?
No, I didn't speak much. It was mostly Carrie and Trish was just being a supportive friend to Carrie.
At some point, did you get together with Ms. Roberts and try to memorialize what you had saw or thought that morning?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Peg had asked Carrie to do a timeline. So Carrie came over and we were sitting down talking about it. And so my sister was there and she said that she would jot it down for us.
And so when you got together, it was at the request of Mrs. O'Keefe?
Yes.
When she made that request of you, asked you to do that, did you question why?
No, she wanted us to do it. So I did it.
Why?
She wanted us to remember and try to jot down everything we remembered so we wouldn't forget.
That's weird. That was a weird one.
Did you speak to officers further in the future?
Yes,
Can you count how many times you spoke with police or the interviews you had?
there were a lot, or a good amount, I should say.
At some point, did any of the police officers ask if they could take your phone and copy everything on it?
Yes,
Did you have any hesitation about that? Were you cooperative?
yes.
Why?
I wanted to help in any way I could.
May I approach?
Yes.
In your piece of paper, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's my signature.
You know what that document is?
Yes, it's the consent form that I signed from my phone.
I can use this as an exhibit.
Objection?
Yes, Your Honor, we can deal with it sidebar. I have no objection to the identification of it. We need to get it. I have no objection.
Okay, I'll see you.
Okie dokie. Yes, sidebar.
Thank you.
After that day when you met with Miss Roberts and you try to memorialize your memory about what happened,
Memorial.
after that day, have you discussed what happened that morning with other people?
Yes,
And have you discussed it with police over time?
yes.
I have no further questions at this time.
So shocking, right? That was, they didn't, holy shit. They didn't get into like a lot of stuff. I mean, they didn't go through her Google searches for Hosslong or her phone calls. They just simply they said, yep, that's you signed your thing for the phone. Interesting. Okay, so we're on to cross, guys. Woo! Let's go.
Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
When was the last time you spoke with Carrie Roberts before your testimony today?
She called me last night.
Oh boy.
What did y'all discuss?
So
She
wait,
asked-
so Jen called Carrie on her way to testify, and then Carrie called Jen the night before Jen testified. Great. That sounds great. Yeah.
Asked if my daughters were going to be staying home from school today because her daughter would possibly join them.
Are you
Did you
joking?
discuss anything having to do with your testimony?
Joking.
Not my testimony, no.
Did you discuss anything in that conversation with her prior testimony?
No.
Are you aware that she testified last week?
Yes.
Did you discuss anything after that, after she testified with her about her testimony?
No.
We know that through her testimony that you had a conversation with her the morning that she testified.
Yes.
Right? Did you discuss what you anticipated to be her testimony before in that conversation before she testified?
No.
Have you and Ms. Roberts
course you
ever
didn't say that.
discussed anything about either one of your testimonies, either in the last proceeding or in anticipation of this proceeding?
No.
So for the entirety of the last year, even though you both went through a proceeding last year where you both testified under oath and it was highly, highly publicized, neither one of you, your good friend Carrie Roberts and you, have ever discussed either of your testimonies between that time and this time.
No, we've discussed the case and we've discussed what happened that moment, the moments of the morning, but we have not discussed testimony.
Okay,
Yeah,
so let's break that down for a second. I'm talking
yeah.
about, because the timing matters. I'm just asking at this point, if you'll bear with me, just the year from last year at a different proceeding
Mhm.
to this year, you have discussed this case
Yes.
with Ms. Roberts,
Many times. Yes.
and you've discussed the specifics of her memory, which would be reflected in her testimony, correct?
We talked about what happened that morning.
So you were talking about what she remembers happening that morning, correct?
No, what happened that morning.
Okay, so
Oh
I'm not supposed to
God,
find a point on this,
really?
okay? But if you ask me what I had for dinner last night, it's my memory of what I had for dinner last night. Would you agree with that?
Sustained.
Did you talk about her perception of what happened that morning during the last year?
We've talked about what has happened. Yes.
Okay, so I'm trying to break it down between you and Ms. Roberts. You've discussed her perceptions and her memory of what happened, as well as, and separate and apart from, your memory and your perceptions, correct?
Correct.
So there have been circumstances in which you and Ms. Roberts have compared, by definition, what she remembers versus what you remember, correct?
I wouldn't say compare.
Now let's move to well, what would you say in terms of what you've discussed and why?
I would say that we've both talked about what we've discussed, but it wasn't like a comparison. We weren't comparing anything.
You've talked about what you discussed. What does that mean? Talked about your testimony?
No, we've discussed what happened that moment
Right.
and in those moments. So, when I got a phone call, and that's my story. I got a phone call in the morning, and then Carrie can say, yeah, I got a phone call as well.
As you said, that's your story,
Not my
correct?
story. It's
Those
the
were
truth.
yours.
It's the truth.
Okay. So for instance, when you got a phone call at 4:53 in the morning, Carrie Roberts wasn't there, correct?
Correct.
But you've discussed that with her.
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception of that, your memory of that phone call was, even though she was not recipient to and did not witness that phone call, correct?
I've told her about the phone call. Correct.
As well as many other details that she was not privy to personally, correct?
Correct.
Conversations that you've had, for instance, conversations that you claim you've had with Miss Reed, correct?
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception is of those conversations, or your memory was or is of those conversations with Miss Reed, correct?
Which conversations with Miss
Any
Reed?
conversations, just anything that she wasn't privy to. You've discussed that with her.
Some things, yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
And conversely, Ms. McCabe, obviously, she's also discussed certain perceptions and memories that she has about this case and the facts of this case as she recalls them, that you were not necessarily privy to, correct?
Yes.
Things that may have taken place outside your presence, correct?
Correct.
And you've talked about things, I'm sorry, she's talked to you about things, now I'm getting myself confused. Y'all have talked about things that were outside of her perception and outside of your perception, and you've shared those with each other.
We've shared our experiences. We've become very close. We both lived through a traumatic experience.
How many times would you say you and Ms. Roberts have discussed your individual perceptions of what you remember happening on the 28th or the 29th of January 2022? How many times?
It would be hard to put a number on
Yeah,
that. We talk about, it's hard. We're bonded. We talk about the trauma that we relive every day. Karen called us for help and we both answered the
I
phone.
mean, it was smart of Brennan to go this route of, again, making her seem less like a alien and go this route, like the trauma, the bonding, the experience, and she's really practiced this, right? Because instead of being defensive and combative, she's really, going this whole thing of like, I'm a victim too type of thing, right? In a way, and just, yeah. Interesting.
And that bonding is the glue that holds you two together. Is this case correct?
Yes.
So that
Yeah.
probably.
Oh, there's the eyes
by
though.
definition,
Oh, look at that. She's gulping. She's getting mad. Look at that pause. She's getting mad. Is she going to be able to rein it in? Oh boy.
is the foundation of
Oh,
many,
there-
many of your conversations.
Oh my God. Now we're seeing the real Jen come through.
we've grown into friends where we talk about many other
You can see it coming out, guys, right now. I recognize her.
things besides the case.
Sure, the movie you saw last weekend and what the kids are doing next week.
Yes, and yes, absolutely. We
Okay,
talk
so-
many different things, just like girlfriends do.
I'm just concerned with and asking you about the subject matter of this case and the details and the facts of this case. You two have probably talked hundreds of times, that's fair to say, about your individual perceptions, your respective perceptions of this case, correct?
This happened 3 years ago, and we've talked about it time and time again. This case has traumatized us, so
And
it's a huge
talking
part
about-
of our lives.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I believe it just traumatized our lives.
Okay. It would be impossible for you two to have had so many conversations about your respective perceptions of the details of that day without that influencing the other person, correct? You've somehow been influenced by Ms. Roberts's perceptions and her memories, correct?
I don't think I would say influenced.
Would you say that she's been influenced by your perceptions and your memories?
Objection.
Would you say that, Ms. McCabe?
No, I wouldn't.
Next question.
How many times have you met with anybody from the DA's office? And I'm just going to limit the time frame right now in anticipation of your appearance in this trial, yesterday and today.
I'd say roughly 4 or 5.
Can you give me a time frame when those 4 or 5 meetings were?
I don't have dates. I do remember at one point I met with Mr. Brennan. He was new to the case, so I went in and he introduced himself.
How long ago was that?
You call him Hank.
Weeks or months?
And maybe I can't give you a time frame. I'm sorry.
Do you think it was last summer?
No,
Do you think it was?
no, it was more recent.
Okay.
Yeah,
It wasn't in the fall of last year.
No,
It was in 2025 sometime?
I believe so.
You
Yes.
think it might have been February, January?
Again, I can't give you an exact. I'm sorry.
All right. I want to talk about the time frames of those conversations, and I'll ask you a little bit more about those conversations. So that was the first meeting that you had was with Mr. Brennan in anticipation of your testimony. What were the subsequent 4 meetings or so that you've had? With whom and approximately what time?
Okay, so another meeting with Mr. Brennan. Are you looking for who was
Sure.
there?
Who else
I-
was there?
I mean, can I give you a general answer? I didn't write down like every meeting who was there, but
course.
generally, okay.
Was Mr. Lally there?
During 1 or 2 of the meetings, he was. Yes.
Was Ms. McLaughlin there?
Yes.
Was there anybody else from the DA's office there?
The officer or trooper Tully was there at one. Trooper Buchanan was there at one. The witness advocates were there. And again, give or take the particular meeting.
Those are 2 meetings that you've talked about with Mr. Brennan and others. What about the third meeting?
No, I'm sorry. I was lumping a few of them together.
Sure,
I
understood.
apologize.
How many meetings would you have? Let's just start there. How many meetings have you had with Mr. Brennan and either staff or colleagues?
So after the first initial meeting, I
Right.
would say, again, I didn't write them down off the top of my head. I can think of 2 or 3 more after that.
Okay.
Excuse me, first initial one.
So that's either 4 or 5 meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues, Mr. Lally, Ms. McLaughlin, perhaps, Mr. Nelson, perhaps, the other employee of the DA's office, and Troopers Buchanan and Trooper Tully.
Correct.
Were you asked questions about at any of these meetings? I'm just going to lump them all together. Any of
Okay.
these 5 meetings. By the way, when was most recent?
Last night, I had a Zoom call in regards, I think the court asked them to,
Yes, I'm going
Yeah,
to
I-
stop you right there.
oh, okay,
I'm going to ask a different question, and if you don't mind, I'm just going to lead you through this question.
okay.
You had a conversation last night. I'm not interested in that particular conversation. That was for a very specific
Huh.
purpose. I'm asking you
Interesting.
about everything leading up to, but not including last night's conversation. Okay.
Okay.
So let's just leave that one out. You had, I think you mentioned either 4 or 5 other meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues and or law enforcement.
Yeah, and I might have, in the 5, included that one from last night.
Okay. Fair enough. Were you asked questions in those, we're just going to call it 4 meetings. Were you asked questions during those 4 meetings about your testimony at the first proceeding last year?
I reviewed I did review some of my testimony, yes.
In what format?
I
Paper
watched-
transcript or do
No, we just watched a little bit of it.
you watch your direct examination?
A little bit, yes.
Did you watch your cross-examination?
A little, yes.
Who cross-examined you?
You did,
That was me.
yes.
And did you watch the redirect or any part of it?
No.
Did you watch any part of any subsequent version of recross or additional questions that you were asked?
I don't believe so, no.
Was there a specific area that Mr. Brennan asked you to look at and review in terms of your direct or your cross-examination?
No.
Did you watch the entirety of the direct examination and the entirety of the cross-examination?
I do not believe so, no.
Were you questioned by Mr. Brennan following your review of that direct and cross-examination?
No.
So he didn't ask you any questions about any of your answers?
I don't, he showed me a dash cam and would ask me to point out who's this, who's that, a waterfall video, is this you? Is this somebody? Those were the type of questions that he asked me.
What about any discussion about your demeanor and how you performed
Oh, fuck!
in the last proceeding?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'll ask it a different way. What about your demeanor? I'm using probably a poor word, perform, how you came across, your demeanor in the last proceeding.
Sustained.
Wow.
Did you discuss changing your demeanor in
Wow.
any way, shape, form, or fashion from the last trial to, I'm sorry, the last proceeding to this trial?
Oh, shit.
From the last proceeding to this trial, was your demeanor ever discussed?
No, I was just told to slow down, answer the question,
Wow.
and answer it to the best of my memory.
Was there any discussion about talking about your background, for instance, your family and your children and being a sports mom, as you talked about in your direct examination?
No, I believe I did that in the previous one as well.
Was there any discussion about crafting your testimony in any way to suggest a softer approach?
Oh my God.
Was there any discussion about how to develop your testimony from beginning to end?
Sustained.
Did Mr. Brennan ask you about, or let me ask it a different way. Did Mr. Brennan take you through a series of questions, for instance, as almost a test run of questions that you might be asked either on direct examination or cross-examination?
No.
Did you practice your testimony with any member of the DA's office?
No.
Were there any sessions where you sat and were subjected to a cross-examination, like a fake cross-examination or a fake direct examination?
No, there
Anything
wasn't.
like that?
No.
What were the things that stand out in your mind? You said you had at least 4 meetings. How long was each meeting, by the way, ish?
The first meeting I think was fairly quick. It was just the introduction.
30 minutes, less than 30 minutes?
I don't want to give a time because I'm not sure,
Okay.
but it was fairly quick. Yes.
Okay. What about the second meeting?
Again, I don't know specific meetings, but I can tell you that there was a longer one where I did watch some dash cam video, look at different pictures, things like that.
What kind of pictures did you look at other than the dash cam video?
The pictures of John's house.
Okay. The same photos that we saw today?
Yes.
How long in total would you say all of those meetings were? Just taking them all together.
I really can't give you an estimate. I think the first one was fairly quick. The second one, one of them was a little bit longer, maybe a couple hours.
Okay. Then the third one, was that also a couple hours, or was that one fairly quick?
That was fairly quick, yes.
So fair to say between 2, 3, 4 hours total meeting times?
Again, I'd have to probably go back and look at the date and the time. I really can't give you a specific amount of time. I apologize.
Did Trooper Tully or Trooper Buchanan ask you any questions during the course of any of these meetings?
Regarding the case, no, but we did briefly talk about how my kids were, how their kids were.
But they didn't ask you any questions about your testimony, about the case, about your memories, about specific facts?
I do not believe so, no.
During any of these meetings, was anybody taking notes? Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. Lally, Mr. Brennan, any of the troopers?
No, I don't believe so.
So there was several hours worth of meetings with you, and nobody scribed any notes that you saw.
None that I saw, no.
And these meetings were not recorded?
I do not believe so, no.
Ms. McCabe, I'm going to ask you a series of questions about your family because I just want to make sure it's crystal clear who's who. You're married to Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
Your sister is Nicole Albert.
Yes.
Nicole is married to Brian Albert.
Yes.
It was Brian Albert's home that you were at 34 Fairview that you arrived at where John's body was found, correct?
Yes.
The same home where that late night gathering was on January 28th going into the morning of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
Would you consider yourself to be close with your sister Nicole and Brian?
Yes, very close.
Your families, it's not just you and Nicole, your whole families are close, correct?
Yes, we have a very close family.
How long have you known Brian Albert?
Since I was in kindergarten.
Wow.
You consider him, even though he is not blood related to you, you consider him family.
Yes.
In addition to Brian and Nicole Albert, you're also very close with Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
Yes.
Just to be clear, and I'm going to do this slowly,
Okay.
Brian Albert's younger brother is Chris Albert, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is married to Julie Albert.
Yes.
You consider Chris and Julie family even though there may not be a blood relation as well, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is a Canton Select Board member, is that right?
Now he is. Yes.
And the Canton, that's in Canton? I said Select Board member. Did I mention Canton Select Board member?
It is in Canton. Yes.
All right. Obviously, it's in Canton. The Canton Police Department reports to the Select Board, correct?
I'm not aware.
You're not aware of that echelon?
No.
Okay. You're aware that Brian Albert, your friend of, I'm not going to say how many years, but since kindergarten, was a Boston police officer.
Yes.
He had been a lifetime law enforcement officer for some 30 years before he retired recently, correct?
Yes.
He's a trained first responder, obviously.
Yes.
Brian Albert and Chris Albert have another brother named Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
Kevin Albert is a detective with a police department, correct?
Yes. I believe that's his title. I'm not
Which
100%.
Which police department is Kevin Albert associated with?
Canton.
And you've grown up in Canton your whole life, you indicated.
Yes.
Your entire family has grown up in Canton, correct?
Yes.
And you, Ms. McCabe, have 3 sisters. Nicole, we've talked about. You also have a sister named Shelley, is that right?
Michelle. Yes.
Michelle?
Mhm.
And Denise, who you mentioned in your direct examination.
Yes.
Nicole is also known by nickname, is that right?
Yes.
What is Nicole's nickname within the family?
Coco.
Does Shelley also have a nickname? Well, I guess Shelley is the
Yeah,
shortened
Shelley
name from
is.
Michelle, correct?
Yes.
What about Denise?
She's Dee Dee.
Dee Dee?
Yeah. Like
Okay.
Deedee.
Your father lives close by in a neighboring town, correct?
Yes.
Don't tell me the town, but it's relatively close to Canton.
20 minutes. Yes.
Okay. His name is Tom Weeks.
Yes.
There are, I'm not going to go through all of them right now because the family tree is getting large, but there are children, cousins, second cousins, nephews, aunts, uncles. There's a combination of familial relations within that set of folks that I just talked about, Chris and Brian and Nicole and you and Matt and the folks that we've just talked about.
Yes.
That family, that large family celebrates holidays together, I'm guessing.
We don't typically, celebrate with Kevin and Chris, but my family does. Yes.
Along with Brian, Albert, and Nicole.
Yes, of course.
Birthdays are celebrated within that family.
Yes.
Go on vacations together, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Gatherings like the one on the 28th.
Yes.
Special events.
Yes.
Spend weekends together.
Yes.
You mentioned a lot of sporting events. There's a lot of sporting events that y'all go to together.
Yes.
So it is very, very easy to see that it's an extremely close-knit family.
Yes.
And naturally, you're very protective of your family, as anybody would be.
Yes, I love my family.
You had also said that you knew, and your words, liked Karen Reed, my client, on the 28th of January, 2022, correct?
Yes.
But she very much is not family, correct?
Correct.
She certainly was not as important to you as your actual family, the Alberts, the McCabe's, the folks associated with them. Is that right?
Yes.
On January 28th, 2022, members of the Albert family and the McCabe family all went to a bar together, had drinks together that night. Waterfall, we've heard a little bit about that, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, you went back to your sister's house for the after party that we've heard so much about. That was at Brian Albert's house, is that right?
Yes.
You've been interviewed, I think you indicated multiple times, you didn't even give a number of how many times you've been interviewed by police in this case, is that right?
Yes.
Your family is connected to people at Boston Police Department. We just talked about that, Brian Albert, is that right?
Well, was a Boston police officer.
Right. So when I say connected, there's some familial or family or friendly connection to that police agency, Boston Police Department. It'd be Brian Albert in this case, correct?
The objection sustained.
There's also a connection to the Massachusetts State Police through your family, is that right?
Objection.
So define connection.
Julie and Chris Albert are very, very close to you. Right.
I'm close with Julie and Chris. Yes.
You're aware that Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney, is basically best friends with Julie.
No, I'm not aware of that. She's best friends with Julie's sister, Jillian.
Okay, so Courtney's best friends with Jillian, who's sisters to Julie,
Yes.
who's married to Chris, who's an Albert, who's the little brother of Brian Albert.
Yes.
That was pushed back from
And
this
Kent Police
last
Department.
year.
There's also some connections there as well, Kevin Albert being the most obvious of them.
Objection.
Yes.
I'm going to allow that. Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department?
Not with the department, but with Kevin Albert.
Right, who's a member of the department.
Yes, but my relationship's with him.
Understood. You've indicated that you've been interviewed by law enforcement agents associated with with Canton Police Department. That'd be Officer Lank.
Yes.
Can I
and
stop
also
you for a
good.
second and see Council at sidebar? Please?
Sure.
Oh boy. Okay. I have to say, I think it's those questions were brilliant about that, the demeanor and whatnot, because her answers there didn't really matter, and then they go to break. Or they take a break. Her answers there don't really matter. That's his way. That was brilliant. That was his way of letting the jury know. Oh, wow. Did they just go to lunch? Wow. That's his way of letting the jury know that, wow. Okay. That, she's changed a lot, that she's had a lot of coaching, and that her demeanor is not normally like this. That was
Julie and
brilliant.
Chris, correct?
Okay. Was that lunch or what? I mean, no, it can't be lunch. That was a long break. All right. All righty. Very interesting how Breenan didn't bring in her phone, the search or any of that. I wonder if that was I guess it's a strategy.
Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. When last we left off, we were talking a little bit about some of the familial connections that your family has with certain law enforcement agencies. We talked about Boston Police Department, obviously, Brian Albert. We talked a little bit about Massachusetts State Police and knowing friends of friends with regard to Chris and Julie, correct?
Yeah.
Knowing friends of Chris and Julie.
Friends of friends of Chris and Julie.
Is that your relationship?
With who?
I'd ask you about. I'll ask you a different question.
Okay.
A little bit vague. Courtney Proctor is friends with Julie's sister,
Yes.
and obviously Courtney also knows Julie and Chris, correct?
Sustained.
And there's also a connection to Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert. Is that right?
Yeah.
Can you answer that? Is there a connection? Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert?
Not with the police department, but Kevin Albert is Ryan Albert's brother,
Right. And Kevin works for whom?
the Canton Police.
Thank you. So you've been interviewed many times by different law enforcement agencies, be they Massachusetts State Police, Canton Police, or otherwise, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Those interviews have not just been over the period of weeks, it's been over the period of weeks and months and even years since this occurred, correct?
Yes.
You were contacted by another law enforcement agency that was not Massachusetts State Police and not Canton Police Department at one point in April of 2023. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about that series of interview or that interview. You were contacted at your residence by these members of this law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
Later that same day, you did sit down with those same law enforcement officers for a formal interview.
On that,
same day that you were contacted by them, they also went into your home and actually interviewed you, correct?
yes, it was brief.
All right. Those law enforcement officers identified themselves as being associated with an agency that is not Massachusetts State Police. You understood
Oh my God, is it
Yes.
that? You
that?
understood that they were not involved with Canton Police Department either,
Oh
correct?
my God.
Completely separate agency. Is that right?
Yes.
During the course of that interview, those officers informed you very specifically, Ms. McCabe, that it is a crime to lie to them, even during an interview, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Those law enforcement officers informed you that they were investigating certain circumstances attendant to John O'Keefe's death, correct?
They were very vague on what they
Okay.
were.
Understood.
I don't know what they were investigating.
But you did understand that it was having something to do with your involvement
Wow.
at 34 Fairview on January 28th, 29th, 2022.
Objection.
As a witness or otherwise?
Objection.
Sustained as to certain terminologies.
Sure. Let me see if I can rephrase that, Ms. McCabe. You were aware of the subject matter
So
of their interview, right? They weren't interviewing about a car you bought last year, correct?
the long
They
stop
were interviewing you basically about what you're testifying to
makes a
here.
lot more sense
correct?
now, because they had to talk about how they're allowed to. They did not go this. They didn't fly this close to the sun last time on this. But again, the nature of the investigation has changed. So I wonder if that's why they're allowed to do more.
First spoke with them, the conversation was pretty vague.
But the subject matter, vague or specific, was about this subject matter.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
Interesting.
They first contacted you telephonically, called you on the phone. Is that right?
Actually, they walked up to my car.
They walked up to your car.
Yes.
Okay, that was the very first introduction, correct?
Yes.
At that point, they had not identified themselves,
They
correct?
didn't know.
All right, and at that point, you told them that you were not Jennifer McCabe. They asked you who you were, and you said, I'm Nicole.
I thought they were like selling something. So I was like, oh, no, I'm not the homeowner.
That's not the
Fair
question.
enough, fair enough. However,
He's fine with it.
after they said sorry, after you said, I'm not Jennifer McCabe, you walked into the house, they then called you on the phone.
Yes,
They were
correct.
still sitting outside your house.
I don't know where they were, but they did call me.
They were close by.
I'm not
Wow.
aware.
Well, the call came almost immediately after you walked back in the house, correct?
I'm not sure how much time had passed.
Give me an idea. It wasn't an hour. It was
No, it was
5 to 10
soon
minutes.
after. I'm just not sure. I can't tell you where they were located. I'm sorry.
okay. They told you that they would, at that point, they identified themselves as being law enforcement agents, correct?
When they called me, yes.
And they told you at that time that they were not with Canton. You knew at least they were not with Canton Police Department. They were not troopers with Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And they told you that they would like to have an interview with you. They'd like to have a sit down talk with you, correct?
Yes.
And you told them that you would be willing to submit to an interview, but you needed about 10 minutes to get ready, correct?
Yes.
You ultimately did allow them into your home, and you did sit down for a formal interview with them, correct?
Yes. Brief, but yes.
And it was during that formal interview inside the home that it was explained to you that it would be a crime for you to lie to them on any material issue, correct?
Yes.
During the course of your interview, your husband, Matt McCabe, came home. Is that right?
Yes.
As these law enforcement agents continue to question you, as law enforcement officers continue to question you at some point, you inform them that you did not feel comfortable with any further questioning and you suspended the interview, correct?
Yes.
Before leaving, however, those same law enforcement officers asked you if you had contacted anyone in those 10 minutes when you indicated,
Oh
I
my
need 10
God.
minutes to get ready, between the
Oh,
time they
no.
called you and the time that they showed up
Oh,
inside
wow.
your house, correct?
Yes.
You told them
Oh,
that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe,
Yes.
which is why he came home, right?
Yes.
And you told them that you had called Carrie Roberts before they interviewed
oh
you,
my
correct?
God.
At that moment.
I'm not 100% sure, but if you have it,
Oh my God.
it seems like something I would do, but if you have it, could show me.
Absolutely.
Oh my God. I certainly hope he can get her rattled so the jury can see the real her. That'd be
I have
awesome.
just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Wow. Wow. So here's what I think happened. I think Breenan opened the door by asking her questions about her relationship with Carrie and when they spoke and whatnot. And that's allowing him to get into this. And like, just how much do they talk about this stuff at certain times? Interesting. Wow.
First, I'm going to ask you, Ms. McCabe, if you recognize that as being a report of that interview, just generally. Yes, ma'am.
It appears to be, yes.
May I approach the witness stand and stand by the witness stand for a couple of questions?
Yes.
I can have that.
Sure.
I want to direct your attention, if I may, for court counsel, page 3 of 4, starting at the second to the last full paragraph, going into page 5, top full. I'm sorry, page 4, top full paragraph.
Okay.
You could review those two paragraphs, read these to yourself, and then look up and let me know when you're finished.
I wonder if she was prepared for this. It seems like maybe not. And I'll tell you what, that's one thing that he can do, right? If he can ask her stuff about stuff she didn't get to prepare for, it's gonna be a lot harder for her to keep her demeanor the way that she's been coached. You know what I mean? It's gonna be a lot harder when she didn't practice the answers along with the demeanor.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Wow.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I'm definitely getting that vibe.
Okay.
Reenan opened the door, I think, guys. I think that's what happened there.
In reviewing those paragraphs, refresh your recollection as to whether or not, as to what you told those agents initially. I'm sorry, what you told those officers initially from that other law enforcement
Oh
agency.
shit, he said agents.
About who
Oh,
you contacted in that 10-minute interval.
He said agents.
Yes, I told them.
And
Right.
you told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe,
Yes,
and Carrie Roberts.
correct.
I want to stick with that for just a quick second. One of the first calls you made after being contacted by these other law enforcement officers from a different agency, one of the first calls you made was to Carrie Roberts. Is that right?
She was the first one.
That's what I'm asking. One of the first two calls you made, your husband,
Right.
come home, there's law enforcement outside my door, I'm guessing is what you said, correct?
I don't remember my exact words now, but I did ask him to come home. Correct.
And
Yes.
Carrie Roberts.
Okay. Yes.
You wanted to let Ms. Roberts know that you had been contacted by certain officers from a different agency, correct?
I was curious if they had already been to her.
Nod.
That was my next
Oh,
question.
yeah.
You also wanted to find out had these law enforcement officers
Yeah.
from this different agency contacted her, correct?
Yes, because typically if
I
you
just
enter
asked
our
yes or no.
town, she's.
Ms. McCabe, yes or no?
Oh, sorry. I was just trying to
That's okay.
explain. I'm sorry.
Is that why you contacted her, to find out if in fact they had contacted her before you? Yes or no?
Yes.
And you also wanted to find out what she told them, if she had been contacted by them, correct? That was your motive in calling her.
No.
So you just wanted to find out, had she been contacted? But
Yes.
if she had said yes, you weren't going to say, and what the hell did they say? What did they ask you?
Well, I can't say what I would have asked her, but I know I was calling to see if they had been there. Yes,
That was
is
your
correct.
that was your intent.
I called to ask her if they had been there. Yes.
So that was your intent. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Your motive in calling Carrie Roberts at that moment before your interview was to ensure that your story would line up with her story, Ms. McCabe. Isn't that right?
No, that is not.
You wanted to find out if she had talked to these particular law enforcement officers and what she had told them, so that your story could somehow align, or it could inform how you responded to questions that they asked you. Isn't that true?
That's not true. We both know what happened. We don't have to have a story. There is no story. There's what happened, and that's
So,
it.
So if that's true, Ms. McCabe,
Mhm.
you have no reason to call Carrie and ask her if she had been contacted by these law enforcement agents, because it's just the truth, correct?
We're going through this whole experience together. We
Oh,
call each other about everything.
There would
That's
be no
nothing
reason
more
to
than
ask.
that.
So
I'm
let her
sorry.
let her finish her answer. Go ahead, Ms. McCabe, you can finish that.
There's nothing more than me calling and saying, hey, did they come to your house? That's what we did when the media showed up, when Miss Reed's private investigator showed up. We just give each other the heads up, hey, somebody's coming, because we're just like normal moms. We're not used to this.
And that's helpful in making sure that the stories she tells are consistent with the stories you tell to different law enforcement agencies, correct?
No, we are not telling stories.
So let her finish. You said no what?
I said, no, we're not telling stories. We don't have to compare.
And if in fact what we were telling you is just the truth, there would be no reason for you to inquire about who's contacted her when. There'd be no reason.
There's no inquiring. It's like when when the ice cream truck was at the street next door and I'm saying, did the ice cream truck come? It's really that simple.
So you asked a question,
Not about ice cream truck.
an argumentative question, and she responded in kind. Next question. Mr.
Thank you.
Jackson.
You also testified in your direct examination, staying with Ms. Roberts for just a second, about a timeline that you and Ms. Roberts put together, correct?
Yes.
That's another example of the two of you talking about your own perceptions and comparing and contrasting those perceptions and putting it down on paper, correct?
No,
Yes or no?
it's a no. Can I explain or no?
I'm sure Mr. Brennan will have follow-up questions.
Wow.
After you gave that answer to those law enforcement officers at that separate law enforcement agency, they asked you, was there anyone else that you contacted in that 10-minute period before we got a chance to talk to you? And your answer was no, correct?
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
It wasn't a lie. No.
Was it true? Was it the truth or a lie?
It wasn't a lie.
Okay, so it was the truth. You had not spoken to any other person between the time they contacted you telephonically and you said, I need 10 minutes, and then they came in the door. During that part of time, you didn't talk to anybody else or contact anybody else other than Matt McCabe, Carrie Roberts. Now you're testifying that was a true statement. Yes or no, ma'am?
I can't answer that yes or no.
It's pretty binary. Had you talked, well, let me ask you this. In point of fact, you did talk to other people. That you contacted others in addition to Matt McCabe and Carrie Roberts, correct? Yes or no?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So when you said no to the answer, did you contact anyone other than Matt and Carrie? That would be, by definition, Ms. McCabe, a lie. Correct?
No.
It's not a lie? Is there some shade of lie that I'm not aware of?
It's the way you're asking the question. If
Okay,
I
let
could
me ask it a
explain,
different
if
way.
I could explain,
Let me ask it
it
a
will
different
make
way.
more sense to you.
The agents asked you, let me go over this one more time, then I'm going to move on. The agents
Okay.
asked you, in fact, did you contact anyone between the time we called you and set up the interview and the 10 minutes before we walked in the door? They asked you that question, correct?
The objection sustained. Watch the choice of language.
I'm sorry. I meant the law enforcement agency. That law enforcement agency, the members of that law enforcement agency contacted you.
Mhm.
Sorry. They asked you who you had contacted between the time they first telephoned you and walked in the door 10 minutes later, right?
Correct.
Okay. Data point number one. Data point number two, you told them Matt and Carrie, correct?
Correct.
You had actually contacted, they then asked you, did you contact anyone else other than Matt and Carrie, correct?
Correct.
And you said no. Is that correct?
At that moment, I said no. Yes.
Correct. At any moment.
No, at that moment, because they had just come in my house.
I asked you,
Only one person can talk at a time.
you said the word no.
She
correct?
was finishing her answer.
Wow.
I had said no because I was in a situation where there are two officers from a different agent had come in, were asking me questions, or they had said, can I come in and ask you questions? At first, I thought they were selling something. Then they identified themselves. I just dropped my kids off at school. Going to be completely honest, I hadn't brushed my teeth. So I kind of made some phone
Objection, Your Honor.
calls.
This is
That-
non-responsive.
that's, so next question. Mr.
Thank you.
Ferguson.
Ms. McCabe,
Mhm.
after you said no, that you hadn't contacted anybody else,
Mhm.
those two law enforcement officers from that separate agency who had told you it was a crime to lie to them, they left, correct?
Yes.
Subsequent to that, Mr. McCabe, your husband,
Objection.
Sustained.
they left you their card so you could call them if need be, correct?
Yes, they did.
And you, in fact, did call them back, correct?
Yes, I did.
Without telling me the content of the conversation you had, did you have a conversation with Mr. McCabe?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you call him back and say, I'm calling you back because my husband told me
Objection.
that I lied to you and I better clear that lie up?
So sustained. Jurors, remember I told you before that only answers to questions are evidence? Be mindful of that.
They were
Next, yes.
Y'all, I have so many thoughts. I need to hear this again. I have so many thoughts on what's going on here. This is crazy in a lot of ways, guys.
After you gave that answer
Okay.
to those law enforcement officers at that separate law enforcement agency,
He's saying agency on purpose. We'll talk about it here in a sec.
they asked you, was there anyone else that you contacted in that 10-minute period before we got a chance to talk to you? And your answer was no, correct?
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
It wasn't a lie. No.
Was it true? Was it
I-
the truth or a lie?
It wasn't a lie.
Okay, so it was the truth. You had not spoken to any other person between the time they contacted you telephonically and you said, I need 10 minutes, and then they came in the door. During that part of time, you didn't talk to anybody else or contact anybody else other than Matt McCabe, Carrie Roberts. Now you're testifying that was a true statement. Yes or no? No?
I can't answer that yes or no.
It's a pretty binary. Had you talked, well, let me ask you this. In point of fact, you did talk to other people. That you contacted others in addition to Matt McCabe and Carrie Roberts, correct? Yes or no?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So when you said no to the answer, did you contact anyone other than Matt and Carrie? That would be, by definition, Ms. McCabe, a lie. Correct?
No.
It's not a lie? Is there some shade of lie that I'm not aware of?
It's the way you're asking the question. If
Okay,
I
let
could
me ask it a
explain,
different
if I could explain,
Let me ask
it
you a
will
different
make
way.
more sense to you.
The agents asked you, I'm going to go over this one more time, then I'm going to move on. The agents asked you, in fact, did you contact anyone between the time we called you and set up the interview and the 10 minutes before we walked in the door? They asked you that question, correct?
The objection sustained. Watch the choice of language.
I'm sorry. I meant the law enforcement agency.
What did he
That
say?
law enforcement
Hold on.
agency asked you. I'm going to go over this one more time, then I'm going to move on. The agents asked you, in fact, did you contact anyone
Oh,
between the time we called you
okay.
and set up the interview and the 10 minutes before we walked in the door? They asked you that question, correct?
The objection sustained.
Watch the choice of language.
I'm sorry. I meant the law enforcement agency. That law enforcement agency, the members of that law enforcement agency contacted you.
Mhm.
Sorry, they asked you who you had contacted between the time they first telephoned you and walked in the door 10 minutes later. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Data point number one. Data point number two. You told them Matt and Carrie. Correct?
Correct.
You had actually contacted. They then asked you, did you contact anyone else other than Matt and Carrie? Correct?
Correct.
And you said no. Is that correct?
At that moment, I said no. Yes.
Correct. At any moment.
No, at that moment, because they had just come in my house.
I asked you,
Only one person can talk at a time.
you said the word no.
She
correct?
was finishing her answer.
I had said no because I was in a situation where there are two officers from a different agent had come in, were asking me questions, or they had said, can I come in and ask you questions? At first, I thought they were selling something. Then they identified themselves. I just dropped my kids off at school. Going to be completely honest, I hadn't brushed my teeth. So I kind of made some phone
Objection, Your Honor.
calls.
This is
That-
unresponsive.
that's, so next question. Mr.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe,
Mhm.
after you said no, that you hadn't contacted anybody else,
Mhm.
those two law enforcement officers from that separate agency who had told you it was a crime to lie to them, they left.
Yes.
Subsequent to that, Mr. McCabe, your husband,
Objection.
Sustained.
they left you their card so you could call them if need be, correct?
Yes, they did.
And you in fact did call them back, correct?
Yes, I did.
Without telling me the content of the conversation you had, did you have a conversation with Mr. McCabe?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you call them back and say, I'm calling you back because my husband told me
Objection.
that I lied to you and I better clear that lie up?
So sustained. Jurors, remember I told you before that only answers to questions are evidence? Be mindful of that.
They were
Next, yes.
Okay, wow. Let's see what happens, and then we're going to talk about this. Interesting. Okay, it doesn't look like it's that long.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. You ultimately called these officers back, correct?
Yes.
And you explained to them that you had been untruthful with them, correct?
I explained that I had forgotten to mention a couple of people that I had reached out to.
You had forgotten. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
You had forgotten. You remembered Matt and you remembered Carrie,
Mhm.
but you had forgotten the others that you had just contacted maybe 30 minutes before.
Yes.
There were 5 people that you contacted. weren't there?
Wow.
I contacted Matt.
Let's go through them.
Yeah.
Yes, no. You know
I
them?
know 4 off the top of my head.
Okay, let's go through them.
Okay.
You contacted your husband, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Peggy O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Then, Ms. McCabe, you contacted the district attorney's office, correct?
My witness advocate.
The district attorney's office.
My witness advocate who works
Miss-
for the district attorney's
Thank you,
office.
Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
And you also left out that you contacted Brian Albert himself, correct?
Yes, my brother-in-law.
For some reason, your brother-in-law, who's the 30-year Boston police detective, correct?
Yes.
And on whose lawn John O'Keefe was found dead or dying,
Objection.
I'll allow that.
correct?
Yes.
For some reason, you did not want these officers to know that you had communicated specifically with Brian Albert, the homeowner, just before you talked to them, correct?
No, incorrect.
There was some reason that was important enough for you to lie about that, even though you had been admonished that it's a crime to lie about that to those officers, correct?
Incorrect. I didn't lie to them. I had forgotten who I had called.
And all of a sudden, you had an epiphany right after they walked out the door?
Yes. Matt said, who have you spoken to?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. It's out. You're not to go any further. Mr. Jones.
Ms. McCabe, I want to draw your attention to January 28th. You had gone out drinking with your family at the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
I went with my husband and met my sister. Yes.
And met the other family, correct? The other family members, meaning
My niece.
Matt McCabe, Nicole, Chris, Julie, Caitlin, correct?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned Tristan was there as well.
Yes.
You were later joined by Nick and Karina Kolakithis. Is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, Brian Higgins showed up
Yes.
and Brian Albert showed up.
Yes.
You previously indicated that Caitlin's boyfriend, Tristan, left early for whatever reason. He had errands to run or had to get to bed early for some reason. Is that right?
He left before us. Yes.
So he didn't stay through the shank of the evening.
Through the what?
The shank of the evening, through the course of the evening.
Oh, okay. Mhm.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, at the waterfall, John O'Keefe and Miss Reed showed up as well.
Yes.
You didn't see any tension at all between John O'Keefe and Karen that night, did you?
No, I didn't.
They appeared to be getting along,
Yes.
sort of a normal couple having a nice evening out together.
Yes.
Neither John nor Karen Reed appeared drunk or inebriated, out of sorts.
No, I wouldn't categorize them as drunk or inebriated.
And not
But again, I don't know what the definition of drunk is.
well, that's a fair statement. I'm
Yeah.
not asking for their BAC, but they didn't appear to be stumbling around, falling all over themselves and sloppy drunk, correct?
No.
Out of control, nothing like that.
No.
Okay. You did see Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at a high top table sort of together through the course of that evening, correct?
Oh boy.
We were all kind of around like a long high top table.
And John O'Keefe, and as you look at I'm going to use the perspective of the video that we've seen. That
This is so insane.
John O'Keefe and Miss Reed were sort of further off in the corner, closer to the bar rather than to the tables, correct? Along with the Kolakithis and those, and you, as a matter of fact.
Yes.
Have you
At
not
different
watched
times, everyone was kind of moving around. I spent the majority
You
of
guys.
the time that Karen and John were there speaking with Karen.
This is crazy. So Fender, I think you haven't seen this. This is okay, I'm going to back this up. This is a lot because I didn't realize. So Fender just got back and you said your friend's going to come hang out. That would be amazing. I have a lot of thoughts on what's going on here. Let's back this up. Let's go back to after they come back from here. Let's see. Okay, hold on.
Julie and Chris, correct?
Sustained.
And there's also a connection to
Okay.
the police
Yeah,
department.
yeah. Okay,
So,
let's listen to
Kevin
this.
Albert, is that right?
This is crazy.
Can you answer that? Is there a connection? Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert?
Not with the police department, but Kevin Albert is Brian Albert's brother,
Right. And Kevin works for whom?
the Canton Police.
Thank you. So you've been interviewed many times by different law enforcement agencies, be they Massachusetts State Police, Canton Police, or otherwise, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Those interviews have not just been over the period of weeks, it's been over the period of weeks and months and even years since this occurred, correct?
Yes.
You were contacted by another law enforcement agency that was not Massachusetts State Police and not Canton Police Department at one point in April of 2023. You remember that?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about that series of interview or that interview. You were contacted at your residence by these members of this law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
Later that same day, you did sit down with those same law enforcement officers for a formal interview.
On
On that same day that you were contacted by them, they also went into your home and actually interviewed you, correct?
yes, it was brief.
All right. Those law enforcement officers identified themselves as being associated with an agency that is not Massachusetts State Police. You understood that.
Yes.
And you understood that they were not involved with Canton Police Department either, correct?
Correct.
Completely separate agency. Is that right?
Yes.
During the course of that interview, those officers informed you very specifically, Ms. McCabe, that it is a crime to lie to them, even during an interview, correct?
Yes.
Those law enforcement officers informed you that they were investigating certain circumstances attendant to John O'Keefe's death, correct?
They were very vague on what they were.
Understood.
I don't know what they were investigating.
But you did understand that it was having something to do with your involvement at 34 Fairview on January 28th, 29th, 2022. As a witness or otherwise?
Sustained as to certain terminologies.
Sure. Let me see if I can rephrase that, Ms. McCabe. You were aware of the subject matter of their interview, right? They weren't interviewing about a car you bought last year, correct?
Correct.
They were interviewing you basically about what you're testifying to here, correct?
When I first spoke with them, the conversation was pretty vague.
But the subject matter, vague or specific, was about this subject matter.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. They first contacted you telephonically, called you on the phone. Is that right?
Actually, they walked up to my car.
They walked up to your car.
Yes.
Okay, that was the very first introduction, correct?
Yes.
At that point, they had not identified themselves, correct?
They didn't know.
All right, and at that point, you told them that you were not Jennifer McCabe. They asked you who you were, and you said, I'm Nicole.
I thought they were like selling something. So I was like, oh, no, I'm not the homeowner.
Fair enough, fair enough. However, after they said, sorry, after you said, I'm not Jennifer McCabe,
Mhm.
you walked into the house, they then called you on the phone.
Yes,
They were
correct.
still sitting outside your house.
I don't know where they were, but they did call me.
They were close by.
I'm not aware.
Well, the call came almost immediately after you walked back in the house, correct?
I'm not sure how much time had passed.
Give me an idea. It wasn't an hour. It was
No, it was
5 to
soon
10
after.
minutes.
I'm just not sure. I can't tell you where they were located. I'm sorry.
okay. They told you that they would, at that point, they identified themselves as being law enforcement agents, correct?
When they called me, yes.
And they told you at that time that they were not with Canton. You knew at least they were not with Canton Police Department. They were not troopers with Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And they told you that they would like to have an interview with you. They'd like to have a sit-down talk with you, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you would be willing to submit to an interview, but you needed about 10 minutes to get ready, correct?
Yes.
You ultimately did allow them into your home, and you did sit down for a formal interview with them, correct?
Yes. Brief, but yes.
And it was during that formal interview inside the home that it was explained to you that it would be a crime for you to lie to them on any material issue, correct?
Yes.
During the course of your interview, your husband, Matt McCabe, came home. Is that right?
Yes.
As these law enforcement agents continue to question you, as law enforcement officers continue to question you at some point, you informed them that you did not feel comfortable with any further questioning and you suspended the interview, correct?
Yes.
Before leaving, however, those same law enforcement officers asked you if you had contacted anyone in those 10 minutes when you indicated, I need 10 minutes to get ready, between the time they called you and the time that they showed up and came inside your house, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe,
Yes.
which is why he came home, right?
Yes.
And you told them that you had called Carrie Roberts before they interviewed you, correct? At that moment.
I'm not 100% sure, but if you have it, it's not, it seems like something I would do, but if you have it, could show me.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay. This is insane. So yeah, Fender, I did know how early Cross started. I was shocked. I mean, I was thinking maybe Cross wouldn't start until after lunch. This is insane. So this is the feds. I have a lot of thoughts here. So basically, I'm going to pause it. I talked about this entire time so far with this trial, right? How the whole thing about the first trial being brought up and whatnot, right? Remember how that was brought up the first time, like, who was it where they started getting really comfortable with that? It might have been Nuttall. It was really early on. And it was with Jackson. And I was like, he seems to not be trying to hide that, right? Because there was times where he would say, like, at first it started this way. At first it started with prior proceedings. But then when it was the grand jury, he would differentiate, right? And say, oh, the state grand jury or a grand jury, he would say grand jury. But then when it wasn't, he would say the prior proceedings. And then it turned into the first trial thing, right? And I don't think Brennan has done that. But it became, I started saying this, guys, right? Some of you guys probably heard me. Like, I was like, I think that the defense either A, doesn't care if the jury knows there was a first trial, B, maybe accepts that they already probably knew that anyway, but then C, that even if they didn't, it almost seems like they want the jury to know. I didn't really understand why, but now it's making more sense. And here's what I think is going on, because a similar thing is happening here. Notice that he's been saying agents instead of law enforcement officers, and he's being really clear: third party, not the Massachusetts State Police, not Boston PD, not Canton PD. It's another entity, and he says agents. I don't care who's on that jury. When they hear agents, you know what they're thinking? What do you guys think they're thinking? Because I know what I think they're thinking. They're going to be thinking the FBI. And what the jury is hearing is that all of them were interviewed. The whole shebang, all the McAlberts were interviewed by the FBI. So not only is this going to be going towards obviously her credibility and Carrie's credibility and the rest of them's credibility and the third party situation, right? I mean, the fact that they all had to talk again, right? That whole thing, they all had to talk again. So Brennan did this whole thing and he did a good job, right? For what it is, of like, they were just all together and they're just family. And they're just, leaning on each other for support and and okay, the way he did it was well done to where if it was only that one time, I think the jury could buy that. However, when she made these phone calls, and I'm going to explain why. When she made these phone calls to all of those same people in the 10 minutes, when they told her like not to or whatever, and asked her and it's twice, it's not a coincidence anymore. But here's why I think they're doing it. And here's the thing, right? Like, I think Breenan flew too close to the sun. I don't think they would have been able to get into this, but for Breenan really trying to normalize and downplay the whole thing with Carrie. I think Breenan opened the door, and they've had a couple of those longer cyber. I think Breenan opened the door for them to get into this. But here's why I think they're doing it on purpose. Because Bev won't let them even say anything about a third party for ARCA. Right? I mean, I think what Jackson's going to be able to ask, I mean, obviously, he's going to be able to say you weren't hired by the defense. Yes. And maybe, I mean, I don't know where exactly the line's going to be, but he's not even going to be able to, what was it that she said? I guess they can do what they did last time, right? Where they can say it's a third party, right? But they can't say anything else. I think he's setting it up. Like, in other words, he's doing this so well. The way he's saying agent, it's making it seem like it's on accident, even if it's on purpose. He's doing a great job of this. I think he's setting it up so that way by the time it gets to ARCA and they say, oh, it's an independent third party, it's not the defense, it's not da-da, the jury's going to infer exactly who it is. That's what I think this is about, because who matters most to the defense? ARCA. What was the problem that we heard from the last time with the other jurors? Well, the problem was they heard third party, and as you guys are well aware, they were like, oh, was it Turtle Boy? Was it her insurance? Da-da. He is setting this up. This serves a dual purpose. I think that's what it is. That was the first thing I thought when he started saying agent, I was like, oh my gosh, that clever motherfucker. He's setting this up so that the jury starts thinking FBI now. FBI. And by the time, anytime the word agency is said or third party, and they make it clear, not the Massachusetts State Police, not that they're going to be like, oh, we know exactly who it is. It's the FBI. Because literally, who else could it be? And when the time comes for ARCA and they say it's an independent third party, you know, the jury doesn't need to know the difference between the DOJ and the FBI. Point is, they're the feds. That's what I think this is about. That's what I think it's about. Yup. Thanks, Fender. James, what now? You'll be the one who loves until the end of time? What? Huh. So, yeah. Do you guys see what I mean, though? And keep that in mind as we listen, and you will see exactly where I got there.
Ms. McCabe, if you
Appears to be, yes.
may, the court's moving to stand and stand by witness stand.
I mean, some of what it was that we already heard, but
Have that
I think there's a little bit more.
starting with the second to the last full paragraph, going to page 5, top to yourself.
So then she takes a while. So she takes a lot of time on this, which makes me think she has not seen this and she's getting surprised. Oh, that was the other thing I was going to say. The other thing I was going to say is this. His other strategy, there's a lot going on here. He needs to confront her with stuff that she's not planned on in order to get her acting the way she usually acts. And the thing is this is really all, I will just say, Breenan, we talked about this before with what was it? Oh yeah, with Ian Whiffen. What I'm seeing so far with Breenan and his downfall is going to be his ego. It's going to be underestimating the defense, which I don't know why the hell he'd be doing that, but overestimating himself. Now, I'm not even talking about the facts of the case. I'm talking about himself, because he flew too close to the sun numerous times. Like, for example, with Whiffen, right? Ian Whiffen, you know, James, to your credit, he was like, yeah, he must have thought, oh yeah, they're never going to ask him about this. Wrong. He flew too close to the sun, I think, with trying to bolster Carrie's credibility and Jen's credibility simultaneously, and getting into them talking on the phone and them chatting and whatnot, and making it seem like everything's all normal and hunky-dory. I think he opened the door this morning, like on the rest of Direct, and maybe some from the other day as well. And I think that, but for, oh wow, there's a huge wasp in here. But for that, right? I don't know that he'd be able to get into all this, but the point being, Now it's also allowing Alan to ask questions about stuff she's not prepped for, right? And again, think about how long
Can I
she
approach
took to read
Yes.
that.
Thank
Yeah, took her a while to read that.
you. Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
Reading those paragraphs, refresh your recollection as to whether or not, as to what you told those agents initially. I'm sorry, what you told those officers initially from that other law enforcement agency, that about who you contacted in that 10-minute interval.
Yes, I told them.
And
who
you
I-
told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe,
Yes,
and Carrie Roberts.
correct.
I want to stick with that for just a quick second. One of the first calls you made after being contacted by these other law enforcement officers from a different agency, one of the first calls you made was to Carrie Roberts. Is that right?
She was the first one.
That's what I'm asking. One of the first two calls you made, your husband,
Right.
I mean,
come home, there's law enforcement outside my door. I'm guessing is what you said, correct?
this is setting
Don't
it up
remember my
for,
exact
this is
words.
setting it up for blowing apart her credibility, Carrie's credibility, because those are the only people involved so far they've heard testify, right? But also all of the McAlberts, which also goes to the third party culprit thing. This could be the nexus they need, right? But also it sets it up so that when ARCA comes in, like I said, they're going to be like, oh yeah, feds, dude, this is brilliant.
No, but I did ask him to come home. Correct.
And
Yes.
Carrie Roberts.
Yes.
You wanted to let Miss Roberts know
Yeah,
that
I
you've
do
been contacted by.
I do think the jury at this trial number 2, I do think the jury probably thought she was credible, at least mostly before cross, right? Because they planned, they did a good job of planning the order of witnesses. They haven't heard from anybody else but Carrie yet, right? No other McAlberts, and the prep on this, right, with her demeanor and everything else. So I think the jury was probably still thinking she was credible for sure. It's like with so again, for the first trial, I don't know what all happened pre-trial, so I can't really say, but what I can say is that they weren't allowed. It seems like it was pretty much the same, which is like they I mean, she said no third party culprit defense, like unless they establish a nexus, basically, right? Like they can reconsider, but like that, we read that motion, right? But also they were precluded from mentioning it during opening statements, which was also the rule last time, but Yannetti did it anyway. It seems though, if I recall though, when they talked about it in the hearing, she was reining it in a little bit tighter this time into what they can get into. That's what I recall her. I recall thinking it was more restrictive than last time. I think she said something like, I gave you guys leeway last time and then da-da-da-da. And I mean, I don't want to like take the time to go find that here because there's been so many. Anyway, that'd be a wild goose chase. Maybe that's something we can do tonight is go find what she said specifically at that hearing. But what I will say is I'm seeing a nexus being established here, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's something made about this that they will do in front of us, right? They have a hearing about it because he's really building this nexus really well here. And they didn't have this opportunity last time.
Certain officers from a different agency, correct?
I was curious if they'd already been to her.
That was my next
Oh,
question.
yeah.
You also wanted to find out had these law enforcement officers.
The thing is, Fender, though, they set it up by having the expert dude come in first. And if the jury believes the thing about the timestamp, then that also knocks down the susness of that. But also, they haven't delved into her cell phone records yet the way that happened in the first trial. Because we just rewatched that stuff. Like in the first trial, both on direct and cross, they got into her deleted calls, who she called when. They got into pulling up the actual searches. I mean, they delved with her on the stand. They delved way into the cell phone stuff, multiple rounds over. They didn't do that yet this time. They haven't gotten into that. So, yeah, they've only just touched on the search. All they talked about with her on the stand so far this time was, the nature of her making the search because her hands in the MS and, and that was on direct. They haven't gotten into it on cross. So
from this different agency contacted her, correct?
Yes, because typically if
I
you
just
enter our
asked yes or no.
town, she's,
Ms. McCabe, yes or no?
oh, sorry, I was just trying to
That's okay.
explain. I'm sorry.
Is that why you contacted her, to find out if in fact they had contacted her before you? Yes or no?
Yes,
And you also wanted to find out what she told them, if she had been contacted by them, correct? That was your motive in calling her.
no.
So you just wanted to find out, had she been contacted? But if
Yes.
she had said yes, you weren't going to say, and what the hell did they say? What did they ask you?
You could
Well,
be right.
I can't say what I would have answered, what I would have asked her, but I know I was calling to see if they had been there. Yes,
That
that
was
is
your
correct.
that was your intent.
I called to ask her if they had been there. Yes.
So that was your intent, yes?
And the thing is this is what they're going to rely on, right? In order to really make Jen McCabe look extra sus, like I think the defense knew that the 227 may not be enough depending on how the jury feels about the expert witnesses. And we don't know what the defense is going to say. But I know that, like, at least for LawTube and stuff, people had mixed reactions to that. But for me, again, my thing was like, look, the more important thing was like that what they did with the location data and the cell phone battery, and they diminished his experiments and all that. Because again, the only reasons the search matters is that's for third party for Jen, right? Like that she made that search, not Karen. Because again, if the jury doesn't believe that, the worst case scenario is that Karen asked Jen to make that search, but again, at a time when it's completely reasonable. Like it doesn't make Karen look more guilty, right? If it wasn't at 227, it's only about Jen. But now they have this to fall back on in terms of really making Jen look like she's involved, and I think this is actually way more potent and powerful and persuasive than the search. I mean, unless definitively 100% like it was like, yeah, she made that search at 227. There's no way around it. Unless you got that, this is way bigger, right? In my opinion. And again, it paves the way for ARCA. So
What they ask you?
Well,
Yeah.
I can't say what I would have asked her, but I know I was calling to see if they had been there. Yes,
That was
is
your
correct.
that was your intent.
I called to ask her if they had been there. Yes.
So that was your intent, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Your motive in calling Carrie Roberts at that moment before your interview was to ensure that your story would line up with her story, Ms. McCabe. Isn't that right?
No, that is not.
You wanted to find out if she had talked to these particular law enforcement officers and what she had told them so that your story could somehow align, or it could inform how you responded to questions that they asked you. Isn't that true?
That's not true. We both know what happened. We don't have to have a story. There is no story. There's what happened, and that's it.
So if that's true, Ms. McCabe,
Mhm.
it's working.
you have no reason to call Carrie and ask her if she'd been contacted by this law enforcement agent, because it's just the truth, right?
We're going through this whole experience together. We call each other about everything.
There would
That's
be no
nothing
reason
more
to-
than that.
So
I'm
let her
sorry.
let her finish her answer. Go ahead, Ms. McCabe, you can finish that.
There's nothing more than me calling and saying, hey, did they come to your house? That's what we did when the media showed up, when Miss Reed's private investigator showed up. We just give each other the heads up. Hey, somebody's coming. Because we're just like normal moms. We're not used to this.
And that's helpful in making sure that the stories she tells
We're just normal moms, guys.
You tell to different law enforcement agencies, correct?
No, we are not telling stories.
So let her finish. You said no what?
I said, no, we're not telling stories. We don't have to compare.
And if in fact what we were telling you was just the truth, there would be no reason for you to inquire about who's contacted her when.
There's no inquiring. It's like when when the ice cream truck was at the street next door and I'm saying, did the ice cream truck come? It's really that simple.
So
What a great analogy, not? Yeah, I
an
know.
argumentative question, and she responded in kind. Next question.
Thank you.
Oh boy, she responded in kind. We're getting closer and closer to the real Jen. Good job, Jackson.
You also testified in your direct examination, staying with Ms. Roberts for just a second, about a timeline that you and Ms. Roberts put together, correct?
Yes.
That's another example of the two of you talking about your own perceptions and comparing and contrasting those perceptions and putting it down on paper, correct?
No,
Yes or no?
it's a no. Can I explain or no?
I'm sure Mr. Brennan will have follow-up questions. After you gave that answer to those law enforcement officers at that separate law enforcement agency.
Agency. Dude. I love
They
it.
asked you, was there anyone else that you contacted in that 10-minute period before we got a chance to talk to you? And your answer was no, correct?
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
It wasn't a lie. No.
Was it true? Was it
I-
the truth or a lie?
It wasn't a lie.
Okay, so it was the truth. You had not spoken to any other person between the time they contacted you telephonically and you said, I need 10 minutes, and then they came in the door. During that arc of time, you didn't talk to anybody else or contact anybody else other than Matt McCabe and Carrie Roberts. Now you're testifying. That was a true statement. Yes or no, Cameron?
I can't answer that yes or no.
It's pretty binary. Had you talked, well, let me ask you this. In point of fact, you did talk to other people. Did you contacted others in addition to Matt McCabe and Carrie Roberts, correct? Yes or no?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so when you said no to the answer, did you contact anyone other than Matt and Carrie? That would be, by definition, Ms. McCabe, a lie, correct?
No.
It's not a lie? Is there some shade of lie that I'm not aware of?
It's the way you're asking the question. If I
Okay, let
could
me ask it a different
explain, if I could explain,
Let me ask
it
it a
will
different
make
way.
more sense to you.
The agents asked you, I'm going to go over this one more time, then I'm going to move on. The agents asked you, in fact, did you contact anyone between the time we called you and set up the interview and the 10 minutes before we walked in the door? They asked you that question, correct?
The objection sustained. Watch the choice of language.
I'm sorry. I meant the law enforcement agency. That law enforcement agency, the members of that law enforcement
Oh.
agency contacted you.
She was looking over there for an objection. Did you see that? Watch the eyes. Watch the eyes.
Objection sustained. Watch the choice of language.
I'm sorry. I meant the law enforcement agency. That law enforcement agency, the members of that law enforcement agency contacted you.
Mhm.
Sorry. They asked you who you had contacted between the time they
Watch her look.
telephoned you and walked in the door 10 minutes later. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Data point number one. Data point number two. You told them Matt and Carrie, correct?
Correct.
You had actually contacted, they then asked you, did you contact anyone else other than Matt and Carrie, correct?
Correct.
And you said no. Is that correct?
At that moment, I said no. Yes.
Correct. At
Oh boy. She's
No,
gonna-
At that moment, because they had just come in my house.
I asked you,
Only one person can talk at a
Oh
time.
my God.
you said the word no,
She
correct?
was finishing her answer. Finishing her.
I had said no because
God.
I'm going to be,
It's insane.
I was in a situation where there are two
We
officers from a
didn't even know about all this. This is great.
different agent had come
Yeah,
in,
definitely.
were asking me questions, or they had said, can I come in and ask you questions? At first, I thought they were selling something. Then they identified themselves.
gonna get
Just dropped my
defensive.
kids off at school. Going to be a
She's going to get defensive. There's no way around it. Oh my God.
completely honest. I hadn't brushed my teeth. So
Every pause is, I mean, I'm just going to have to just take a screenshot, you guys. Y'all.
I kind of made some phone
Objection, Your Honor.
calls.
This is
That-
not
that's
responsive.
so. Next
Where
question.
did the
Thank you.
questioning go?
Ms. McCabe,
Mhm.
after you said no,
Weird.
that you hadn't contacted anybody else,
Mhm.
those two law enforcement officers from that separate agency who had told you it was a crime to lie to them,
We had closed captions. They went off.
Yes.
subsequent to that, Mr. McCabe, your husband,
Objection.
Sustained.
they left you their card so you could call them if need be, correct?
Oh my God.
Yes, they did.
And you in fact
You know why you said that? I mean, think about if you're a juror and you've watched movies with like FBI shit, what do? They leave their card, right? Am I right? Am I right? Wow.
did call them back.
And they actually did that in real life. That's amazing.
Yes, I did.
Without telling me the content of the conversation you had, did you have a conversation with Mr. McCabe?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you call them back and say, I'm calling you back because my husband told me
Objection.
that I lied to you and I better clear that lie up?
So sustained. Jurors, remember I told you before that only answers to questions are evidence? Be mindful of that.
They were
Next, yes.
Bev. Okay, now they approach. Wow. Just wow.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. You ultimately called these officers back, correct?
Yes.
And you explained to them that you had been untruthful with them, correct?
I explained that I had forgotten to mention a couple of people that I had reached out to.
You had forgotten.
Rena should have, dude.
Is that your testimony?
Yes.
You had forgotten. You remembered Matt and you remembered Carrie.
You know why he said that? Because this is just like her saying she forgot to tell them that the taillight was broken. She forgot to tell them that Karen said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Wow. He got lucky that she said that. I don't know what other word she could use, but he's highlighting that that word is exactly the same. Wow.
Yes.
And you explained to them that you had been untruthful with them, correct?
I explained that I had forgotten to mention a couple of people that I had reached out to.
You had forgotten. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
You had forgotten. You remembered Matt, and
Wow.
you remembered Carrie,
Mhm.
but you had forgotten the others that you had just contacted maybe 30 minutes before.
Yes.
There were 5 people.
Wow. Wow.
I contacted Matt.
Let's go through them. I'm just
Yeah.
asking yes or no. You know them?
I know 4 off the top of my head.
Okay, let's go through them.
Okay.
You contacted your husband, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Peggy O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Then, Ms. McCabe,
Wow.
you contacted the district attorney's office, correct?
Oh.
My witness advocate.
The district attorney's office.
My witness advocate who works
Miss-
for the district attorney's
Thank you,
office.
Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
And you also left out
Oh my God.
that you contacted Brian Albert himself, correct?
Yes, my brother-in-law.
For some reason, your brother-in-law, who's the 30-year Boston police detective, correct?
Yes.
And on whose lawn John O'Keefe was found dead or dying,
Wow.
I'll allow that.
correct?
Yes.
Nexus.
For some reason, you did not want these officers to know that you had communicated specifically
Nexus.
with Brian Albert, the homeowner, just before you talked to them, correct?
No, incorrect.
There was some reason that was important enough for you to lie about that, even though you had been admonished that
Yeah.
it's a crime to lie about that to those officers, correct?
Yeah, to the federal government, nonetheless. Dude.
Incorrect. I didn't lie to them. I had forgotten who I had called.
And all of a sudden, you had an epiphany right after they walked out the door?
Yes. Matt said, who have you spoken to?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. It's out. You're not to go any further. Mr. Chair.
Wait, hold on. Let me hear that part again.
Right after they walked out the door?
Yes. Matt said, who have you spoken to?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. It's out. You're not to go any further. Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Ms. McCabe, I want to draw your attention
Wow.
to January 28th.
Now he's switching gears. Wow, though.
You had gone out drinking with your family at the
Okay.
Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
I went with my husband and met my sister. Yes.
And met the other family, correct? The other family members, meaning
My niece.
Matt McCabe, Nicole, Chris, Julie, Caitlin, correct?
Yes.
And
Oh my
I think you
God.
mentioned Tristan was there as well.
Yes.
You were later joined by Nick and Karina Kolakithis, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, Brian Higgins showed up
Yes.
and Brian Albert showed up.
Yes.
You previously indicated that Caitlin's boyfriend, Tristan, left early for whatever reason. He had errands to run or had to get to bed early for some reason. Is that right?
He left before us. Yes.
So he didn't stay through the shank of the evening.
Through the what?
The shank of the evening, through the course of the evening.
Oh, okay. Mhm.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, at the waterfall, John O'Keefe and Miss Reed showed up as well.
Yes.
You didn't see any tension at all between John O'Keefe and Karen that night, did you?
No, I didn't.
They appeared to be getting along,
Yes.
sort of a normal couple having a nice evening out together.
Yes.
Neither John nor Karen Reed appeared drunk or inebriated, out of sorts.
No, I wouldn't categorize them as drunk or inebriated.
And not
But again, I don't know what the definition of drunk is.
well, that's a fair statement. I'm
Yeah.
not asking for their BAC, but they didn't appear to be stumbling around, falling all over themselves and sloppy drunk, correct?
No.
Out of control, nothing like that.
No.
Okay. You did see Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at a high top table, sort of together through the course of that evening, correct?
We were all kind of around like a long high top table.
And John O'Keefe, and as you look at I'm going to use the perspective of the video that we've seen, that camera angle that we've seen. John O'Keefe and Miss Reed were sort of further off in the corner, closer to the bar rather than to the tables, correct? Along with the Kolakithises and those, and you, as a matter of fact.
Yes. At different times, everyone was kind of moving around. I spent the majority of the time that Karen and John were there speaking with Karen.
And that was sort of over toward the bar.
We weren't in the bar. We were at the table. So it was one side of the table and the other. It wasn't
enough.
like far away.
Right.
Kind of, yeah.
I'm using the bar sort of as a landmark for nothing. I didn't mean you're sidled up to the bar, but just
Yeah.
sort of as a landmark. You were closer to the bar than, for instance, in the foreground, which would be the high top tables in the foreground, correct?
We were just on the other. I'm confused about this. We were just on the other side of the table.
Okay. You did see on the opposite side of that high top table, that's where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were standing, talking and communicating with each other. Is that right?
I believe so. I was talking to Miss Reed. I wasn't really paying attention to them.
Did you ever see those two men get physical with one another that night?
I did not that night. I did not see that.
Have you ever seen a full review in all the hours that you've sort of prepped for your testimony? Have you been shown that waterfall video from the time you got there until the time you left?
Not the full video, but I have seen a good portion of it. Yes.
Okay, and you've certainly seen the portion where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins get up from the table and sort of get physical with one another, correct?
I would say more like play fighting, and Nick Kolakidis was a little bit like doing it with them as well.
Okay, so the physical part is, all I'm asking is, did they touch each other? Yes.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
And you described it as play fighting, correct?
I don't, if we could watch the video, it might explain it better than I could.
We probably will.
Oh, okay.
But right now, I'm just asking about your memory. You remember them squaring off on one another, playing, squaring off on one another,
I
correct?
don't remember them swearing
Brian,
off. Like I
thank you,
said, I just
Russell.
watched
Thank
the
you.
video. I don't
Right.
remember it from that night, and I didn't really pay attention. It looked like foolish, like guys. Just I don't even know how to describe it.
From your
I don't know.
perspective,
I just
you
texted
watched
him.
the Video,
Mhm.
It appeared that they squared off on each other and sort of took fighting stance.
I didn't look at it that in depth, so I could not say that.
Did you see them walk up to each other and grapple with one another? Like they were always punching each other.
Right.
I get that.
Mhm.
Were they grappling with one another, like faking punches to each other?
I don't know.
Almost like sparring a little bit.
I don't honestly know.
Hi, official.
I saw them together. It's blurry, and they're kind of. I don't know really what they're
I
doing.
mean, I will say that this is an angle that I think I'm not alone here. Pretty much everybody was like, this is reaching. They're not sparring. They're not practice fighting. Come on, dude. There's way more to go after. I would not have done this. I think that when you do this, you're diminishing the strength of all the points you've already made, right? Because if you had strong enough points, why would you bring this in? You know what I mean? Dude.
Okay, but they weren't standing there holding hands. right?
Oh God, no.
They weren't on their phones, right?
Official.
They were engaging with each other, playfully, grabbing at each other. I don't really.
Playfully grabbing each other, like fighting, correct? That's my point.
I'd have to watch the video to categorize it as play fighting.
So then let's watch.
I didn't know it was a quick clip. I wasn't like focusing on Brian and Brian. I was just identifying that was myself in the video, and there was Miss Reed.
Brian
And
and Brian.
Miss Reed actually did some play fighting to Matt.
There was, in fact, to Matt.
Yeah, I feel like she was about like this to Matt at one point. Yeah, in the video.
So let's talk about
Huh?
to Matt.
Yeah, I feel like she was about like this to Matt at one point. Yeah, in the video.
So let's talk about.
They worked so hard on teaching her how to like try to look like a normal person. It's really funny. Right. Yeah. That's fair if she wasn't lying. True. But that was odd. It appeared they were pillow fighting. Sword fighting. For anyone who missed it, by the way, I found this Halloween decoration earlier on the previous stream that looks a lot like Jen McCabe.
How about Brian
Anyway.
and Brian Higgins and Brian Albert?
Mhm.
Those
That was
two
a
are
Wildcat?
architecture, correct?
This is a wildcat situation. I'll just play the sound clip real quick because it's shorter.
There's a house cat that's gone wild.
Is that Jen McCabe?
They're the guys. Yeah.
Big boys.
Mhm.
A lot bigger than me, right?
Yeah.
They took a fighting stance with each other and started grappling, playing, coming toward each other as if they were engaged in a fake physical altercation, correct?
I did not see that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Y'all, Twiz just texted me, who's Jen? Facepalm, facepalm, facepalm. Twiz emojis in the chat. I said, Jen's on cross. He said, who's Jen?
You didn't even see it on the video.
I saw them on the video grabbing at each other. I didn't see stances but again, I didn't pay much attention to it.
And that's your best memory as you sit here today.
Yes.
Okay. Eventually, you, your husband, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Nicole, Caitlin,
Who's
everybody
George,
went over to
Twiz? Who's
34
George?
at the end of the night,
Yes.
correct? The
Classic
bar
Twiz.
closed at, I'm guessing, midnight.
Okay.
Is that right?
I think we were wrapping up around that. I don't-
Oh my God. I made this point earlier. I think this is the point he's making. Maybe. Y'all, the point I made earlier was, oh my God, my face. The point I made earlier was that when she said, y'all, that was just this morning. The point with that, she's like, oh yeah, when she's getting the phone calls from Karen, and then it's like, what is it, like 5 a.m? And this was on direct. And she was like, you know, or what, yeah, she said, I was just trying to do anything I could to help, you know, and so the first thing I thought was like, I wanted to go, I was just thinking like the last place he went. And so she said, what she said was, I tried to think of who would still be at the waterfall. And she starts elaborating on that, right? And like, and I was like, it's 5 a.m. and they closed at midnight, and there was a snowstorm coming in, and they saw the band leaving. And like, why would anyone be at the waterfall at 5 a.m.? Anyway, I wonder if that's where he's going with this. Thanks for all this. Thanks for all those, official. Thank you.
Eventually, you, your husband, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Nicole, Caitlin, everybody went over to 34 Fairview at the end of the night, correct?
Yes.
The bar closed at, I'm guessing, midnight.
Okay.
Is that right?
I think we were wrapping up around then. I don't know what time it actually closes.
When you left Waterfall, the people that were still there included Matt, your husband, and John O'Keefe. Is that right?
Well, you're
Yes.
You walked out with Karina Kolakithis and Karen Reed.
Yes.
And you said to Miss Reed something along the lines of, "You're coming with me."
Oh my God.
correct?
I said, why don't you come with me?
Okay, fair enough.
Dude, we watched Karina Kolakithis' testimony about this because it gives you the heebie-jeebies. I actually, if someone hasn't seen it, I can pull that up because it's going to be left off where it was because I paused it there, and so I can find that in 2 seconds. But it is powerful, and we all said that we're watching it. We said, you know what? They need to delve into this more, and they need to call Karina if the Commonwealth doesn't. They need to call her because she had more she wanted to say, and she was not asked. It was another missed opportunity. Trial number 1.
You were prompting her to join you for the ride over to 34 Fairview. Is that right?
Yes.
You even went outside and sort of waited in the cold. There's a video. Have you seen the
Same
video of
this
you
one?
outside? The surveillance video of you outside in the cold?
Yes.
And you're sort of waiting there, moving from foot to foot like it's freezing out, which I'm sure it was, correct?
Yes.
In a big puffy coat of some kind, right?
So the question was, I moving foot to foot in a coat? Yes.
My question is more, did you see yourself waiting outside the cold?
I saw myself convert. I believe I was in a conversation at that point when I was standing out there with John and Karen.
And that's when you were asking Karen to come with you.
No, I had asked Karen previously when we were at the door to come with me because I didn't know how long Matt and John were going to be in the bar because they were in there still.
Great question from official. The answer to officials asking, if it was really not, do they get consequences for being the pet owner? Okay, so let's just say that you're the owner of a pet, like a dog, and the dog attacks somebody, whether they die or they get injured. That's civil. That's a civil suit. That's not criminal. That's not criminal. Now, having said that, some states are working on criminal charges or upping the ante for criminal charges for prosecuting people that abuse their own animals. That's different, right? Like, for animal abuse, which is great. I'm all for it. Like, put like LWAP for, LWAP, in my view. But in terms of like, you're talking about negligence and like the culpability of that. Now, if the person dies because they get attacked by a dog, you could have wrongful death, but that's still in the realm of civil. Most of the time, they're probably not going to prosecute that. It could depend on the state. I've never seen it done. I mean, that would be civil. That would be civil.
And that would have, by definition, brought Karen to 34 Fairview separate and apart from John O'Keefe if Karen had come with you.
Yes.
So,
Mm-hmm.
Miss Reed ultimately declined your invitation and did go with John. Is that right?
John ended up coming to the door, so they just went together. Yes.
And finally,
The thing is too, right? Then there's the whole thing about the assumption of risk. Like, for example, if the person, I mean, I don't know. I'm just thinking of all the ways this would be argued, which is a whole side tangent because there's a lot that could. It would be like to this. It'd be a very interesting trial. Fender saying so she had a bite history, so maybe she'd have to be put down. But if they left him in the cold, then actions leading to death. I'm just thinking about all the ways this could play out in a civil trial that isn't happening, but it's fun to think about. So.
you walked away and went with
Mhm.
your husband Matt over to 34 Fairview in your personal vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Like, let's say, for example, briefly, that I'm not talking about this case, it's just as an example, right? Let's just say that somebody's got a dog and the dog is the pet parent, the dog parents know that this dog can be aggressive. Okay. And let's just say that there's, it doesn't even matter, adult, a kid, it doesn't matter. Like, somebody's walking by and they go to pet the dog and the person is like, the pet parents are like, oh, no, sorry, they're not friendly. But the person's like, oh, no, it's okay. And they reach out their hand to pet the dog anyway, and the dog attacks. Then what you've got there is a situation where the person who gets attacked, and even if they die, they've assumed the risk, for example, just as a really cut and dry example of how it can get a little bit tricky with this type of thing. Anyway.
When you arrived at 34 Fairview,
True.
Were you the first among the group that we've just talked about to arrive, or had others arrived before you?
Others had arrived before me.
Yeah.
When you walked in to 34 Fairview, where was everybody generally located? Give me a layout of the interior of the home, how you walked in, and where everybody was located, the people that were there when you walked in from the waterfall.
So I walked in through the front door. I took a right into the kitchen. And then there were people sitting around the kitchen table, Brian Albert Jr., Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, Caitlin Albert. My sister was over more towards like the counters in the sink, and Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were, there's like a room right off of the kitchen, like a TV room, and they were in there just talking. I think Nicole had like put up some new pictures, so, or maybe the sun and the Marines, they might've been looking at a picture.
Oh, the dumb
Vaguely had a faint memory
pictures.
of that.
I literally was just thinking to myself, I wonder if they're going to bring up the dumb pictures. That shit made no sense.
You indicated that you walked in the front door, correct?
Yes.
I love Huskies.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Oh, they're getting there. Dude, you guys, if you guys are just now getting here, we'll do a recap tonight. Y'all have missed some incredible fucking testimony. And boy, she's getting there. She started out this day as demure and sweet as a princess as much as she can be. Even her tone of voice has changed. If you don't look at her and you just listen, she's sounding more like the real Jen. He's doing great. Good job, Jackson. Oh, interesting, Fender. Okay. Wow.
Sure. Yeah, this is your. Okay, good. Can you just take a look at that photograph for just a quick second?
Yes.
Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What do you recognize that photograph as being?
It's my sister's house.
34.
Yes. Sorry. 34.
I want to see it. Look at dude. Look at her. Look at her. She's doing her thing. I want to see a picture of the dumbass pictures that they're supposed to be looking at. Because they didn't go hard enough on this in the first trial.
That photograph?
Yes.
What do you
That's
recognize
what it
that
is.
photograph as being?
It's my sister's house.
34.
Yes. Sorry. 34 Fairview.
Brian Albert's house.
There's that face, though, guys. Watch her little
What do
face.
you recognize that photograph as being?
It's my sister's house.
34.
Yes. Sorry. 34 Fairview.
Brian Albert's house.
They're the condescending dude. The condescension and the resentment. And what's the other word I'm looking for? All the words that they always talk about on the behavior panel. Resentment. What's the other one I'm looking at? Dude, I mean, look at her right now where it's paused. Again, every time. Like, I'm going to fucking kill you. Dude, wow.
Yes.
So she's even looking at the jury and being mad at the jury. Dude, she was nodding all sweet at the jury. Now she's like, yes, at the jury, because they've been telling her, look at the jury. But she's like, dude, watch
My
this.
sister's house.
Watch.
Yes. Sorry. 34 Fairview.
Brian Albert's house as well.
Yes.
Right there. Oh my God. The jury is going to notice a change. She's not full blown, but he's getting her there, dude. Man.
Marked for identification. There's a
Identification's fine.
thank you. If I may,
Twist.
what would be the next in order? Thank you.
I can just take a song and just make it all about Twiz. Change everything to Twiz. Oh, Twismas tree, oh, Twismas tree. Have yourself a merry little Twismas. Joy to the world, the Twiz is come. Just easy with Christmas songs, you know what I mean? Taking a moment.
Your Honor, with court's permission, I'm going to show a different exhibit until the other issue can be resolved with the court's permission. It's Commonwealth Exhibit 3.
Are the Huskies outside, Fender?
Permission to publish.
Is that what it is? Okay.
Well, could you highlight or enlarge the house
Make it bigger.
as you can? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what's depicted in this photo? I know it's a little bit of an angle.
Yes.
What is that?
That is 34 Fairview.
Okay. Can you, I think this laser will work. May I approach? Yes. Use that laser. And
Oh, you're saying to let them outside.
door that you entered when you walked in the house.
I mean, so the reason I was asking about it because like we had a Malamute growing up. They have way more fur than Huskies. And like in the summer, it's 100 and 105 degrees Fahrenheit here. You know, the dogs go outside, use the bathroom, and like they're fine. Like you can't leave them out there. You know what I mean? But that's why I was asking. If they're only outside to use the bathroom, I mean, they should be fine. Dogs can handle that with fur. I mean, there's places in the U.S. that are way hotter than North Carolina, and they have dogs with heavy coats, you know, but you just monitor them. You can tell when dogs have heat stroke. Actually, our Malamute did get heat stroke one time. And you can tell when they're going to have a heat stroke. There's ways to cool them down. Anyway.
Okay. That's
new school friend. Welcome, Sammy. Welcome. You're probably not Fender's BFF, that was talking about joining us. But yeah, 10 minutes is, oh yeah, sure. Definitely Fender. Yeah. Yeah. But welcome to our new school friend, Sammy. Happy you're here.
Directly in the middle of the just to the left of the flagpole for this purposes of this photograph, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there another entry door on the house that you may not be able to see, but you know the general area?
Yes.
Where's that door?
So that would be, oh, see where these two windows are?
Yes.
The door would be kind of behind that right there. So it's right to the left of those two windows.
And Ms. McCabe, just staying with doors for a second, is there another door associated with the garage?
Oh, actually, yeah, there is right there.
Right there next to that side door?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Yeah, if he's just going out for 10 minutes, Fender, Jordan is fine. And please give Jordan a hug for me. We're just talking about how much we love dogs.
You didn't go in the side door, you went in the front door that night.
Yes.
James, we can see you.
You indicated that once inside the house, you were sort of in the kitchen area. Is that right?
I was in the kitchen. Yes.
But you weren't paying special attention to Brian Albert or Brian Higgins, what they were doing. As a matter of fact, I think they went into a different room. Is that right?
There's a room kind
Here
of, the
we
kitchen opens
go.
up into the TV room.
The
So they were
dumb
in there.
So the
pictures.
only two that you recognized at this point in the night, not being sort of with everybody else, were Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, separated out in the family room or whatever that room's called, living room.
Yeah. If you like, just right there, right where they are, just
Okay.
kind of right in the next room.
When you first pulled up, did you notice any vehicles in front of Brian Albert's house?
Yes, I did.
What vehicles?
She's only testified to this a bazillion times, and every time she gets impeached, oh my God.
Which vehicle or vehicles? Did you
Just
notice?
one.
What was that vehicle?
It was a Jeep.
Can you describe the Jeep for us, please?
I really can't. All I can say is that when I pulled down, the Jeep was
Her testimony, oh my God, this pause. It's really changing, right? Y'all.
on the parked on the street in front of the mailbox, and I turned into the driveway.
Okay.
Wow.
Did the Jeep have any special features on it that
Wow.
you remember that you
No.
described?
Not that I can recall.
No snowplow? No snowplow. Oh dear. Yeah, she looks less orange than yesterday, I feel like, but she definitely went either to the tanning bed or was it the beach or something right before this. I mean, right? She should have said a snowplow. Why is she being this dumb? Come on. Because dude, what are you doing saying no?
Big giant snowplow on the front?
Oh, wow. Wow. Why would you even? Oh my God, this pause. Every pause is amazing with her.
Did the Jeep have any special features on it that you remember?
Wow.
Can you describe?
Not that I can recall.
Big giant snowplow on the front?
Again, it was dark. I didn't really pay much
Oh,
detail
shut
to it beyond. I just asked whose Jeep is that.
And did you learn whose Jeep that was?
I did, yes.
Whose Jeep was it?
It was Brian Higgins' Jeep.
Oh my God.
And you said that it was parked
God.
in front of the mailbox. Is that right?
Yes,
So as you're looking at the house, the mailbox would be closest to the driveway. Is that right?
yes,
Rather than, for instance, the flagpole on the other side of the lawn.
correct. So if the flagpole's here, there's the lawn, and then here's the drive. I mean, here's the mailbox, and then the driveway's over here.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does to me.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Wow.
You've previously indicated that the back
That
edge
was brilliant. As in, it probably doesn't make sense to the jury. Wow.
of that vehicle, Brian Higgins' Jeep, was at the side, basically, of the driveway, which is what you've just described. It'd be blocking the mailbox, the rear end associated with the driveway entrance, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever discussed having seen that
Oh my God.
Jeep in that spot with anybody else in this case?
Oh my God.
Is that including previous testimony or?
It
Oh
it
my
is.
God.
And at any time, before you testified at the previous hearing, had you discussed
Oh my
having
God.
seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else? For instance, your husband.
Oh my God. Screenshots of Jen. It is.
If you will, other than the Jeep when you pulled in.
Not that I remember.
And Brian Higgins, if it's his Jeep, he's in the house. That Jeep's not moving, correct? So it stayed where it was.
Yes.
Oh my God. Get her, Jackson. Get her. Make her sweat.
At some point, did you observe Miss Reed's vehicle pull up to the driveway? I'm sorry, pull up to the house.
I was told there was a vehicle outside, so I went and looked.
Where
Yes.
was that vehicle? When you looked that first time, where was Miss Reed's SUV?
When I went to the front door and looked out, it was straight ahead.
So that would be parallel, actually in line with the Jeep, correct?
Yes.
Directly in front of the Jeep.
I don't know the distance, but yes, you're correct. It was in front of the Jeep.
So if the Jeep was a normal, it's a full-size Jeep, correct?
I don't know what size it is.
Certainly the SUV is a
Oh my
full-size
God.
SUV.
Oh my
Yes.
God.
So that would take up much of the room of the curb area in front of 34 Fairview, between the Jeep, assuming there's a snowplow
Right.
and a full-size
Oh my
SUV,
God.
correct?
I'm not really sure of the whole area, but there was the Jeep and then there was the car. I just don't know the distance between them.
You gave a description of the vehicles that were out in front of 34 Fairview in
Boy.
your January 29, 2022 interview with Trooper Proctor, correct?
He came to my house and asked me questions, correct?
When you gave that interview to Trooper Proctor, you indicated, correct?
I never said by the driveway, no.
So
No.
if that's in a report, Trooper Proctor got that fact wrong, got that detail wrong.
Sustained.
He was able to ask it last time.
If in fact,
Dude, get it.
well, let me ask it this way. What did you say to Trooper Proctor about where that vehicle was?
Miss Reed's vehicle?
Correct.
I told him it was straight out front, the window. The straight out front of the front door. Sorry.
Oh shit, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Trooper Proctor will report about
Wow.
his interview with you, correct?
Correct.
You've seen that report in other hearings, is that right?
Yes.
Your interview with him was on January 29th. Do you remember the date? I'm sorry, I just said the date. Do you remember the time? My mistake.
I don't remember the exact time. I'm assuming afternoon, like after 12, or I'm not 100%. Sorry.
You had been contacted by Trooper Proctor while you were still at 34 Fairview, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, instead of coming from the Canton Police Department to
Hi,
34
James.
Fairview, you went home to your house,
Wow.
to
Yeah.
the Country Lane address.
Yes, I did.
And Trooper Proctor ended up meeting you there, correct?
Yes.
And in addition to you and Matt being there,
Mhm.
Brian Albert showed up, correct?
I asked him to
I'm
come.
gonna make a
So you asked your brother-in-law to come
faces.
to the interview that you were having with Trooper Proctor formally in furtherance of his investigation.
Sorry. I'm gonna make a collage of all of her faces, and it's gonna be all the Jen faces, and then it's also gonna include the ghoul from earlier, the animatronic 6-foot tall ghoul with the removable jaw, and we're gonna include that in the mix and see if you guys can even tell which one's which.
Surrounding the circumstances of this case.
It'll be fun.
Right.
No,
But Brian Albert did show up at your house,
he did. I asked him to come.
and he was
Yes.
inside the house when Trooper Proctor ultimately interviewed you, correct?
He was in the house. Yes.
And you'd spoken to Brian Albert before Trooper Proctor had interviewed you formally, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
Matter of fact, several times
Oh, man.
you've spoken to him at 34
man.
Fairview. You've already said that, right?
Oh, right. Yeah. We were all there in the
And
kitchen.
then obviously you spoke to him about the interview before he
Wow.
got to your house to interview you on the 29th as well, correct?
We were just talking about what happened. It wasn't specifically about Trooper Proctor.
Right. Not about Trooper Proctor. You talked to Brian Albert about the circumstances of this case before you spoke with Trooper Proctor.
Yes, I had.
I'm not gonna put anything on her face, and then it'll cover up her face. We want to see this
Do you
atrocity.
remember exactly what you said to Trooper Proctor about the location of the SUV in front of the house?
I know what I said. Yes.
Okay, what exactly did you say to him?
I said the car was straight out front of the front door. When I was looking out the front door, it was straight ahead.
Isn't it true that what you actually said, Ms. McCabe, is that you first observed the vehicle parked on the street by the driveway facing in the direction toward Chapman?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
That's what she said.
Those are not my words. No.
Okay, next question.
You've already indicated that following the events of January 28th and 29th, you have spoken extensively with your family and your friends, members of your family and your friend group about what happened that night, correct?
Yes.
And that includes Brian and Nicole Albert, is that right?
Yes.
That includes Matt McCabe, your husband, correct?
Yes.
That includes Chris and Julie Albert.
Yes.
Includes other people that were there that night, including Brian Higgins.
I haven't spoken to Brian Higgins since, I believe, John O'Keefe's wake.
But you did speak to him that morning at 34 Fairview, is that correct?
Yeah. Oh, yes, he was there. Yes.
As a matter of fact, he's the one that told you to call Officer Lank back and have Officer Lank come back for the additional statement that you wanted to give Officer Lank. Is that right?
He may have suggested it. I'm not sure.
So in those discussions that you've had with all these folks, you've talked to the details about that night being at the bar, the house, who was where, all of those things, correct?
Yes.
You've talked about the timing of the night, who arrived, when people arrived at 34 Fairview, when people arrived at Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
No, those really aren't details we discuss. I mean, everybody kind of knows when they came and when they left. We talk more about, living with everything that we've gone through.
Oh, shut
So
up,
what about
bitch.
on the morning of
No.
January 29th, when everybody was still in that sort of
Mhm.
friends and family gathering inside 34 Fairview?
Great point from him right there. You can't be talking about the witness bullshit before it's been happening.
When I was there with my husband and sister and brother-in-law, and then Brian's friend and Julie Albert, I was trying to piece together what had happened. They were all being supportive. They had no idea what happened. We were just kind of sitting there in utter shock, waiting to
It's
hear
not
from
your
Kerry
job, though. It's not your job to do that. That's the law enforcement's job, usually when they're competent.
about John. It was nothing more than just us being together and trying to figure out what had happened. I had gotten a phone call from Karen to help her.
And during
here's
that
where I am.
conversation, or that series of conversations, you were sharing what your observations of that evening were, what your story was, how the evening started, how it ended for you, correct? Or the morning ended for you, correct?
We didn't. No, I'm not correct.
During the time that you folks were inside the house discussing this, there was no law enforcement agent or officer inside that house, correct?
Correct.
So the entire family and the friend network that we're talking about, with whom you discussed all these events, everybody was entitled to and did coordinate their statements without any separation and without any law enforcement oversight, correct?
I was with my family, my sister, my brother-in-law. It wasn't really a big group of us. As I've mentioned, I had 5 or 6 people. I was in shock. I didn't know what had happened. They were just asking me what happened,
And you told
questions
them.
like that. And I absolutely told them, but
Okay.
it was no story. There was no us being allowed to do it. That was my family. They were just there with me.
But nobody was separated by law enforcement, correct?
I don't believe there was a reason to separate us.
Nobody. Well, notwithstanding what you think was the reason, you're not a professional investigator, correct?
I'm not.
You're
No,
not a trained investigator.
no,
You're certainly not a homicide detective, correct?
no.
None of you witnesses were ever separated, were you, that morning?
There was no reason to separate us.
I'm not asking you if there was a reason, Mr. McCabe. I'm asking you whether or not factually anybody was separated in that house. Or was everybody allowed to talk amongst themselves?
I was with my family. We didn't need to be allowed.
Okay,
No.
I'm trying this again. Was
Yeah.
anybody in that house separated? Were the witnesses separated from each other? The family, who are witnesses, were they separated from each other? By law enforcement.
At that point, I don't think anyone but myself and Matt were maybe even witnesses.
Okay. I'm not asking you what your determination of who the witnesses are.
Mhm.
I'm asking you whether the folks in that house were separated by law enforcement before you were able to have discussions about the events of January 28th and 29th. That's a yes or no question. Were you separated or not?
At one point, when Mike Lank was in the house, he had separated and talked to Nicole, then Brian, then Matt.
And then you promptly left and left everybody in the house together, correct?
He left us, yeah.
Right. Nobody was taken down to the station, is that right?
No,
As a matter of fact, Trooper Proctor didn't even come over to 34 Fairview, the scene of the incident, to interview you, correct?
I asked him to meet at my house because I had to go home to my children.
And he accommodated you, didn't he?
He did, yes.
And he accommodated the fact that Brian Albert escorted you to the house for your interview, correct?
Brian didn't escort me, no.
Well, he went to your house at the same time that Trooper Proctor was there to interview you, correct?
He came at some point, yes, by himself.
Before Trooper Proctor did the interview.
I'm not sure if he was there, if he got there before or when.
Well,
He arrived.
You testified in the past that
Yes.
Brian Albert came to your house alone. I don't mean you came in the same car.
It's exasperated. She said yes, and she had like a sigh.
He over to your house
Dude.
before Trooper Proctor ever got there. And he was in the house while Trooper Proctor conducted his interview, correct?
Yes, Brian was
All
in
right.
the house for the interview.
Thank you. You've already indicated that you have been discussing this case with certain other witnesses, not for days, weeks, or months, but literally for years, most specifically Kerry Roberts, correct?
The case in general, yes.
Just before Kerry Roberts testified at a grand jury proceeding in this case, you were with her, weren't you?
I don't recall what you're talking about.
Do you remember being at the grand jury?
Yes,
You remember testifying at the grand jury?
yes, the one back in
April,
April,
I think,
yes, yes.
2022.
yes.
That sound
Yeah, it sounds about right. Yeah.
Like I said, whenever it's grand jury, he says grand jury.
Room with some other folks.
What's an ante room?
Nancy room, a waiting room.
Oh, yeah,
waiting for your testimony.
Yes.
You remember Kerry Roberts being with you in that exact same
Carrie called it. Didn't Carrie Roberts call it the calm room? And it was like weird.
empty room?
Yes.
And that was right before her testimony, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
So in answer to my question, you two were together literally.
By the way, court is still at lunch, guys.
outside the grand jury, which was the first formal under oath testimony that she ever gave. Is that right?
Yes.
When she testified at the grand jury, was that before or after you two had gotten together and created this timeline?
We did the timeline right after John had passed.
So she testified, the answer is she testified after the timeline was created, correct?
Yes.
Brian Albert and his family had a dog on January 29th, 2022, did they not?
Yes, they did.
Oh my God.
Chloe,
What kind of dog was Chloe?
German Shepherd.
Was it do you know if it was a purebred German Shepherd or a mix of Malinois and German Shepherd, or do you know?
I have no idea.
Big dog,
Yeah, good sized dog. Yeah.
70-pounder.
I don't know its weight.
Wasn't a little munchkin dog, though. It was a
No,
full-size German
it's a
Shepherd.
full size. Yeah.
On the morning that you described going into the house, January 29th, 6:40 a.m. or so,
This is the first time the jury is hearing about Chloe, like specifically. I think they referenced a dog in the opening statements. Yeah, they rehomed the dog, but they didn't know anything about Chloe. They didn't know the name. They didn't. This is the first time they're hearing about Chloe. Wow.
you indicated that you burst into the bedroom to wake your sister and Brian Albert. Is that right?
Yes, I went into the bedroom.
It's still dark out, correct?
Yes.
There had been relative chaos on the lawn for a number of minutes, from about 6:10 until at least 6:40. When we went in, there were still emergency vehicles with lights on, engines running, chaos, relative chaos, bedlam, as somebody has said, on that front lawn, correct?
It was more on their side lawn and down the street, kind of like all the cruises. A lot of them were behind their lot.
Right in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
To the side, in the side yard of 34 Fairview. Yes.
And on the lawn of 34 Fairview,
Yes.
where first responders were responding, correct?
Yes.
You said my client was screaming to the top of her lungs, is that right?
Yes, she was.
And Terry Roberts was screaming back at her,
Yes.
shut up, shut the fuck up, right?
Yes.
Then at 6:40 a.m., under the cover of darkness, you walked in the front door of the unlocked front door of Brian Albert's house, correct?
I went into my sister's house, correct?
It wasn't Brian Albert's house?
And Brian Albert. Yes, I'm sorry.
Wow.
Then
He's like, I'm not going to let you get away with it, not even once when you try to minimize. I'm so glad. Dude, so we were talking about this earlier with the lights, right? And how we didn't see any lights come on except for the porch light. But I was thinking about it too, and I was like, she would have had to turn the lights on in order to go upstairs to wake them up. She would have had to turn the lights on. But also, think if you're a normal person, right, and it's pitch dark and someone turns the lights on, wouldn't you wake up to that and not need someone to be like, Brian, Nicole, Brian, Nicole? Anyway, he's digging into this.
climbed the stairs up toward the bedrooms, correct?
Yes.
You walked into the bedroom door where Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, according to you,
Oh,
were
boy.
sleeping. Is that
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
So you would agree that you unexpectedly, in terms of their view, unexpectedly walked into their house basically in the middle of the night, middle of the morning.
Mhm.
Yes.
You indicated that when you went through their bedroom door, you sort of burst through, correct?
I opened the door. I don't know if I used the word burst.
You
You had
did.
previously indicated that when you went through the door, it was chaotic because you were so amped up from the events. Is that right?
I don't know if I used those words.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Would you say that you were loud or quiet?
I think as I explained earlier, I was like where everything was going on around me, and I was kind of like in just a state of shock. And I remember thinking, I don't want to startle them, but I have to wake them up, because obviously when I wake them up, they're going to be panicked and think something terrible happened.
Well, why didn't you want to startle them?
But
Something
no,
terrible had happened.
Yeah, right.
I didn't want to give them a heart attack when I woke them up.
But you didn't walk up and just nudge them and say, hey, Nicole,
Oh my God.
can you wake up?
Oh my God.
What's that?
No, I was like, Brian, Nicole, wake up, wake up.
Okay, exactly. But you weren't saying it in that voice either. You were saying, Brian, Nicole, get up.
Dude.
I'm not sure if it was that loud, but I definitely was. You definitely like trying to wake them
How
up.
did you do it in the pitch dark?
What was the dog's reaction?
Oh my God.
I don't recall seeing the dog.
So, according to you, to the dog at least, you can get in the mind of a dog, a relative stranger, walks in the front door, climbs a set of stairs, the house is completely dark, walks into a bedroom door and starts barking. The person starts barking.
Well,
Get up, wake up, Brian, Nicole.
why do you say relative stranger though? I take issue with that because he spent a lot of time, their family. She was just over there. She's over there all the time. Why is he calling her a relative stranger? That's kind of weird. It's kind of dismantling the whole thing.
To the dog at least, we can get in the mind of a dog, a relative stranger walks in the front door, climbs a set of stairs, the house is completely dark, walks into a bedroom door and starts barking. The person starts barking, "Get up, wake up, Brian, Nicole." And you don't remember seeing or hearing the dog at all.
Objection.
Sustained.
As you indicated, it's not that the dog wasn't reactive, it's that you don't remember the dog even being there, correct?
I have no memory of the dog, no.
But you do know that that dog sleeps in Brian and Nicole's room, correct?
It may, I don't know for sure.
Oh my God. It.
The reason you don't remember the dog being there is because the dog wasn't there, was it?
I don't remember the dog.
Right. So when you walked out of the room, when you walked in the house, didn't see the dog?
No.
When you walked up the stairs, no dog?
No.
Walked down the hallway, no dog?
No.
Walked into Brian and Nicole's bedroom door, no dog?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
I realize that.
Mhm.
Dog or no dog? No dog.
I don't remember seeing the dog. Doesn't mean it wasn't there or it was there. I just don't remember seeing it.
Well, no dog came up to you and barked at you, correct?
No.
You didn't see or hear a dog whining or howling, did you?
No.
You didn't hear or see a dog scratching at the door?
No.
There's no sign of a dog at all in Brian and Nicole Albert's house at 6:41 a.m. when you walked into that house, correct? Or 6:40?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
And this was a 70-pound German Shepherd, correct?
I don't know the weight of the
Have you
dog.
ever heard a description given about that dog by Brian Albert? Anybody else? That dog was not good with strangers.
Objection.
Did you know, as you said, you're very, very dear friends, and obviously dear friends with Brian Albert, relations with Nicole Albert, your sister. Are you aware that that dog was not good with strangers?
Objection.
Do you know that?
I don't. It wasn't good with other dogs is what I knew. So I could never bring my dog over there. That's all I know about the dog.
Right.
Wow.
Had some aggression, correct? At least with other dogs.
Possibly.
Possibly with other dogs.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you could remind the jurors, in your memory, who was the last person to leave the house 34 Fairview on the early morning hours of January 29th?
I believe Caitlin left after us, my niece.
Thank you.
He's making her sweat.
At some point, we've already talked a little bit about this. You said you looked out the front door glass. Was it a window or is the whole door glass?
The whole door was glass, I believe.
Is it like and pardon my ignorance, is there like a wooden door that is open and there's a storm door that's all glass that was closed? Is that what we're dealing with?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Mhm. Can we take one more glance? I'm going to back up for a quick second.
Okay.
Can we take one more glance at that exhibit 3, the court formation?
Okay.
Thank you. And can you enhance that?
Oh boy.
Yes.
You know, I feel like when we watched we just watched this. I feel like he didn't actually have her do this, where he like showed her the house and had her like point it out. I'm glad he's doing it now.
Mhm.
Is that
where Brian and Nicole Albert's bedroom window is?
Oh, boy.
Sure, it's right there.
Upper left window, uppermost left window, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, approach.
Yes.
Let me get back on track. You indicated that you looked out that storm door and saw Miss Reed's vehicle, her SUV, directly in front of you, correct?
I think what he's
was
also
the first-
doing is he's doing things, dude. I think he's doing things like this where he's asking one thing and then another thing so that she can't figure out where he's going. I think that's also what he's doing with that. Like he'll go to one thing and then but he's got a plan here. It's great because these two, like he knows her style of testimony and what like just having had so much experience with her, right? Unfortunately enough for him, I think he's going to outsmart her. He's already outsmarting her and there's no way she can win.
First time you noted or clocked that SUV being there?
First time,
The
sorry.
first time you noted the SUV, in other words, that you visually saw it, it was directly in front of you. It was not back by the mailbox, correct?
Correct.
Did you still see the Jeep parked back by the mailbox?
I looked out the window. I saw the car. I really didn't pay attention to details of other cars. I just looked and saw her car.
When you first looked out that window and looked out the door
Mhm.
and saw the SUV, what time was that?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Does the time 2:23 a.m. sound familiar?
2:23.
I'm sorry, 12:23. My mistake.
I'm not sure.
When you looked out the door, did you see any other vehicles at that time, other than the Jeep, other than Miss Reed's SUV?
I believe I saw lights. Oh, sorry, lights like over here somewhere. If the Jeep's there and the car, is there.
Okay.
Oh, she's starting to come unhinged. Woo!
Other than the Jeep, other than Miss Reed's SUV.
I believe I saw lights. Oh, sorry, lights like over here somewhere. If the Jeep's there and the car, is there.
Okay, can you describe for the record what you did? The theirs don't come across on the record.
Oh,
so
sorry.
to your left
Yes.
is
Straight out would be Miss Reed's vehicle that I looked at.
okay.
I kind of looked at that. I remember my peripheral vision seeing lights over there to the left. Sorry.
All right. So the way that you're describing this, and that's lights to a vehicle, correct?
Yes,
Matter of fact, you know what vehicle that is.
I do. Yes.
What vehicle is it? Describe it for the jurors, please.
It's Ryan Nagels.
Ryan Nagel's what? Car,
The-
truck?
I believe he has a truck.
Okay. So what you're describing is you looked out
Mhm.
the window, you saw Miss Reed's SUV directly in front of you. Right behind that, in line, was Brian Higgins' Jeep, and behind that was Ryan Nagel's truck. Is that right?
I'm not sure where his truck lines up. I just remember seeing lights. I just quickly saw Miss Reed's car and went back into the room. I wasn't, I apologize, paying attention for like specific details about cars.
At some point, you did become interested in exactly what time Ryan Nagel's truck arrived, correct? This is after the fact, well after the fact, months after the fact.
Yes, I did.
As a matter of fact, you took it upon yourself to ask Julie Nagel, Ryan's sister, to send you something, correct?
Yes, I did.
What did you ask her to send you?
I ran into the two of them.
I didn't ask you who you ran into, just what did you ask her to send you?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. A text message.
A screenshot of a text message.
Yes, a screenshot of a text message between Julie and Ryan Nagel.
You knew at the time that Miss Nagel, very obviously, was a percipient witness in this case, correct?
I believe so. It was very early on.
Bonnie, she was in the house.
Yes,
She was in the house when Miss Reed's vehicle appeared, correct?
correct.
She was in the house when you were looking at the vehicle.
Correct.
She was in the house when everybody came home from the 34th Fairview from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Correct.
She was interacting with those inside the house, the very time we're talking about, right?
Yes.
She went outside at some point to talk to her brother outside the house, right behind the SUV that you're describing as Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes.
So you knew that she was, and you knew all this when you asked her for that screenshot.
I was trying to piece together.
You
the
knew all
time.
this when you asked for the screenshot. You
Yes.
knew what her position was in this case, correct?
She had no involvement. What happened
I
outside
didn't ask
is
you if she had
different.
involvement.
Objection.
Let her finish her answer.
Go ahead.
Ms. McCabe, finish that answer.
I didn't.
That was
What
an
happened
interesting
out-
distinction to make. Are you saying that you did have involvement? That's interesting.
Was in this case, correct?
She had no involvement. What happened
I
outside
didn't
is
ask you if she had
different.
involvement.
Objection.
Let her finish her answer.
Go ahead.
Ms. McCabe, finish that answer.
I didn't. What happened outside was separate from anything that happened inside.
I'm going to ask you again. You knew all of that information, that Julie Nagel was a percipient witness in
Don't
this
touch
case,
that. That's
as was
wild,
everyone
man.
else inside 34th
Confession.
Fairview, when you asked for that screenshot, correct?
Yes.
That is another example of you coordinating information with other witnesses in this case, correct?
No, that is not correct.
Were you ever advised by Michael Proctor not to coordinate information with other witnesses in the case? Did he ever say, don't do that?
I don't recall.
So you don't recall, or he didn't?
I don't recall if he did or not.
Okay. If he did tell you not to coordinate with other witnesses, this would be a breach of that agreement, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Indeed, once you got that screenshot, we'll talk about that in just a second. When you got the screenshot, did you ever share that with law enforcement?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
You never provided that to Michael Proctor or any other investigator, did you?
Wow.
I'm not sure if I did or not.
As a matter of fact, Ms. McCabe, the only reason we know about that screenshot is because of the extraction on your phone.
Oh, there it is. Bam.
If that's how you know about it, I'm not sure.
He did not, none of this came up in the last trial. Like,
You asked for that screenshot
like this type of questioning about this, he did not go this hard about this is great.
for your own personal use, for your own personal information, for your own personal coordination, correct, of what happened that night.
That's what are you asking? There's 3 questions there.
Did you ask for that screenshot for your own personal use?
Yes.
And indeed, you do know what time it was that you looked out and saw Ryan Nagel's truck, because the screenshot told you that, correct?
The screenshot told me when Ryan Nagel pulled up. It didn't tell when I saw.
Oh my God,
And what
stop.
was the
it.
time when Ryan
No.
Nagle indicated that he pulled up?
I'd have to look at the screenshot.
2:23 a.m. 12:23 a.m. Sounds right.
I'm dying, you guys. Oh, fuck.
And indeed,
Wow.
you do know what time it was that you looked out and saw Ryan Nagle's truck because the screenshot told you that, correct?
The screenshot told me when Ryan Nagel pulled up. It didn't tell when I saw.
And what was the time when Ryan Nagle indicated that he pulled up?
I'd have to look at the screenshot.
Wow.
2:23 a.m. 12:23 a.m. Sounds right.
If you have it and that's what it says, absolutely.
Wow.
May I approach?
Yes.
Read that to yourself and highlight it to yourself.
To be heard.
Oh my God. Is this when they go to lunch or is this just a, this might be when they go to lunch. Let's see. There's the lamp.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank
Take a
you.
look at the highlighted portion and tell me if that refreshes your recollection about anything you've been discussing.
Fashion show at lunch. Anyone know what that's from?
Is the page available
I'm
before
sorry,
this?
just a yes or no. Does that refresh your recollection about
No.
anything that we've been discussing?
It's just what we've discussed. It doesn't really refresh.
So it does not refresh her memory. Next question.
Uh-oh.
I don't think that's what she said.
That's what you
Yes, that's what I said.
That was her answer.
That does not refresh your recollection.
Objection. asked.
That was her answer. Next question.
Oh, fuck. That?
Approach. Yes.
Thank you.
Take a look at the bottom of that page and tell me if that refreshes your recollection about anything we were just discussing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm for real, for real.
Ms. McCabe, having seen these, does this refresh your recollection about what we were just discussing concerning that conversation?
Regarding me asking Julie Nagel for the time?
Correct.
Yes, it does.
Okay. And what time did that was attendant to a screenshot that you asked for, correct?
Yes.
And that time was what?
Objection.
Do you remember the
Can I look at the paper? I was reading everything. I didn't
So
look at the
the
exact
question is
time.
whether you remember the.
Oh, do I remember it? I don't remember the exact time, but I can read it off the paper. That's different than a memory.
That's different.
Oh my God.
Next question.
So this does not refresh your recollection of the time that was reflected on that screenshot.
I can read the time, but
That's
in
not
my
question.
memory.
That's not my question. I have to do it this way. Ms.
Okay,
McCabe.
sorry.
Does it refresh your recollection?
She's like, try to remember to
Have
smile.
you read this?
Dude.
As to the time that was reflected on that screenshot.
I remember. I don't, sitting here today, the only reason I know there's a time is because of what's on that paper.
That's
But
not.
You did ask for a screenshot from Ms. Nagel, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that screenshot said something to the effect of outside. Is that right?
What's wrong?
Just that question. The screenshot said something about outside.
Is that right?
I believe it said here, yes.
Or maybe it's
Yes,
here.
something
And it
similar.
was a screenshot from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel indicating that he had arrived.
Oh my God.
Can
I
you
think what he's trying to do here is show that she does remember it and she did read it and she's he's baiting her into giving more details, I think.
Maybe it's
Yes,
here.
something
And it
similar.
was a screenshot from
Oh my
Ryan
God.
Nagel to
Oh my
Julie
God.
Nagel indicating that he had arrived.
Wow.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. It was a screenshot of a text message from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel saying, I've arrived. In other
Yes.
words, I've arrived at 34 Fairview.
Yes, it was.
Because he was intending to give her a ride home, which he had asked for. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You did see Julie Nagel go outside and approach the vehicle, correct?
I never saw her go near the vehicle. I saw her go outside.
Got it. Did she ultimately come back indoors?
Yes.
Did she come back in with anybody else?
No.
About what time would you estimate that to have been in the course of that evening?
When she came back inside,
When she walked out and then came back inside?
soon after she went out, She talked to her brother. She came back inside.
And about what time of day was that? If you know.
I mean, this was all happening while we were at my sister's house.
Right. Was it
Oh my God.
12:15, 12:30, 12:45, 1 o'clock?
Well, according to that paper, it would have had to
That's
be
not what I'm
Not
asking.
according, not according to.
Do you have an independent recollection of about, if not down to the minute, about what time that was?
could say I'd have to be. I wasn't looking at my watch that night, so it's very hard for me to give a time.
You
Just
gave
off of my
times on
memory.
other things,
I know what
ma'am.
I've seen, but
Oh my God.
hard.
You did see both Ryan Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV in front of the house at the same time, correct?
I saw his lights in my peripheral vision on the
Right.
left.
But the lights are attached to what?
The car, but it wasn't out front. Miss Reed's vehicle was up front.
When I say in front of 34 Fairview, we're going to talk about the spacing in just a second. I just meant out in front of the house.
Yes, over to the side, correct.
Wow.
And you're indicating that, and I want to be clear about this,
Mhm.
as you're looking out that storm door window,
Mhm.
going from right to left, it was Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes,
Then Higgins's Jeep. Is that right?
his Jeep was in front of the mailbox.
Then behind that, was there a space? And then Mr. Nagel's truck, or was the truck right behind the Jeep?
That's what I can't tell you. I just remember seeing lights. I didn't look over and pay much attention to it. I was just quickly looking at the Miss Reed's car, and then I went back and sat down.
Do you recall testifying at a prior
This
hearing
is so
that
insane.
it was your perception was Miss Reed's car, her SUV, the Jeep,
Mhm.
a space, and then Mr. Nagel's truck from right to left?
I remember Mr. Nagel's truck over to the left in my peripheral vision. I can't give you an exact location.
That wasn't the
But there's
question.
no question in your mind as you sit here that Brian Higgins' Jeep was between Brian Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV. You remember that very clearly, correct?
I know that this Miss Reed's vehicle was here, and there were lights in my peripheral vision over here. I wasn't, I just was looking quickly.
So let me ask you the question again.
Okay.
Assuming that the lights are attached to something, Brian Nagel's truck, we've already established that.
Mhm.
What you're looking at, when you look out the storm door window, is Miss Reed's truck,
Mhm.
or SUV rather. So just behind that is left, as you're looking at it, Mr. Higgins' Jeep, correct? And behind that, Mr. Nagel's truck. You remember the Jeep being between the truck and the SUV? correct?
I remember looking out the window. It was dark. I remember seeing lights over to the left. That is what I remember.
Where was the Jeep as it relates to the lights?
I'm assuming the Jeep was still parked at the mailbox.
You saw it. I mean, it's a
Weird.
5,000 pound Jeep, right?
It was dark. I wasn't studying outside. It was a quick thing I did. I looked, I saw it, I went back to the table.
Okay, and I'm asking for what the saw it part was.
Oh my God.
Slow down on the saw it part.
Okay.
You looked and you saw Brian Nagel's truck, then you saw Higgins' Jeep, then you saw Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
I saw Miss Reed's SUV parked straight out front, and in my peripheral vision, I saw lights that must have been attached to a truck, but I didn't study the
Hitting the microphone again.
lineup of cars. I'm sorry.
All right, so
Can I have one more question?
one more question.
You looked out the window a bazillion times.
The Jeep, was it in front of the SUV, behind Mr. Nagel's truck, or was it between the two of them? It's a simple question.
You're asking what I saw when I looked outside. I didn't, and I'm telling you exactly what I saw. It was dark. It was Karen's car there, and in my peripheral vision, I saw lights, and then I went back to the table.
Okay, that's the last question. We're going to break for lunch.
Very well.
All right, jurors, we'll take our lunch and recess. and then we can-
What did you say, Alan?
Right behind the jurors.
I don't know why the closed captioning is coming and going.
Thank you.
Are you saying, what did Alan say?
Goodbye.
Oh my God. So we get to skip the lunch break.
Was the Jeep, was it in front of the SUV, behind Mr. Nagel's truck, or was it between the two of them? It's a simple question.
You're asking what
Trying to get the positioning of the Jeep. It is hard to hear him.
SUV, behind Mr. Nagel's truck, or was it between the two of them? It's a simple question.
you're asking what I saw when I looked outside. I didn't, and I'm telling you exactly what I saw. It was dark. It was
Let me back up.
The SUV, behind Mr. Nagel's truck, or was it between the two of them?
Behind the SUV. Wait.
Was the Jeep, was it in front of the SUV,
In front of the SUV.
Mr. Nagel's truck, or was it between the two of them? It's a simple question.
You're
In front of the SUV, behind Mr. Nagel's truck,
Okay. That's why, because he stumbles there. So in front of the SUV, behind Sarah Nagel's truck, or was it between the two of them?
or was it between the two of them?
That's the question.
you're asking what I saw when I looked outside. I didn't.
So they go
And
to
I'm
lunch.
telling you
Let me see if we
exactly.
put anything on the record before lunch. Probably not. Let's just see. Okay, so we get to skip lunch. Woo! Have a whole delicious lunch in 2 seconds, and we're going to be almost caught up here. See, guys. See, this is why we do it the way we do, because we get to skip all this. Look. Whee! Scroll strategies. Woo! All right.
Sorry about the delay, jurors. We were told that we blew a fuse, and that's why we couldn't get started on time. So these old courthouses. So
Okay, here we
we
go.
appreciate your patience. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms.
All right.
McCabe, when you first saw Ms. Reed's SUV pull up, very shortly thereafter, you sent a text to John O'Keefe, correct?
I walked to the door, saw the car, and that's when I sent him a text. Yes.
Right. So you walked up to the door, saw the SUV outside, and then texted him something at that, basically while you're standing at the door.
I believe so.
What
Yes.
did you text him?
Here?
Okay. That was, do you remember the time?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to look at a series of text messages contained in a Celebrate report? I think you've seen this before.
Sure.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ask you about a series of text messages. It's not a memory contest in terms of the timing. I'm going to ask you about probably 5 or so. All of those purport to be contained in here. Do you remember the times of those 5 texts?
I don't off the top of my head.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to look at all those in one fell swoop as you look at this document? So I don't have to go back and forth?
Are these in evidence?
This is not in evidence to my knowledge. Not yet.
Would it help you to remember?
Yeah.
Okay. Why don't you bring it to Ms. McCabe?
Thank you.
Thank you. This one is. Yeah, I just need to tell it. I might turn to that. Ms. McCabe, if you wouldn't mind, take a look at the tabs, not that whole document.
Okay.
Yes. Take a look at the tabs and go in reverse chronological order and see if that refreshes your recollection about the time and content of text messages that you sent to Mr. O'Keefe those early that early morning of January 29th.
Quiz. You can eat your lunch. You can eat your lunch now, right
Yes.
now. I hear my meow.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Or whenever. I can have some
I'm
gold.
not gonna have to remember the exact times of all 5, am I?
I'll help.
Okay. Thank you.
You already said no, miss.
Ms. McCabe, did you see a text on here that was consistent with your memory that you texted here?
Yes.
And was that at 12:14? I'm sorry, at 12:27 a.m.
I don't know exactly. I'm assuming if it's on that paper.
If I may have just one, Your Honor.
Oh boy. Really, Jen? Really?
Why don't I see counsel at sidebar for just a minute?
Oh Lord. Okay. Oh my God. Who's that dude beside what's her face? John's
Ms.
mom.
McCabe, we're going to make it a little easier for you, okay?
Thank you.
May I?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer the following stipulation at 12:14:27 on January 29th, 2022. Text message from Jen McCabe to, I'm sorry, text message from John O'Keefe's phone to Jen McCabe's phone, where to? At 12:20, all these are on January 29th, 2022, at 12:27:33 from Jennifer McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone.
So she can't argue it. Oh my God, her face.
Here, exclamation point, question mark. Same date, 12:31 and 47 seconds from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone, pull behind me. Same date, 12:40 and 31 seconds from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone, hello. 12:42 and 9 seconds. Text message from Jennifer McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone, where are the letter U?
Okay, thank you.
Finally, 12:45 and 53 seconds from Jen McCabe's phone to John O'Keefe's phone, hello. I would offer the stipulation that those are correct times and dates and contents of the text messages between John O'Keefe's phone and Jennifer McCabe's phone on January 29, 2022.
All right, and that's what you're agreeing to, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, Your Honor, it's contained in the Celebrate report.
Okay. All right, folks. So I told you yesterday about a stipulation when I talked about something in the front line. This is similar. So what you just heard, both lawyers agree that that's information contained in a Celebrate report.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I continue?
Yes.
At some point, you indicated that, and by the way, Ms. McCabe, at 12:27, it's now been stipulated to, you texted a single word here, exclamation point, question mark, correct?
Yes.
You indicate that you saw the SUV move up after it was in front of the 34 Fairview residence. It moved up some number of feet, correct?
The next time I looked, it was at a different location.
Right. Now, you did not see the white Jeep move from the place that you originally saw it in front of the mailbox, correct?
I never looked out at the white Jeep.
But you never saw that move ever.
No.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Higgins, that Jeep was in the same spot while Mr. Higgins was inside the residence until he left, correct?
That's what I would assume, yes.
Okay. And you never saw him go out and move his car and come back in or anything like that?
I never did, no.
After you, it's fair to say that once you noted that the SUV, Ms. Reed's SUV was in front of the location, you started paying some attention to it.
I went to the door a few times to look out, yes.
As a matter of fact, in the course of about 19 minutes, you went to the door no fewer than 5 times, correct?
I'm not sure if it was 5.
You've indicated in previously that
Really?
for every time you
We
went
just watched her freaking testimony, dude. The 5 times it was like she said that over and over again.
to the door and saw the SUV, you texted something, which are the text contained in the document that was just stipulated. Is that right?
I did text 5 times. You are correct.
Okay. So it's fair to say if you texted 5 times, then you went to the door 5 times. If those were associated with one another, you walk up, look at the door, see the SUV, and text something. Here, pull behind me. Where are you? Those texts, correct?
I remember going to the front door, seeing the car, and texting here. When I went to the door the second time, the car had moved up towards the flagpole, and I texted, pull behind me, because I thought, did they not know where to park? Did they think they were at the wrong house?
So my question is this. Every time you went to the door, you texted something.
I'm not sure that I did, yes.
Do you remember
I'm not sure that I did,
Do
sorry.
you remember a year ago testifying that
I do.
every single time you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something?
Yep.
Am I aware that I said that?
Correct. That you
Could you-
testified to that.
Could you show that to me, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Oh, good God. Why, woman? Why? Dude, you're just going to get impeached every fucking time. Oh, my God.
Finished.
Wow. Lord.
Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection about the issue we were just talking about?
I see what's written down, yes.
Okay. Did you testify in answer to the following question? And as a matter of fact, you looked every single time that you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something, correct? Answer, correct.
I answered correct to that,
Okay.
yes.
So if you looked out, I'm sorry, if you texted 5 times, that's all I'm getting to, you went to the door about 5 times.
I'm not sure. I remember definitely going twice.
They had a big exchange
again-
about this in the first trial.
If I misstated or I said I went 5 times, 4 times, I apologize.
Well, do you think this testimony is in error?
No, I don't. I'm thinking with my memory, it was 3 years ago, and I'm thinking that maybe I wasn't clear on that detail of how many times that I went to the door. What I
Certainly,
can tell you I'm clear on is that I did go twice, and I saw it. I saw it straight
Honestly,
ahead.
I was just doing timestamps earlier. They spent like 30 minutes working through this so that she could figure out this whole thing. And for her to say she's not sure she understands it is bullshit.
I saw it at the flagpole, and a third time
Yeah, she
further up.
didn't
I cannot say with certainty with my memory today that I was up at that door every single time. I'm sorry.
and then,
Well, you said it then.
and by the way, when you testified, as you just saw,
Mhm.
that was a year ago, correct?
Yes.
A year earlier and a year closer to the event, correct?
Yes, it
So
was.
your memory would have been a little bit fresher then than it is now, a year later.
I don't think I can compare my memory then to now.
You can't compare your memory. Do you think your memory gets better with time or fades a
Some,
little with time?
well, some things, unfortunately, I think about every single day with this case, the trauma of
Sure.
it and what I experienced and went through. And there are some things that I am
Oh,
certain I will never forget.
Oh my God.
And I know for sure where
Things that happened to you, but you don't care about. Dude, I
the car
can't.
was, and I know for sure I sent those
Oh,
2 texts, but I apologize if I misstated. I went up more than I did. I'm just trying to give you what I remember today.
Let's talk about those texts and
Mm-hmm.
and you looking out the door. You did approach the door and you saw that the vehicle was there the initial time, correct? That's 1.
When I texted here, yes,
And you texted here, exclamation point, question mark. Is that right?
correct.
And you indicated that when you first saw the vehicle, it was straight out ahead of you in front of the front door, and it was stationary. Is that right?
Yes. Yes,
Then you said you went back to the door and you saw that it had moved up, quote, a little bit. Isn't that right?
yes.
Toward the flagpole. Is that right?
Was that the flagpole? Yes.
And when you saw that it had moved up toward the flagpole, then you texted again at 12:40, which has been stipulated to hello. Is that right?
When I saw it move up to the flagpole, I believe I texted pull behind me.
When you went the second time, and by the way, it's my mistake. I got I jumped over one. It was 12:31:47, which we stipulated to pull behind me. That's when the SUV was up closer to the flagpole, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Then you went yet again at 12:40 and saw the SUV yet again and texted hello. It was the second hello.
I'm not sure if that was when I texted hello.
But you did see that the SUV had moved again.
Yes.
Now where was it?
At first, it was straight ahead. Then it was at the flagpole, and then it was further up.
Then at 12:42, 2 minutes later, you texted, where are you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, it was still up by the flagpole?
No, I'm not saying that it was still outside.
Where was it?
I'm not sure where the vehicle was.
At 12:45, you texted yet again, hello. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
You indicated that you texted hello the last time you saw the vehicle. Is that right?
I'm not saying that today, no.
Well, did you say it previously?
In my testimony, did I say that the last time I texted? Do you have that written that I could see?
You just read it.
Well, that was your question that you had read to me. I never came out and said that.
Ms. McCabe, I asked you if you testified to that a year ago. That's my question. Did you testify to that a year ago that when you went, every single time you went to the door, you texted something because seeing the vehicle prompted you to text something to John?
That's a summary of maybe the
Did you testify to that a year ago?
to what that when I went to the door. Yeah, different times when I went to the door, I did text. Yes.
And then you testified as well that you went to the door a final time and saw that the SUV was gone. It had left, correct?
Yes, at one point I did.
And that was just a couple of minutes after your last text at 12:45. Is that right?
I'm not sure of the time.
As a matter of fact, you testified previously that it was around 12:50 that you last went to the door and noted that the car was completely gone. Is that right?
I'm not sure of that.
You're not sure of that?
No, if you could show me, I'd appreciate it.
Oh, did you see her giving the cue for an objection and it didn't work? Oh my God, Lolly's not working for you anymore. Love this.
Went to the door and noted that the car was completely gone. Is that right?
I'm not sure of that.
See? Haha, no one.
No, if you could show me, I'd appreciate it.
At some point, did you note that the vehicle was gone? Let's get to that.
Yes.
Around what time was that?
I do not know.
12:45, a little before, a little after?
I'm not sure. I can't give a time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at how you testified to that particular time last year?
Sure.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. The highlighted portion.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe?
Oh, great question from Quiz. No. You can only object on the witness that you're examining. So because she was questioned under direct examination by Brennan, he's the only one that can object. You can't have, the other attorneys cannot object. It has to, that's why whenever a witness is on the stand under direct, you know who's going to be doing cross when you hear the first objection from the other side, because then you know, it doesn't even matter which side it is. It's like whenever you hear the first objection, you know that person is going to be doing cross, if that makes sense. So that's the only attorney who can object. Glad you're learning something new.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as to what time last year you indicated that you went to the door and saw that the SUV was gone?
It says on the paper that I was asked if after 12:45 it was gone, and I answered correct.
Okay.
I never gave a time.
All right. And that coincides with the last
Sorry.
hello that you texted to John's phone, correct?
I just don't.
Again, I don't have that paper in front of me. Is that the
Well, that's
time?
the stipulation. That's what you don't need to worry about.
Okay.
That's been stipulated too. Your last hello text was at 12:45.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
So that coincides, that testimony from last year coincides with your last text message saying hello. You noted that the SUV at that point had gone, had left, correct?
Correct.
So if I hear your testimony correctly, you saw the SUV in position 1.
Yes.
There was a text or something, or 2 maybe. Then you saw it in position 2. You went back to the door and noted that SUV had moved and it was now closer to the flagpole, correct?
We've just asked 2 questions.
It had moved closer to the
The
flagpole.
first question is, you said I saw it and I sent a text or 2. I know I just said 1 here.
Okay. Then you saw it a second time,
Correct.
and now it's closer to the flagpole.
Yes, correct.
And there's texting going on. I'm not getting down to the minute of the text, but there's texting going on. You're sending texts.
I'm sending, yes.
Then you went back to the door a third time and saw that it had moved beyond the flagpole, correct?
Correct.
Then, according to your testimony last year, you went back to the door at least a fourth time to see that it was gone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so at bare minimum, based on your testimony today, you were at the door, looking out the window at that portion of either the yard directly in front of you, and in front of the house, or toward the flagpole, or beyond the flagpole, 4 times, correct?
From last year's testimony, but what I remember today
No,
with
Ms. McCabe, that's not
certainty
my
is
question.
twice.
You need to let her answer the question. Answer your question, please.
Go ahead.
What I remember certainty is looking at it out front, at the flagpole, and beyond. I don't remember how many times I went up to the door. I was back and forth.
Right, but according to you, you saw the car in 3 different positions, correct?
Correct.
So that's at least 3 times to the door, correct?
Correct.
And you saw the car gone, right?
Correct.
3 plus 1 is 4, correct?
Correct.
So now you're telling us that you went to the door a minimum of 4 times and moved across that yard at the SUV, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You had a clear view of that SUV as you looked out that storm door.
Here we
Every time
go.
you went to the door, didn't you?
It was dark and snowing, but I could see a vehicle out there,
It's
yes.
an alligator moment from
As a matter
last.
of fact, you've indicated that it was a clear view. There was nothing obstructing your vision, correct?
No, there was nothing but the weather
I heard the
conditions.
gooseneck.
And you indicated that, and by the way, the blizzard had basically just started. There was a dusting on the ground.
It was snowing. It was accumulating.
Right, but it was early,
A light dust.
early in the storm.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Right. And when asked about whether or not you had a view, well, let me ask it a different way. In terms of your view of the SUV and the distance from the storm door to the SUV to that curb line, there was nothing obstructing your view. You had a clear view of that, good view.
No
of the SUV,
alligator?
correct?
No alligator?
When I looked out the window, I could see the SUV in front of me, yes.
At no time during any of this interaction with the door, meaning going back and forth to the storm door, texting, looking outside, seeing the SUV in position 1, seeing the SUV in position 2, seeing the SUV in position 3, at no time did you hear any noise that was unusual, did you?
No, I didn't.
You didn't hear any screaming?
No.
You didn't hear any yelling?
No,
No loud voices?
no,
No foul language?
no,
You didn't hear a door slam?
no,
You didn't hear a verbal argument or a fight of any kind?
Yes, sir.
You didn't hear a revving engine?
no,
You didn't hear the squealing of tires or the scraping of tires on the pavement?
Beautiful.
You didn't hear a collision take place?
No.
Or a crash?
no,
Wow.
Or screams for help?
no.
Moaning, groaning, as if someone was in distress?
She did that last year as well, and she's been
As you
doing
looked
that
at
whole
the
time.
SUV,
She's either looking at the jury or looking over at Lolly. I think it's because she can't make eye contact with Jackson. So she's either looking over, I say Lolly. She's either like that last time and this time. She's like either looking at the jury or she's looking at the Commonwealth for them to object, basically. So I guess she just can't look him in the eyes.
the first time, you've already indicated that you had a clear view straight out the door, right? It's right in front of the front door.
I mean, having said that, we know that experts
Not at
are
an
told
angle.
to do that,
Right,
right?
correct.
You know, because you're supposed to be talking to the jury. So.
You also previously indicated that you saw tire tracks in the roadway.
Yes,
In that very, very light dusting of snow, the accumulation that you talked about, you saw tire tracks of some sort.
yes.
So that's down on the ground, beyond the yard, somewhere in the roadway.
In the street, correct.
You had a good view of those tire tracks as well, correct?
Yes,
As a matter of fact, you were able to
Different when
describe.
he was asked, please tell this jury, da 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 da. And then it's like, oh, okay. And then it's like, that would make sense naturally to go and turn and talk to the jury. But if someone's asking you a question and it's really a conversation between the two of you guys and y'all are like sparring back and forth and they're not referencing the jury and they ask you a question directly and then you turn to the jury, it's weird, right?
Those as sort of almost a wave, I think you once said.
yeah, across the street. I could see it because of the street light that was across the street.
Okay, and that presented at
Oh,
least enough
street light,
illumination.
okay.
Based on your view, you could see the tire tracks in the snow.
Yes, over to the left.
I
yes.
remember there being testimony that there weren't any street
And
lights.
you've detailed not just the shape of those tire tracks,
From last
sort of like a
time.
wave, but where those tire tracks were. Correct?
No, look at this. Yeah,
Where did you see them?
I believe over to the left. If I'm looking out straight. Oh, sorry.
So you're
Sorry.
looking outside
That's
at
so
the
funny.
SUV. I'm just going to turn my back to the jurors for a
What
second.
is she's such a mess?
You're looking outside the door. When you say straight out, the SUV is straight outside. When you say to the left,
She's
you
trying to
mean
not
the
look like a
SUV on
mess.
the ground, that's where you saw
We
the tire
see you,
Yes.
Jen. We
tracks.
see
Something
you.
like parallel park or something.
Kind of a wave. Yeah, I can't really explain what it was.
Yeah,
I
that's
just saw
part of
it.
the problem.
You weren't paying special attention. You weren't looking
the
for tire
problem,
tracks, were
man.
you?
No, when I glanced out, I saw it.
You weren't looking for anything in the road.
Oh, brilliant. You guys see where this is going, right? You weren't looking for it, but you saw it. Oh, man. Jackson,
I can't
sir.
really explain what it was. I just saw it.
You weren't paying special attention. You weren't looking for tire tracks, were you?
No, when I glanced out, I saw it.
You weren't looking for anything in
Did not
the
see that
roadway
coming.
at that point. You just glanced out. There was something in your peripheral vision, and you made note of it.
Yes.
Oh, boy.
And the only thing between you and the SUV as you looked out was the lawn.
Correct.
There's no ditches or hills in that lawn. It's a flat lawn, correct?
I wasn't looking at the ground. I was just kind of looking like I am at you
That's
right
not my
now,
question.
straight.
You know that lawn. You've been in that house 100 times, 500 times. There's no ditches or berms or hills or mountains on that lawn. It's just a flat lawn, right?
Here we go with the alligator
I guess you
moment.
could categorize it as flat. Yeah.
Y'all remember that from last time?
Um,
I'm saving this question, Twiz.
can we take a look?
I'm saving that comment or question about prison.
Yes.
Or a body. I mean, or yeah, but the snowplow also. Yeah, good
Can we
point.
take a look at that
Sure.
photograph for a quick second? Tell me
What a mess.
I do. Yes.
what page on it that you saw a few minutes ago?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that we mark this identification.
Okay.
Wish to publish?
Not for identification, no.
I haven't really been asked,
Your Honor, if I may, if it's marked for identification, I wouldn't object to showing it.
Okay. All right.
As a chalk at this point.
A chalk.
publish?
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, I approach.
Yes.
Thank you.
There you go. Thank you. What's depicted in that photograph?
34 Fairview.
Do you see the front door that you went in?
I
Why
do.
is there
Yes.
Can you point it out for the
Here.
gentleman?
Sure. Right there.
Okay, the one with the brick steps leading up to it.
Yes.
Now, with this perspective, can you point out the side door?
Sure.
That looks like a screen door just to the right of the hedges.
Yes.
With that perspective, can you point out the garage door?
I wonder if this was
Or
taken.
that one. Sorry.
I wonder if this was taken from the jury view and that's where that rock was and they had to block that out.
That's just to the right of the window inside that recess of the home.
Yes.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the lawn as it was on January 28th, 29th, other than the fact that it's different weather, the
Right.
shape of the lawn?
Yes.
Okay, thank
It's a lot of doors, a lot of windows and walls, people.
So what was that marked as, Madam Court Reporter? Thank you.
Your Honor, I would ask to move that in evidence. If we need to take a minute on that, I'm happy to, but that is my request.
Is there an issue?
No, I won't object.
Okay.
Greening. He's getting quiet.
Thank you, Your Honor.
She looks nervous. Ow. Suspenseful.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
The first time you looked out over that lawn to the SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe, did you?
No, I did not.
He was not outside that SUV.
Yeah.
No.
He was not standing or sitting.
Not that I saw.
He
He certainly wasn't on the ground, was
Not that I saw.
he? The second time you looked out, and saw the SUV. Now the SUV is more toward the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
And you had a clear field of view between you standing at that door and the SUV. You've already described that view, correct?
I can see the SUV. Correct.
Correct. And you could see everything in front of the SUV as well, couldn't you?
I just would go to the door and look at the SUV. I wasn't taking in all the surroundings of.
Right. But just like you weren't
Bitch,
seeing the surroundings,
come on.
you looked at the tire tracks, and
Right.
the SUV standing there.
Exactly.
You saw through your peripheral vision, you know, the tire tracks.
Yes, and that's lighted where
Shut
around the
up,
SUV
bitch.
was very
Stop.
dark.
I didn't ask you
Stop.
about it yet.
Gross.
I'm
You
sorry.
looked at tire tracks, even though you weren't looking for tire tracks, right?
Yes, I did.
Oh, he's getting her to comply. She said, I'm sorry. Oh my God. She said, I'm sorry. She said, I'm sorry.
Like, specifically looking at the tire tracks, and you saw the SUV standing, sitting right in front of you. You saw through your peripheral vision.
Wow.
you know, the tire tracks.
The thing is he does have an advantage because he knows that she's been like probably told, do not act like last time or we will have you beheaded, basically, right? So it's like no matter what, she's gonna at least have to try. And he wins either way. He wins either way, dude. Wow.
Yes, and that's lighted where around the SUV was very dark.
I haven't asked you about lighting yet. We'll get to that.
I'm
You
sorry.
went to tire tracks, even though you weren't looking for tire tracks, right?
Yes, I
There
did.
was something that stood out to you in your peripheral vision. Just looking out, there they are.
Yes, absolutely. Hmm.
Quiz.
That second time, you looked directly at the SUV with no obstruction between you and the SUV.
Here we go.
You did not see John O'Keefe standing outside the SUV.
No,
He wasn't sitting down.
no,
He wasn't lying down.
no,
You certainly did not see his body in the snow toward that flagpole.
In the snow.
And you would have been looking directly toward that flagpole, correct?
I was,
Directly,
I was looking at the vehicle.
directly
Shut up,
toward the
bitch.
flagpole, Ms. McCabe.
I was looking in the direction of the flagpole
Right.
at the vehicle. Yes.
And you saw no body in the snow, did you?
I didn't look for a body in the
Oh,
snow.
I didn't ask you if you looked for one. You weren't looking for tire tracks either, were you? But you saw those.
I did see those. Yes.
And
Wow.
you did not see a body in the snow.
No, I did not.
John O'Keefe, 6'2",
Oh,
216 pounds, brawny guy, big boy, right?
big boy.
I don't think I'd refer to him as a big boy, but
Oh my
he's
God.
tall. Yes.
Holy fuck.
You certainly didn't see him prostrate in the snow the way you found him the next morning, correct? Later that morning,
I didn't see anything on the ground. No.
correct? The third time you looked out toward that SUV, it's still in the direction of the flagpole, but a little further up, a little deeper to the right, correct?
Deeper.
Again, looking directly in the direction, at least, of the flagpole and that area of the yard, you were looking beyond that to the SUV, correct?
Yes.
You did not see John O'Keefe standing outside the vehicle.
I did not know.
He was not sitting outside the vehicle,
No,
and he certainly wasn't lying on the ground, was he?
I didn't see him.
And the last time you looked out, Ms. McCabe, this is now 12:45 or so. The last time you looked out, the SUV was gone. Is that right?
Yes.
But you were still looking in that direction because that's the last place you saw the SUV. Is that right?
I looked out the window like this. I wasn't searching anywhere, but just glanced out
Hi,
the window.
welcome
and I
back.
didn't see it.
Welcome
I'm
back.
just asking you a direction. Not whether or not you were searching.
We're
I
just
know you
watching
didn't
the
sit down searching.
insanity.
Not my question. My question is, were you
Excellent.
looking toward the area
Oh,
where you
twins.
last saw the SUV around 12:45 a.m.
Yes.
That would be directly across the lawn, directly past the flagpole, and directly into the street where you last saw the SUV, correct?
I glanced out. Yes, correct.
And the same way you glanced out at the SUV, to use your words, glanced out and saw the tire tracks.
Correct.
To
Yes.
use your
But you did not see John O'Keefe standing on the lawn.
No,
You did not see him sitting on the lawn,
no,
and you certainly did not see his body lying on the lawn, did you?
no, no, I did not.
Wonderful. We're going to get into the Haas lawn.
Ultimately, you left the location that night, the gathering at 34 Fairview. Is that right? You didn't spend the night there?
No, I went home.
About what time was it that you left the location?
Approximately, it was after 1:30. Approximately 1:30, 1:45.
So this is maybe an hour later, later than what we've just been discussing.
Yes.
seeing the SUV. Who did you leave with?
I left with my husband, Matt, and Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson.
Who was driving?
Sorry, my husband, Matt, was driving.
And where was Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel sitting in that SUV?
They were in the back seat.
By the way, what kind of SUV were you in that night?
A Yukon.
Everyone stay hydrated.
Big-
Four-door
yeah,
extended
big-
seating?
Yes.
When the SUV pulled out of the drive, it was in the driveway?
Yes.
When the SUV backed out of the driveway, doing a three-point turn, backed out of the driveway, did it go toward Chapman or did it go toward Cedar Crest?
It went towards Chapman.
So as you backed out of the driveway, you would have been heading up toward the flagpole side of the property rather than back toward the driveway side of the property, correct?
Correct.
You would have driven directly adjacent to the area where John O'Keefe's body was later discovered at 6:04, 6:03 a.m., correct?
Yes, correct.
You were seated in the passenger seat of the vehicle, not the driver's seat.
Correct.
You were seated in the front of the vehicle, not the back seat.
Correct.
You would have been closest to the yard as y'all drove past, correct?
Correct.
That's a newer model Yukon. I'm assuming that the headlights automatically turn on at night.
Yes.
So the headlights were illuminated.
Yes.
Did your husband, Matt, did he turn on the brights or did he leave the beams on low? Or do you know?
I don't know.
But certainly the area in front of that SUV, that Yukon, was well lit.
The lights were on. Yes.
You did not see anything out of the ordinary as you drove right by that location, did you?
I was looking in the back seat when we were driving.
Did you see anything out of the ordinary?
The jury's
that
on the
lawn
side.
as you drove by in that SUV.
No, because I wasn't looking at the lawn.
You certainly did not see John O'Keefe
Christ.
dressed in dark clothing, laying prostrate in the lawn.
No, I did not.
You said that you were turned around talking to the other young ladies in the SUV, Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson. Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that you were engaged with them about a
The
conversation.
jury. So if you're sitting where she's at, oh my God, if you're sitting where she's at, the jury is to your left, to her left, like from where she's sitting. She's looking out at the gallery. Jury's on her left. From the way we're facing her, the jury's on the right.
Yes.
You didn't, as you passed by that location adjacent to where John's body was later discovered, you didn't hear Julie Nagel say anything out of the ordinary about having seen something.
No.
You didn't hear Sarah Levinson say anything out of the ordinary about having seen something.
No.
And according to you, you were turned around, directly engaged with both these young ladies as you passed by that area where John's body was later discovered. Is that right?
When we pulled out, I turned around and I was talking to them about the bread and the peanut butter. I'm not sure exactly where we were driving, but it was when we pulled out. Yes.
You certainly never heard anybody say anything like, what was that, or anything close to that.
No, I didn't.
I'd like to turn your attention to your arrival back at 34 Fairview just after 6 a.m. the next morning. You indicate that the visibility was relatively poor and that you could not see John O'Keefe on that lawn from your perspective, correct?
The visibility was extremely poor, and no, I could not see him.
You were in the front seat, passenger side.
Yes, I was.
It was Karen Reed who actually saw Mr. O'Keefe and jumped out of the car and began attending to him immediately, correct?
Karen got out of the car and ran to John O'Keefe.
And you stayed by the car, and Ms. Roberts ran over to assist Ms. Reed in giving first aid to, at least initially, to Mr. O'Keefe. Is that right?
No, that is not. Carrie got out and walked over, and then I got out and walked over.
You indicated that well, let me ask a different question. Yesterday, you testified in pretty significant detail that when you got out of the car, you could not see anything even close to the flagpole, correct?
Visibility was very bad. Yes.
Matter of fact, you used the word whiteout conditions. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Whiteout conditions, you basically can't see your hand in front of your face.
I wouldn't say that extreme, but I used whiteout as there's just snow coming at you.
You were specifically asked by Mr. Brennan, how close did you have to get before you could actually see anything of note where Ms. Reed had gone? Is that right?
Yes.
You testified yesterday that you could see just merely shadowy figures of Ms. Reed and Carrie Roberts, and it wasn't until you got very close over to them that you could see John, in your words.
Correct.
As a matter of fact, you followed that up by saying that that was the first moment, once you got basically on top of them, that was the first moment that you realized that it was John, that there was a body on the ground, correct?
I said as I got close to them, I don't think on top of them.
Fair enough. It's my words, not yours. You did say, quote, very close to them, correct?
I'd have to see it, but
Well, you
There's
said-
her cue again. No one's objecting. Breenan is not jumping in to save her. Very interesting. You know, maybe he's going to treat her like he did Ian Whiffen and throw her to the wolves and just not care. It's very interesting because see, Lolly would have objected every time she cued. Lolly objected, but not anymore.
I said as I got close to them, I don't think on top of them.
Fair enough. It's my words, not yours. You did say, quote,
Fair.
very close to them.
And you heard the microphone, right? So objection is possible, but it's not happening yet.
I'd have to see it, but
Well, you just
It was
testified to
fun.
it yesterday. You remember saying, I get very close to them.
I know I said I had got very close to them or close to them, something like that.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't have a transcript of yesterday's testimony. I'm sorry. Last year, you testified to something very different than that, though, didn't you?
No.
Isn't it true that last year you testified that you got out on the passenger side of the vehicle, which is, we'll agree, the furthest side from the lawn, as Ms. Roberts was driving from Chapman toward Crestview, Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes.
You testified that you were on the passenger side, and as you got out of the vehicle, you noted that Karen Reed was already at John. Is that right?
As I got out and walked around the back of the vehicle, the shadowy figure of Karen had already gotten onto something.
You further testified that as you got out of the vehicle, you noted that she straddled John, lifted up her shirt, and went to lay on him. And Miss Roberts went over and said she was started removing snow from John's face. Correct?
Looking over.
Where are
Sure.
you, Mr. Jeffrey?
Y'all, look at the number of times she's looking over. Oh shit, dude. She's like, rescue me. Nah. Wow, there's another good pause.
Onto something.
You further testified that as you got out of the vehicle, you noted that she straddled John, lifted up his shirt, lifted up her shirt, and went to lay on him. And Miss Roberts went over and said she was started removing snow from John's face. Correct?
I have the page and line number.
Where are you,
Sure.
Mr. Jackson?
May 17, 2024, RT 114, lines 14 to bottom onto 115, line 4. Is that how you testified last year?
I'm sorry, would you mind just repeating it?
Sure.
Thank you.
You testified in substance that you were on the passenger side of the vehicle, and as you got out, quote, as I got out, end quote, she, Miss Reed, was already at John. You indicated that you saw her straddle him, lift up his shirt, lift up her shirt, and lay on top of him while Miss Roberts went over and removed snow from his face. That's how you testified last year, correct?
Okay.
Is that how you testified last year?
I'm not sure. I know,
Next question.
Would it refresh your recollection if you look at a copy of your testimony from last year?
I don't think looking at it would refresh my memory. I know I might have used different words, but the bottom
God,
line is I got
no.
out of the car. Went,
No, why? And dude, if Judge Bev lets her off the hook with this, you've got to be kidding me, because this is really fucking important. And why can you not impeach her? Dude, no.
behind the car, went over, and Karen had done that.
Mr. McCabe, I'm asking, do you think it would refresh your, if you don't have a good recollection of how you testified last year under oath, sitting on that witness stand? I'm asking, do you think it would refresh your recollection to see your transcript from last year?
I don't need to see my transcript. I know what I know, and I know what I remember. So
No, you can't do this. Wow.
whether I said it was
I've never seen anyone do this on the witness stand. She's like refusing to look at it. She's like, what? Oh my God, you can't just do this. What is happening?
done that.
Mr. McCabe, I'm asking, do you think it would refresh your, if you don't have a good recollection of how you testified last year under oath, sitting on that witness stand?
What is happening?
I'm asking, do you think it would refresh your recollection?
Wow.
I don't need to see my transcript. I know
No.
what I know, and I know.
This is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. What is happening?
Last year under oath, sitting on that witness stand. I'm asking, do you think it would refresh your recollection to see your transcript from last year?
I don't need to see my transcript. I know what I know, and I know what I remember. So
That's not my question. I'm not asking what you remember now. I'm asking how you testified a year ago now.
whether I said it was as we're fighting over silly words, whether I said as I got out of the car with the
God, he's allowed to impeach you. What is wrong with her? Dude. One more time. I'm shocked. I'm shocked.
I'd have used different words, but the bottom line is I got out of the car, went behind the car, went over, and Karen had done that.
Mr. McCabe, I'm asking, do you think it would refresh your, if you don't have a good recollection of how you testified last year under oath, sitting on that witness stand? I'm asking, do you think it would refresh your recollection to see your transcript from last year?
Hi, Doug. Welcome.
I don't need to see my transcript. I know what I know, and I know what I remember. So
That's not my question. I'm not asking what you remember now. I'm asking how you testified a year ago now.
whether I said it was as we're fighting over silly words, whether I said as I got out of the car with there.
Words matter. They matter a lot.
Okay, so remember, Mr. Jackson, no comments. Ms. McCabe, can you answer his question?
Okay.
Do you remember exactly how it is that you testified last year?
I do not know.
Yeah, exactly, Doug. Correct. And it's crazy. This is crazy. I've literally never seen anyone. I've never seen this shit before. This is a whole new strategy. A whole new world. Wow.
And Karen had done that.
Mr. McCabe, I'm asking, do you think it would refresh your, if you don't have a good recollection of how you testified last year under oath, sitting on that witness stand? I'm asking, do you think it would refresh your recollection to see your transcript from last year?
I don't need to see my transcript. I know what I know, and I know what I remember. So
Dude.
That's not my question. I'm not asking what you remember now. I'm asking how you testified a year ago now.
whether I said it was as we're fighting over silly words, whether I said as I got out of the car with there.
No.
They matter a lot.
Okay, so remember, Mr. Jackson, no comments. Ms. McCabe, can you answer his question?
Okay.
Do you remember exactly how it is that you testified last year?
I do not know.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's exactly it. It's crazy. I'll just refuse to see the transcript. It's crazy. It is crazy. I've never seen this before. It's insane. You called it though. That's exactly what it is.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as to how you testified in substance last year?
I see what it says, I said, but it's a little bit different than what you stated.
Okay, then let's walk through that. Did you indicate last year that as you got out of the vehicle, that's when you could see what Miss Reed was doing with John O'Keefe, down to the detail of pulling her shirt up and pulling his shirt up to try to go skin to skin?
I object. And
Why don't I see it side by side? Would you bring it with you, Mr. Jackson, please?
Oh boy. So charged with and go to prison for are different because it's like, well, she would have to get convicted. And things like perjury are very unlikely to come with jail time or prison time in, unless you,
Ms. McCabe,
with only minor, very few exceptions. The perjury is not going to cut it, right? That's just an intimidation.
Now you can go ahead.
thank you.
Okay.
Ms. McCabe, is it true that you had the following colloquy last year on this subject? Answer, I was on the passenger side, so as I got out, she was already at John. Question, so she gets out and essentially makes a beeline over to where John was. Answer, correct. Question, and you're getting out of the passenger side, and by the time you come around the car, she's already there. Answer, yes. Question, and when she gets over there, what, if anything, could you see at that point? Answer, she straddles John and lifts up his shirt. And then she lifted up her shirt and went to lay on him. And Miss Roberts went over and she was removing the snow from his face. Is that how you testified last year?
Yes, that's how I answered the questions.
Okay. Clearly, you didn't indicate last year that it was whiteout conditions. You could see nothing of the kind, and you had to get, quote unquote, very close to him before you could see anything, correct?
objection.
Sustained. It's the first word that's problematic, Mr. Jackson.
Yesterday, you testified that it was whiteout conditions. You had to leave the car, walk all the way over and get, quote unquote, very close to John before you recognized that it was even a body. Is that right?
Yes.
But last year, you testified that you were still at the car when you noted the detail of Karen basically giving life-saving aid to John. You can see that clearly all the way from the car, right?
Objection.
Is that what you said, Ms. McCabe?
No.
Is there a reason, Ms. McCabe, that you might wish to improve your testimony this year than last year, over last year, with regard to the distance that you could see Ms. Reed engaged with Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Are you trying to suggest or improve your testimony to suggest that you had no idea that there was a body there and nobody reasonably could have even seen the body there as you drove up?
Objection.
Is that what you're trying to say, Ms. Reed?
Ms. McCabe,
Okay.
Can you repeat the question, please?
not sure.
Oh shit! What? Did she just call her Miss Reed? Oh wow. So Carrie Roberts got called Miss McCabe and Miss McCabe got called Miss Reed?
There was a body there and nobody reasonably could have even seen the body there as you drove up.
Objection.
Is that what you're trying to say, Ms. Reed?
Wow.
Ms. McCabe,
Okay.
She didn't even notice it. That's how thrown off. That's how, dude, that's where she's at. She didn't even notice it because she is so flustered by trying to figure out how to weasel around this question. Wow.
testimony to
Holy
suggest
fuck.
that you had no idea. that
She's
there was a body
totally
there and
missed
nobody
it.
reasonably could have even seen the body there as you drove up.
Objection.
Is that what you're trying to say, Ms. Reed?
Ms. McCabe,
Okay.
Can you repeat the question, please?
not sure. I'll give it a shot.
I'm sorry.
Are you trying to improve your testimony this year over last year to suggest that reasonably nobody could have seen where John was from the car?
I'm not
Just trying to-
I'm not trying to improve my testimony, no.
You claimed on direct examination today, as a matter of fact, that Miss Reed looked at you at the scene and said the phrase, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." She said it 3 times, very distinctly, according to your testimony, correct?
She did, yes.
That was so impactful that it had the effect of putting you in some sort of shock and horror. Is that right?
I was in shock the whole morning, but that statement definitely was a lot.
He wants to leave the
And
horror
that's an
out.
incredibly memorable statement for you to have heard and now recount to us in this trial, correct?
Correct.
Something that you wouldn't easily forget or overlook. Is that right?
Something I wouldn't.
Wow.
Something you would not easily
Correct.
forget or overlook. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
Matter of fact, some might say it's the centerpiece of your testimony.
Objection.
Sustained.
Ms. McCabe, you testified at a grand jury in April of 2022, did you not?
I did, yes.
Before you testified, you took an oath, very much like the oath that you took before you testified in this case, correct?
Correct.
You swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, correct?
Correct.
And that included the whole truth at the state grand jury, correct?
Correct.
That was only weeks, several weeks, but weeks after this incident, right? April 26th versus January 29th, 2022. Is that right?
Correct.
Things
Yes.
were much fresher in your mind then than they are now.
I wouldn't necessarily say that.
Especially something as momentous as an admission from my client that she hit him. Would you agree?
Would I agree that she said that?
Would you agree that that would be fresh in your mind? Something as momentous as that. You wouldn't forget that.
I will never forget it.
You wouldn't overlook that.
I will never forget it.
You would not overlook that either, would you, Ms. McCabe?
I answer the questions I'm asked.
Can you answer the question that I just asked? You not answer my question. Would you overlook that?
No.
And the reason you wouldn't overlook it is because it was so impactful on you, having heard that. Not once, not twice, 3 times. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Is that right?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I think it was a few days ago. It was either a few days ago or yesterday or the day before that we watched her testimony
Yes, I see it.
from the first trial.
Is that a transcript of your entire testimony at the grand jury in April of 2022?
I believe so, yes.
You've reviewed it in the past?
I have read it about a year ago, yes.
You read it in anticipation of your testimony a year ago, correct?
Yes, I reviewed it.
Have you reviewed it in preparation for your testimony today?
No, I haven't.
Yesterday. Ms. McCabe, turn to the page or pages in that transcript where you recount to the grand jurors that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Oh, shit.
This is over 227 pages.
Take your time.
How long did you say it was, Ms. McCabe?
Take your
227?
time.
I'm not going to let her read 227 pages.
You reviewed it before, haven't you?
I reviewed it a year ago, yes.
Yeah, they did this last time.
You read the whole thing, cover to cover, didn't you?
I skimmed through it.
One of the most important points in your testimony yesterday and today is recounting these jurors the phrase, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Is that right?
Objection.
To the form of that, I'm sustaining it.
Was it important to you to tell these jurors that you heard my client say, I hit him 3 times?
I answered the questions and I'm telling the jurors what I know.
Was it important to you before testifying today that you recount to these jurors the phrase, I hit him, coming out of my client's mouth?
Your client said she hit him. Yes.
That's not my question. This was my question, Ms. McCabe.
I'm sorry.
Was it important to you before you testified to tell these jurors under oath that my client said, I hit him 3 times?
As a juror, as a witness, it's important to tell the truth and to answer the question you were asked.
And in point of fact, in your entire grand jury testimony, you never said, my client said the words, I hit him, did you?
Again, it's 227 pages.
Ms. McCabe, you were there. They're your words. I'm not asking you to rehearse something. You were there. Did you tell the grand jurors that my client said I hit him?
I have testified a number of times, but I was there the morning of January 29th when your client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Did you tell that to the grand
I
jurors?
didn't hear that.
I'm not sure.
It's because you didn't, did you?
Again, I'm not sure.
Ms. McCabe, you were asked in your grand jury testimony no fewer than a dozen times, 12 times, 12 separate times, you were asked to repeat words that my client said both before, going to, and at the scene at 34 Fairview that morning. Correct?
Objection.
Do you know the answer to that?
No.
You were asked multiple times what my client's words were that you heard her say going to and at the scene. Correct?
I was correct.
And you recounted those words truthfully and honestly at that time. Correct?
Correct.
Because you were under the same oath that you're under today.
Correct.
And things were much fresher in your mind then than they are now 3.5 years later. Would you agree with that?
I hit him, I hit him, I
Oh,
hit
let me
him. It's
let me
just as
rewind
fresh
it.
today
I
as
didn't
it
hear that.
was 3 years ago.
I didn't hear the juror part. Let me rewind that.
I-
Interesting.
As a juror, I mean, as
Wow.
a witness, it's important to tell the
Okay.
truth and to answer the question you were asked.
Wow.
And in point of fact,
Interesting.
in your entire grand jury testimony, you never said, my client said the words, I hit him. Did you?
Again, it's 227 pages.
Ms. McCabe, you were there. They're your words. I'm not asking you to rehearse something. You were there. Did you tell the grand jurors that my client said I hit him?
I have testified a number of times, but I was there the morning of January 29th when your client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Did you tell that to the grand jurors?
I'm not sure.
It's because you didn't, did you?
Again, I'm not sure.
Ms. McCabe, you were asked in your grand jury testimony no fewer than a dozen times, 12 times, 12
Quiz.
times you were asked to repeat.
This is asking a good question. Is this after she told Karen that she hit him? What it is that testimony though has not come out yet in this trial about her saying to Karen that she thinks that she might have hit him or whatever it was that she said in the last trial. That has not come out yet in this trial. I don't know why, but it hasn't yet.
Words that my client said both before, going to, and at the scene at 34 Fairview that morning. Correct?
Objection.
Do you know the answer to that?
No.
You were asked multiple times what my client's words were that you heard her say going to and at the scene. Correct?
I was correct.
And you recounted those words truthfully and honestly at that time. Correct?
Correct.
Because you were under the same oath that you're under today.
Correct.
And things were much fresher in your mind then than they are now 3.5 years later. Would you agree with that?
I hit him, I hit him, I hit him is just as fresh today as it was 3 years ago.
Turn to page 190, if you wouldn't mind. For court and counsel lines 10 and 11.
Which lines? I'm sorry.
10 and 11.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You recounted what Ms. Reed said to you over the phone to the grand jurors, correct?
Correct.
And what she said at 4:53 a.m. was, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Didn't say it. She asked it, correct?
She didn't say that at 4:53.
Did you testify that what Ms. Reed said to you that morning over the phone was, could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Or water won't save you, Jen.
Just wanted to verify page number, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes. Why don't you tell Mr. Brennan the page number?
I will, with each one. If you turn to page 192. Line 4. What did you tell the grand jurors my client said in that answer?
Foundation.
What are we talking about?
I'll ask it a different way. Did you answer a question on page 192, line 4, concerning my client's statement?
Did I answer a question?
You were answering a question, correct?
Oh, yes, yes.
All right.
I'm sorry.
And the answer that you gave to the grand jurors was, she said, could I have hit him? correct?
Yes, that's part of the answer I gave.
Turn to page 193.
I'd object.
So I don't want to have to see it sidebar. We need context in order for this to be admissible, Mr. Jackson. I have no idea what that said.
Your Honor, everyone, I can make an offer of proof at sidebar if you wish.
Okay, why don't you come to the
Sure.
sidebar? And bring it.
What are you, Twiz, what are you asking about? And official, what are you asking about? I'm not sure what you guys are asking about. Okay, let's see. Sidebar.
On page 192, line 4, for context, were you talking about a statement that was made in Karen's car on that morning before you got to the scene?
192.
192, line 4.
Yes, that was a comment you made in the car.
And she said the phrase, you recounted that she said the phrase, could I have hit him, correct?
Yes, that was part of my answer.
Take a look at page 193, line 1 through 2. This was also in the context of a conversation that was in Karen's car, correct?
Yes.
And the phrase that you attributed to my client was, could I have hit him? The question, correct?
Yes.
Page 193, line 23. In the context of being in John's driveway, One Meadows,
Yes.
and you attributed the statement, and she's asking if she could have hit him, correct?
Yes, when she showed me her taillight.
Page 201, lines 23 and 24. This is driving to Fairview. She asked, what if I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Can you tell me the lines?
I'm sorry, lines 23 and 24. Page 201.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I've read it.
She stated, according to you, what if I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, she did.
Page 202, top of the page, line 1 and 2. Again, in context, this is driving to Fairview before you arrived at Fairview. And she again asked, quote, according to you and your testimony in front of the grand jury, could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes, I see that here as part of my answer.
Then turn to page 208, lines 24 and 25.
I'm sorry, what lines 24 and 25?
Lines 24 and 25, let me know when you've
I've read them, thank you.
reviewed those. For context, this is at the scene outside Fairview.
Yes.
And you told those grand jurors under oath, she asked, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Correct?
Yes.
On page 208, lines 24 and 20, I'm sorry, 208 and 209, going on to page 209, lines 1 through 3.
Oh, I don't even know that they're going to
You
finish.
actually recounted to the grand jurors a conversation that you said my client had with a female EMT standing right there, exactly as you testified to today. Female EMT. You see that?
I do, yes.
And what did you say my client's statements were in front of that female EMT?
In this, I say that she said, could I have hit him? Is he dead?
It's actually, did I hit him?
Oh, sorry, I missed that part. I apologize. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
And that was at the scene in front of the female EMT, exactly the scene that you're describing. You attributed the 3 statements to my client to today. Correct?
There was many different times when we were talking to different EMTs, the female EMT, the men, police officers.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yeah, just hold your honor.
Sure.
I don't think he's going to be done yet.
Ms. McCabe, your full statement at page 208, starting at lines 22 through 25, going on to page 209, down to line 4, was, quote, so there are different, police officers getting statements from us. And at one point I'm standing with Ms. Reed and she's saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And there was, I believe, an EMT, a female, standing right next to me, listening to her yelling, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? It was pretty much nonstop. That was your testimony in front of the grand jurors, correct?
Yes, it was.
And that was April 26th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Not one time, Ms. McCabe, did you utter the phrase, I hit him, as it relates to my client in front of that grand jury on April 26th, 2022. Did you? Not once.
I'd have to read through the 227 pages to see.
As you sit here today, do you remember ever saying to those grand jurors, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, in front of a female EMT?
I've spoken to in a few grand juries. What I said specifically at different ones, I don't recall at this moment, but I do know that morning your client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him 3 times, and there was a female EMT there.
Actually, to Twiz's question, I wonder if the reason they're not bringing that part up about how maybe Jen fed it to Karen is because they're going the route of that she didn't say it, right? Like that Karen didn't say it, that she asked a question and that they don't want to like make it seem like it was a more affirmative thing because she was repeating something else. I don't know. Just a thought.
You spoke with Trooper Proctor just the same day, right? January 29th.
Yes.
Trooper Proctor was taking notes
Yes.
about your conversation?
Yes, he was.
You reviewed those notes, as a matter of fact. Some.
I didn't review his notes. I think I've seen a report at one point or another.
On that very day, January 29th, 2022, when you were asked to recount what happened at the scene, who was doing what and who said what. You never told Trooper Proctor that my client said, I hit him either, did you?
Oh, I told him. Yes, I did.
You just leave that out of his report?
I'm not responsible for his report.
No, you're not. But you have read his report.
So again, no comments, Mr. Jackson.
You have read his report, right?
I have seen it before, yes.
Remember, guys, the jury can take notes.
Yes.
Thank you.
You looked at that report for no particular this morning. You still recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Can you review that report, scan it, and let me know when you're done?
Okay, is there something specific I should be looking for?
I don't think you're going to find it, Ms. McCabe. It's for
All
I hit
right,
him.
so again, jurors disregard the comments. So it's question answer format only.
My question is, do you see the phrase, I hit him, as it's attributable to my client in that report? Objection.
System.
Why is that? Okay.
Do you recall telling Trooper Proctor that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? Objection.
Do you recall that?
Yes, I told him.
Oh, for fuck's sake, dude.
He was taking notes, correct?
Those notes ended up being memorialized in a formal report.
I'm assuming he,
The report's still open. I object.
Sustained.
Does that appear to be a report of the January 29th, 11:35 or so a.m. interview that you did with Trooper Proctor?
yes, it does.
You said you reviewed that report in the past,
Yes, in the past.
and you're aware in no place in that report
There you go.
the phrase, I hit him show up anywhere, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Never.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not the witness. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm being vague. I was just grabbing the report back. Sorry.
Yeah, I control off myself all the time.
I have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
We haven't
I
even
want to draw your attention to the very early morning hours of January 29th, around 4:53 a.m. when you indicated you received that phone call from Kaylee's phone. Do you have that time and date in mind?
Yes, I do.
Twiz, this might be the
My
moment
client
you were
told
waiting
you
for.
that John had not come home, correct?
This might be what you were
Yes.
waiting for, Twiz.
And you knew that Miss Reed at that point was awake and looking for John.
I didn't know what, I just knew that she was awake and screaming.
Right, because she was worried about where John was.
It's the same.
You've been asked who you communicated with first thing that morning after you received that first call from Miss Reed. Is that right?
Yes.
You were asked by Trooper Prince in her formal interview. Trooper Prince interviewed you on February 1st, about 3
This
days
might
after
be it.
the incident, correct?
This might be it.
I met with a lot. I don't really remember specific
Do
days.
you remember a female trooper
Yes, I do, actually.
in your house?
Yes.
Or I should say at your house.
Yes.
Mhm. Had to
That
include
was
that.
around 3 days after the incident.
Was it Tuesday, maybe? Yeah.
I don't know. I wasn't there.
I think so, yes, if
Okay.
it's the one I'm thinking.
You were also asked at the same grand jury who you communicated with on the morning of January 29th.
Okay.
Remember that?
Not specifically.
Would it refresh your recollection if we were to take a look at a specific page of that grand jury transcript?
Sure.
I don't think they're going to finish cross today. Wow.
Do you need a couple of minutes, Mr. Jackson?
I do, Your Honor.
So, jurors, why don't you stand up and stretch?
Fresh break.
Recess.
What? Why are we recessing? Oh my God. Okay. Who does she keep giving the look of death to? Probably Mr. Jackson. Or if she's not looking at him but making that face, it's probably at him, but she can't do it at him, if that makes sense. Okay, so we are now live. We are live. Oh, perfect. Excellent. Is Judge Bob going to be like, I'm going home? Definitely could be towards the defense table. I mean, I'm sure that Breen and said, "Don't make that look towards Bernie." You know, Alan Jackson. I mean, you know what I mean? Wow. All righty.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, I want to draw your attention back to the morning, later in the morning, after you're back at 34 Fairview, after the police have already cleared the scene, and you're back with your friends and family inside the home at 34 Fairview. We've already talked about the fact that the witnesses were not sequestered in any way. They were not separated in any way by the police. Is that right?
We were just sitting together with friends
Right.
and family. So yeah, no.
Everybody was free. All the friends and family that were in there were free to talk amongst themselves, which you did do, correct?
Yes.
All right. Everybody had the opportunity to say their piece and to listen to others say their piece as well.
We had conversations. It wasn't really nothing more than that.
At some point, you did, I think you mentioned this on direct examination, you did reach out to Mike Lank. Is that right?
Yes.
Remind us who Mike Lank is in your world, in addition to being a Canton police officer.
Your world.
Sergeant, I think he was at the time. Who is he in your world?
Oh,
He was just a local guy that I, knew was friendly with.
And had gone to high school with?
just a local guy.
No.
Was he ahead of you in high school?
We weren't in high school at the same time.
Got it. He was about 5 years ahead of you, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. But you'd known him or known of him from basically childhood or young adulthood.
Yeah, just knew him from around town.
At some point, you decided that you were going to call Sergeant Lank back to the scene because there was a piece of information that you wanted to provide him again. Sorry, provide him so he needed to come back again.
Yes,
Ultimately, you called him on his cell phone, right?
I did. Yes.
So you were close enough that you had his cell phone number. He had your cell phone number.
No, I didn't have his cell phone number.
Where'd you get that number?
I asked Julie Albert for that number.
So Julie had his cell phone number.
Yes, she did.
And Julie is Chris's wife.
Yes.
She was at the location.
Yes.
When I say the location, 34 Fairview that morning,
Yes.
as was Chris.
He came at some point. I don't know if he was there when I called Officer Lank or not.
As was Brian Higgins, correct?
Oh, Lord.
Yes, he was.
He came back over to the location as well.
Yes, he did.
As a matter of fact, it was Brian Higgins who suggested that you reach out to
Oh, dear.
Officer Lank.
I'm not sure if it was him who suggested it.
Someone suggested to you that you reach out to Officer Lank. Is that right?
As I was sitting there remembering things, I believe, I can't say who did or didn't.
So as you were sitting there remembering things, you weren't just remembering things, you were remembering things and then telling others things that you remembered.
Oh, absolutely.
So
Yes.
others were absorbing whatever information you were providing to them and vice versa.
Wow.
No one was really providing me any information because they didn't know what happened.
So you were, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was just sitting there trying to recount what had transpired since I got that 4:53 phone call.
And one of the things that you decided you wanted to tell Sergeant Lank was a statement by my client.
Yes.
So you call Sergeant Lank on his cell phone, and you're able to get a hold of him, correct?
Yes.
Whatever he's doing, I'm guessing he was busy at the time.
I don't know what he was doing.
He was the first responder on a death of a police officer case that was just out.
Oh.
I would assume. I, again, don't know what he was doing.
But in fact, after you got your phone call, he dropped everything and headed back to
Oh, fuck.
34 Fairview, correct?
Wow.
Did he come back to 34 Fairview quickly?
He was there fairly quickly, yes, I
And
would
that was
say.
at your request?
Yes, I called him and asked him to come back.
Because you told him that you had information that was important enough that he needed to get over there so you could tell him in person what this new information was.
I called him and told him that I was remembering things and asked if he could come back.
And he didn't just say, just tell me what it is over the phone. He literally said, okay, I'm going to get in my car, drive in a blizzard.
Wow.
It's a blizzard, right?
Yes, it was.
Jackson,
Put on
yes.
gear on, drive in a blizzard back over to 34 Fairview.
Wow.
Get out of my cruiser, come into the house, and get ready for this new information that you're going to give me.
Wow.
He did not say all that, no.
No, that's what he did.
I have no idea what he
Wow.
did. I called him and then he came.
I can't.
That's,
Walk over. I mean, he came over his car, right?
I would assume so, yes.
I should be eating
Get in
one.
his car, drive over in a blizzard, get out of the car, walk through the blizzard, go in the front door,
I
and
should-
get ready for this new meeting that he's going to have, correct?
Yes, that seems like steps one would take.
And whatever it was that you wanted to tell him,
Oh, there's
you
the
let
one
him know
objection. Are they going to save her?
it was important enough to have a special additional meeting. It wasn't something that you were just going to
She was
sit on.
fine.
You wanted to give him this information immediately without hesitation, correct?
He said if I remembered anything to give him a call, so I did.
So when he came back over, he obviously had a notepad and a pen in his hand, correct?
I
Nope.
believe he was taking notes.
And
I don't know.
you told him, you testified this morning that what you told him was Karen Reed said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, right?
Correct.
And when you wrote this report, you said, she said, I hope I didn't hit him. Correct?
I don't have his report in front of me.
Oh, don't worry.
Yeah, just one.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You could turn to the orange tab. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Okay, and you've had a chance to read it?
Just the highlighted.
Okay.
Right,
Yeah,
Carla?
what-
I know.
say?
Just insufferable.
In fact, what you told Officer Lank was something to the effect of, I hope I didn't hit him. Correct?
Incorrect. I told him that she said I hit him.
He wrote in his report, that you just read, something to the effect of, I
Sustained.
hope I didn't hit him.
Sustained.
Is this another example of an officer getting a report wrong?
Objection.
Mhm. Why?
Is that report right?
Your Honor.
Sustained. Move on, Mr. Jackson.
Wow. These are all things that they were allowed to get into in the last trial, and she's sustaining these objections.
I hope I didn't hit him, or something to the effect of, I hope I didn't hit him. Sounds an awful lot like,
Oh, wow.
hit him? Did I hit him? Do you agree with that?
It does sound similar, yeah.
Wow.
You testified yesterday that during that first phone call, that first phone conversation with Ms. Reed at 4:53 a.m., she told you, according to your testimony, that in that phone call, in that very first phone call, Ms. Reed said she had gotten into a fight, her taillight was cracked, and she asked, could I have hit him or did I hit him? Correct?
Incorrect.
Tell me where I'm wrong.
In the first phone call, she had said we got into a fight and he didn't come
This might be the thing you were listening for, Twiz, or waiting for to see if this part about how she says it. Hold
home
on.
and I left him at the waterfall. In the second phone call, once I told her that I saw her outside of my sister's house on Fairview, that is when she said, could she have hit him, and talked about her taillight.
Interesting. Is he going to impeach her?
So 2 hours after Ms. Reed found John O'Keefe and began giving him CPR, you were interviewed by Sergeant Sean Good, correct?
Uh-huh. Why?
Ask the
How?
question differently,
What is-
Mr. Jackson.
2 hours after Ms. Reed found Mr. O'Keefe,
Wait, I need to back that up.
about 2 hours later,
What was
So
that
it
objection?
you were interviewed by Sergeant Sean Good, correct?
Objection.
Ask the question differently, Mr. Jackson.
John O'Keefe and began giving him CPR. You were interviewed by Sergeant Sean Good, correct?
Objection.
Ask the question differently, Mr. Jackson.
2 hours after Ms.
What he's getting to is that initially she never said Jen wasn't involved in the CPR, because that was a change from the last trial as well. I wonder if that's what they're getting to.
Reed found Mr. O'Keefe.
I don't know why
About 2
it's
hours later.
to and
It's
or
like 8 o'clock, 8:30 in the morning. After the scene was cleared, you were interviewed by Sean Good, were you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
why?
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Remember, you're allowed to lead on cross. All right, we're live again. Wow. Whoever was sitting next to Mrs. O'Keefe is now gone, but it was a dude I didn't recognize. Does anyone know who that dude is? Does anyone know why he is a gone? And where is Mr. O'Keefe? Like senior dude, like the, Don's dad. Yeah, 100% Candace. Turtle Boy can't be there when Jen testifies.
May I?
Also, he apparently had his own hearing anyway at 2 o'clock today, so. But he wouldn't have been allowed anyway.
While you were at the scene, after Miss Reed had been giving CPR, Sean Good interviewed you, correct?
I don't remember a formal interview with Sean Good.
Do you remember talking to him?
When he arrived at the scene, I do remember briefly talking to him after all three of us gave John CPR.
And he asked you certain questions about what you'd seen, what you'd heard, what had happened, correct?
I have to tell you that I remember seeing him there and I remember talking to him, but I do not remember specifics of any conversation or any questions that he asked me.
Do you remember him do you remember him asking you about any initial calls you had and you telling him about that 4:53 call and the early morning calls thereafter? The initial calls before you met up with Miss Reed?
I don't recall.
That beard.
Did you tell Sergeant Good, by the way, he was a sergeant at the time. Sean Good was a sergeant, not an officer.
I'm not sure.
Okay. By the way, you knew Sergeant Good, did you not?
I didn't know him. I knew of him, like I knew his name, but that was it.
How'd you know of him before that day?
Because his sister is a year or two younger than me, and I knew she had a brother that was younger, that was a Canton cop, just through the town, but I didn't know him.
Okay, friendly, but not friends.
I wouldn't even say I was friendly with him.
Okay. You actually told Sergeant Good at the time when he asked about those first phone calls that when Miss Reed called you, she was inquiring about John's whereabouts, correct?
Again, I don't recall my conversations with Sean Good.
You certainly never mentioned to Sergeant Good the incessant screaming and hysteria that you've described here in court.
Objection.
Did you ever mention anything about an argument or a fight to Sean Good?
Objection.
Sustained, Mr. Jackson. She said she didn't remember. Next question.
I have to go through the series of machinations. I don't know what she remembers and doesn't remember.
Next question, Mr. Jackson.
Did you mention anything about a cracked taillight to Sergeant Good?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you have no memory at all about what you talked to Sergeant Good about?
There were many officers there,
Right.
and like I said, I know I talked to Sergeant Good, but I do not remember the specifics
I mean,
of my
it's odd
conversation
though, right?
during that
Because, like,
chaotic.
with other conversations she had with other people, she remembers things very specifically. Dude, this is wild.
I'm sorry.
Let me ask a different question. There were many officers there and many officers
Where's that look to the prosecution? Will you object, please?
were asking you questions, correct?
Correct.
Did you ask, did you tell any officer while at the scene that during those first few phone calls, first couple of phone calls with Miss Reed, that there was incessant screaming and hysteria?
Again, there were many officers asking me questions. Most of them were regarding who John was, if he had medical issues or concerns, things like that.
Right.
It was a chaotic scene. I don't remember any specific questions about phone calls. I apologize.
But you did tell at least one officer about the initial phone call that you received indicating that John may be missing, correct?
I possibly said I got a phone call and
Okay.
that's why I'm here. We all came out to look for him. I apologize for not remembering specifics.
Did you tell any officer at the scene anything about an argument or fighting that Miss Reed said
Yes.
occurred on that first couple of phone calls?
Again, the conversations were very brief and they were with a lot of different officers. There wasn't
yes or no?
in-depth conversations.
yes or no?
Let her answer the question.
Do you recall? That is a yes or no question. Do you recall telling any officer about a conversation in the initial couple of phone calls that you had with Miss Reed about fighting or being in an argument? Do you recall that?
I cannot answer yes or no.
Well, you either do or you don't. If you don't,
I said
just say
there
you
was
don't.
many different conversations. I am not sure.
So you don't recall.
I'm not sure on specific conversations about that. I apologize.
Is there a reason why you're not telling us that you simply don't recall making that statement?
Sustained.
Do you recall telling any officer about a cracked taillight that came up in one of those first two phone calls?
At the scene,
At the scene.
again, I think all the conversations were about what was happening in the present time.
No.
And
So this is, I can tell you exactly, I mean, it's so great because we reviewed her testimony from the last trial and so all this is fresh on my mind. What this one is, this is the one where she said that she saw a crack in the taillight, okay? But in the last trial, She tried to say, no, I didn't say that. What I said was like that the taillight was completely broken or completely shattered or missing chunks or shit like that, right? Completely different.
Literally, this was a couple of hours after this incident, correct? When everything was freshest in your mind.
These conversations were at the scene when Miss Reed was running around screaming.
If you're going to
Were
bed,
you also
good night.
interviewed by Officer Mullaney?
All right, we love you.
Again, there were many officers there that I spoke to.
Ms. McCabe, do you understand my question?
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Do you understand what last
Coming in for the kill.
If I spoke to an officer Mullaney,
Correct.
again, I could have. I am not sure. I don't remember every officer. It was a chaotic scene. I had
I
just
don't-
found
I
my
don't
friend
think
on the
he's finished.
ground.
I don't think he's gonna finish.
I don't remember.
I don't remember speaking to him. No, sorry.
I will say she's gonna have all night to freak out anyway, because even if he does finish cross, there's gonna be redirect and then there's gonna be recross. So no matter what Jackson's gonna make sure he does, whether he does finish cross or doesn't finish cross, he's gonna make sure that he's watching the clock and knows that Judge Bev's gonna want to be done early as per usual. And he's gonna make sure that whatever he leaves the jury with is a huge moment. I will say that much. It'll be interesting to see what it is. Keeps looking over there to Breenan.
Later that morning, you did have a conversation with Officer Lank that you actually do remember, correct?
Yes, correct.
What you told Officer Lank or Sergeant Lank was that you received a phone call from Kaylee's phone and that Karen Reed was distraught because John never came home, correct?
I told him she was, I don't remember the exact words, but I told him something like she was hysterical and screaming and said John never came home.
Hysterical versus
You never mentioned that she said anything about a fight during that initial phone call, correct?
Again, I'm not sure what exactly was said during that initial phone call.
You never mentioned that she said something about a cracked taillight in that initial phone call or those two phone calls, correct?
Are these phone calls with who? Who are these phone calls? Who am I speaking
The
to at this
initial
point?
phone calls that
Mhm.
you had with Miss Reed,
Yes.
you never mentioned to Officer Lank or Sergeant Lank that Miss Reed mentioned anything about a fight or an argument, correct?
I don't remember.
You never mentioned anything about having Miss Reed saying anything about a cracked taillight in one of those two initial phone calls, correct?
Again, I don't remember all the things that I told Officer Lank.
And you certainly never mentioned that Miss Reed said anything about could I have hit him in either of those initial phone calls, correct?
Again, I don't remember my specific conversation with Officer Lank.
So you don't remember the conversation that you had with Officer Lank when it was the clear light of day. You had had a chance to take a beat and a breath, catch your breath, because it's now 11:30, 11 o'clock in the morning. You don't remember anything about that conversation, but according to your testimony, you remember in detail what my client said, waking you out of a dead sleep, correct?
So I didn't speak to him at 11:30. It was earlier in the morning when he came back to Fairview.
Let's call it 9 o'clock, whatever.
Okay.
Whatever. It wasn't the same chaos as my client screaming into the phone that John never came home, waking you out of a dead sleep, correct?
Correct.
But when you recounted that conversation or those conversations to Sergeant Lank, you didn't say a thing about Miss Reed saying that there had been an argument, did you?
I'm saying I don't remember the specifics of my conversation with Officer Lank. I'm also saying that I was woken up out of a dead sleep. Karen showed up at my house screaming. I went out to help her look for John. And then we found one of my closest friends on the front lawn. And she was saying
he's one of her
crazy things and acting crazy and
Ms. McCabe,
acting
that's not my
erratic.
question.
And so every
Ms.
police
McCabe, that is
officer
not
that
my
I
question.
spoke
Let her
to,
finish.
every police officer that I spoke to, I tried to answer their questions the best I could. It took me hours and in some cases days to remember all the things that Miss Reed had said. My mind, I was in a state of shock. But the minute I remembered, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. I called Officer Lank.
And your memory is getting better even as we sit here today.
Wow.
There are certain things I will never forget, Mr. Jackson.
Including the fact that.
That's not the question.
She said, I hit him to a grand jury when you were asked about it 3 months after the incident. Correct?
She said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit
You
him.
never told that to the grand jury, did you?
I don't remember specifically that every grand jury and everything I said, but I can tell you with 100% accuracy, she screamed, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Fuck's sake, Jen.
I don't recall if I did.
Well, you know you didn't because dude, no,
The
stop.
truth is, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
I tell you what, her 283 page, I'm gonna back up. Her 283 page state grand jury testimony transcript is the Wendy Adelson 800 page blunt force trauma divorce binder of this trial.
I don't recall if I did. The truth is, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
You were asked that specific question at the grand jury. What did she say at the scene in front of the female EMT? And you know what your answer was? You do, because you just read it.
Yeah,
I wasn't asked what she was said at
What
the
was
scene.
answer to that question?
I'm objecting.
The objection sustained. Ask
Oh.
one more clear question, Mr. Jackson.
What was the answer you gave in answer
Oh.
to the question about what was said by Miss Reed to the EMT, the female EMT at the scene? What did you say she said?
I don't know if I was asked specifically what she said to a female
What?
All right,
EMT.
we're going to end this now.
Your Honor, I have one more question.
Go ahead.
I can't end it like this. You said-
Okay,
Oh,
jurors,
fuck.
ignore the comments of counsel. Ask one question, Mr.
You
Jackson.
said that she said, could I have hit him? Did I hit him in the presence of the female EMT? That's what you testified to under oath at the grand jury, isn't it?
Yes, because she also said that.
Shut up, bitch.
All right.
So folks, we are done for today.
Wow.
Um,
Sorry, even earlier than usual. Are they gonna do shit outside of the court of jury?
Remember, tomorrow is the day that we're not.
Wow. Here, let me back this up. Oh, what? Tomorrow's the day. Hold on. What?
The female EMT at the scene, what did you say she said?
I don't know if I was asked specifically what she said to a female EMT.
All right, we're going to end this now.
Your Honor, I have one more question.
Go ahead.
I can't end it like this. You said-
Okay,
Why are they being
jurors,
done? Why are they being done?
ignore the comments of counsel. Ask one question, Mr. Jackson.
You said that she said, could I have hit
Nice.
him? Did I hit him in the presence of the female EMT? That's what you testified to under oath at the grand jury, isn't it?
Yes, because she also said that.
All right.
So folks, we are
Yeah,
done for
he did.
today.
He said he can't end it like that. Yep.
Remember, tomorrow is the day that we're not in session. So
What?
We will see you Friday. Friday is a full day. And I
Why-
have to give you those questions. You can
Why are they?
file out after the jurors disappear.
Okay.
Please do not discuss this case with anyone.
Why are they
Don't
not in
do any
session?
Independent research or
my God.
investigation into the case.
I think I'll put
If
something
you
on the
happen to
record.
See, hear, or read about the case.
Wow.
Please disregard it and let us know, and be very careful with your social media. Have a great night, a good day off tomorrow. We'll see you on Friday.
Let's see if they'll put something on the record. On the line.
Goodbye.
No way. No way. Come back. Come back. So he said, I can't end it like this. So I don't know if he means end the day, especially because they have another day off, or if he means end cross. I feel like he can't be done with cross because they haven't gotten into the phone shit yet. So I think he means end it for the day. But why is there no court tomorrow? Or there's no jury? Are they doing things outside the presence of the jury? That's also possible. Remember, there was a lot of shit that said we're going to save that for when we're in trial. So we've got the OnlyFan. Yeah. So Jen, when did Jen take the stand? She took the stand yesterday, later in the afternoon, but she was only on direct briefly, dude. It was like what, an hour maybe yesterday, if that, and then maybe an hour, if that, today. So the whole day has been her on cross. So I want to see if they come back and let us know what's happening. Okay, there's some movement. Right? I know. Agreed. Having said that, in a lot of ways, it was better than last time. I mean, Jackson did better, I think, with making important points this time, but she looked worse last time. No. No. Let me check another feed. Oh my God. Don't do this to us. What is happening? What is going on? Oh God. Like literally what is going on? Why is there no? I mean, last week they had court on Thursday. What is happening? Try another feed. You guys. Is Court TV still on? Let's see here. Court TV says, thank you for watching. Why? Tell me why. What is going on? Dude. Is there no court? Y'all, I don't know what's going on. Is there just no court tomorrow? Like, why? Well, okay then. There you have it, guys. I don't know. There could be some more court filings or some court filings that come out because we've been anticipating that. So if there are, we will cover those. I saw there's a new court filing in Idaho. I'm just thinking about for tonight. I mean, I don't know. Should we recap the day? We could recap the day. That might be worth doing. But now tomorrow, I don't know. Oh my God. I just don't like it when okay. What are they doing here? This is what they're doing here on this channel. I don't know. Sometimes certain channels think that the feed is over or that court's done and it's not. Oh, is it May Day? Probably. They take every holiday they can, seems like. So I don't know. Anyway, I don't really sleep though. I don't know. We will figure it out. There's always, as far as tomorrow, I guess we just won't be covering court because there isn't court, but there's plenty of other stuff to catch up on. And if there's depending on what came out for Idaho and if there's new docs for this, that will take, we'll sort of see. I don't know if we want to do a recap of the day for this testimony. Wow. I mean, I feel like it wasn't, I mean, we're under 5 hours and this was the entire day of testimony. So I don't know that it really needs like a recap. I mean, this was all of it. So maybe we'll do court filings. Wow. Okay, then. Or maybe if Runkle goes live, maybe we can just hang out with Runkle if you guys want to. I mean, I don't know. We'll just see. You're on. What is GCD? What's GCD? So, wow. Yeah. I feel like I've been completely edged / blue balled or what have you. Like what? We're just ending it like that? Really though? Ugh. That's so frustrating, man. Wow. It says Eswattle or Usattle. Sorry, Usattle. Are you guys shocked? I'm shocked. Dude, that was intense though. Well, y'all can let me know if you feel so inclined, either in the Discord. I guess that'd be the easiest way. If you guys want to do a recap of this day, but you guys were all here. So, well, I guess some of you guys missed some of it. Anyway, y'all let me know what you want to do. But if there's new docs, then we'll probably do new docs. So you can put a link in the Discord, Kane. I don't know that anybody can post links anyway. I mean, I don't ever post links. I thought you couldn't do that. So Anywho, guys, we will figure out what's happening. I guess we'll never learn what GCD is. I think Kane's trying to hold it over my head that we can't find out unless I make him a mod. Too bad. Too bad, Kane. I'm not falling for your tricks. But thanks for coming and hanging out and watching this craziness with us, with me and with all of us, Squirrel Crew. Shout out to all of y'all. Love you guys. Y'all are the best. Feel free to join our Discord. Let me put the link in the chat for anyone who hasn't. It is fun. We could always also just do like, we could do Curb night, watch some Curb. We'll see. But love you guys. Y'all are awesome. I'll see you guys later. And until then, squirrel out.